and the Immigration Department have just launched a pilot scheme. Under the scheme, immigration certificate facilitation is provided through collaboration between the government and the community to eligible visitors invited by host organizations for joining short-term activities in Hong Kong. The government will also maintain close liaison collaboration with trade associations stakeholders in individual sectors to tap their suggestions on development strategies. The government works with healthcare professional bodies in examining the prevailing registration mechanisms and training requirements with a view to meeting the actual needs of the relevant professions. On the livelihood and district fronts, the government also attaches great importance to the participation of social organizations when implementing policies that keep abreast of time. In reviewing the policies, implementation, arrangement, and streamlining measures related to development, the Development Bureau will closely liaise with the relevant professional bodies and trade associations and formulate and enhance the implementation details from the perspective of users by gauging the views of stakeholders to ensure effective measures are in place. The Task Force on Transitional Housing and the Housing Bureau provides one-stop coordinated approach and acts as a communication conduit to facilitate discussions among NGOs and relevant government departments to resolve various problems encountered. To promote the development of district-based primary healthcare, the government is progressively setting up district health centers operated by NGOs in the 80 districts. The government will unite with the community and with the concerted efforts of the government, the community, and individuals work in earnest and with one heart. In the course of enacting legislation, the government will definitely and collaborate with social organizations and listen to the views of the relevant sectors in order to implement new legislation effectively. When formulating the legislative framework of the tenancy control and subdivided units, the government had taken into account the recommendations put forward by the task force for the study on tenancy control of subdivided units. The task force had organized a number of public forums and online meetings to gauge the views of members of the public and concerned groups. Also, the government has engaged NGOs to set up 6 district service teams to supplement the efforts of the Rating and Valuation Department in promoting the new legislation at district level and handling general inquiries. In June 2017, SWD set up the working group on the review of ordinances and codes of practice for residential care homes, which comprise members from NGOs and private organizations operating residential care homes, RCH, academics, service users, carers, independent members, and representatives from the Hong Kong Council of Social Service. To take forward the aforementioned legislative proposals on the residential care homes elderly persons ordinance and the residential care homes persons with disabilities ordinance recommended by the working group, the government has organized various engagement sessions with stakeholders of the RCH sector to introduce the proposals to them and listen to their views. In fact, these are just some of the examples of government's collaboration with social organizations. The Undersecretary for Labour and Welfare and I stand ready to provide further information to members on supplementary questions. Thank you. Mr. Ambrose Lam. My question was how the government and social organizations could collaborate to implement legislation. So the key word is implement. The government's first reply is that the government is result-driven. Then it is the mission for all government departments to formulate policies in collaboration with social organizations. So the reply is the government is still just going by its own way. Now, in the whole main reply, it keeps saying that the government will listen to views, but I don't want the government just to listen to views and then keep to its own position. Now, for social welfare issues, you will work with social welfare groups. But then for GBA development, youth development, healthcare, environmental issues, and so on, the government would just listen to views. It would just keep conducting consultation exercises. In other words, over the years, the government has not been working with social organizations to formulate and implement policies. The government keeps holding consultations and talks. It thinks it's done much, but actually is out of touch with reality. By being down to earth in your working with social organization, you should work with the organization. You shouldn't just listen to views and that's it. Mr. Ambrose Leung, please come to your supplementary question. President. Now, in the new government, is there any particular department responsible for studying reforms on the government's collaboration with social organizations? Secretary. Now, in my ring reply, I mentioned that for new government, it adopts a result-oriented approach. So when we formulate every policy, we must collaborate with social organizations and stakeholders. So this is the most important for each policy bureau. And in the main reply, I've quoted many examples. But because we don't have enough time, so we can't really give you all the details. For these schemes or legislation, how we actually work with social organizations to implement these policies and legislation. It's not, as Mr. Ambrose Lam put it, that we just listen to views when formulating policies. Actually, when it comes to implementation, we do work with social organizations. For example, under the Home and Youth Affairs Group, we have a number of youth intern schemes or internship schemes on the mainland, youth exchange schemes, funding schemes, and so on. So we are working through social organizations to implement these schemes and also to identify. We also identify suitable organizations to take part in our schemes. And then under the Home and Affairs Bureau, we also have various area committees, district fight crime committees, district fire safety committees, and so on. So there are many district organizations that help with the implementation of policies and initiatives. So you can rest assured, we don't just listen to views. When we formulate a policy, we actually take on board views expressed. And when we implement the policy, we will work together with social organizations. Thank you. Dr. Tik Chi Yun. Social organizations or civic community, they've been actively participating in Hong Kong's development and promoting its development. Some groups are concerned about the elderly, persons with disabilities, the disadvantaged, and so on. Many of their service targets, their members are mostly service users, so they know exactly what their service needs are. Now, the secretary said that there may be opportunities for these groups to be involved, but then for many groups that we're in contact with, they tell us that it's very difficult for them to communicate with government officials or to be involved. So to step up collaboration with these organizations, would the government set a certain ratio on various committees so that these groups are able to take part in the discussion process? And then the government will also be able to hear the views of these service users. Secretary. Thank you, President. I'm grateful to Dr. Tik Chi Yun for his views. Now, for the different policy bureau and departments, when we try to identify suitable persons to be appointed to different committees, we will consider first, on the one hand, stakeholders, that is those in the sectors, and on the other hand, lay members. So with lay members, we will consider representatives of relevant social organizations to join these committees. But anyway, I've heard the members' view. When we decide on the membership of a committee, we would definitely make sure it's more representative. Mr. Andrew Lam. Now, we know very well, having heard the secretary, Hong Kong is a pluralistic society, and there are many different social functions. I never doubt the government's commitment to seek the help of different social organizations to promote their policies. But then, say on the fight against the epidemic, we can see the government has not been, doing a good job in asking social organizations to help in the fight against the epidemic, if I could put it that way. I think that happens because the different departments do not know exactly what the social functions are of these various organizations, and so they don't know how to coordinate these organizations so they could help the government. Now, unless you don't agree to this analysis, but whether you agree or not, what I want to know is that in the coming days and months, how could the government make use of a better structure or even technology so you will have a full understanding of the functions of different social organizations, and you know how they could contribute, and how could you help the organic development of different social organizations, because in the end that will help the development of Hong Kong. Secretary. Thank you for the question. Now, the mentioned members, our fight against the epidemic. During the 5th wave of the epidemic, actually, you might have noticed that we did rely on different social organizations to help with our anti-epidemic effort at the district level. For example, the distribution of the anti-epidemic pack. Now, we are talking about the distribution of a huge number of packs, and we're most grateful to all volunteers who helped in this effort. And then we've also, learned from this experience. Now, in the CE's election manifesto, he has committed to setting up the district care teams in the 18 districts. So we will learn from our past experience. We will see how we could make use of the resources of different social organizations, as well as their connections and the manpower resources, so we could together take care better for our districts. Now, so for the Home and Youth Affairs Bureau, we are responsible for setting up these district care teams. But then for different policy bureau, I'm sure they know that they could make use of the resources of the relevant social organizations when formulating their policies. For example, the Development Bureau is now looking at streamlining land development process. Definitely, it will talk to the relevant social organizations and listen to their views. So I can tell members this. First, we will definitely find out the resources, the manpower, or the connections that social organizations have and that they could share with us. And then we will then make good use of such experience. Mr. Michael Look, thank you. Strengthening collaboration between the government and the social organizations is an important element in enhancing governance. From consultation to implementation of policies, there is need for collaboration with social organizations, and I'm sure we all know that. But then from my own experience, I see that government really did not care enough about the views of local organizations such as unions and so on. But I'm sure Ms. Alice Mack knows very well that local groups could play an important role. Now, the secretary said that there will be district care teams set up for the 18 districts. That's good. But then would you have resources? And will you invite the local organizations such as unions and so on to help you, to join you in this effort? Mr. Secretary, now we have, as I've said in the reply, we will make use of the experience we have and apply it to the setting up of the 18 district care teams. So we are still working on the details, and we welcome views from members on how we should form and operate these teams. So that's exactly how we will seek views from the relevant sectors when formulating policy. So this is a good example. But then, the purpose of setting up the district care teams is, as some members pointed out, is because during the fight against epidemic, we could see that community groups could offer immense support to the government, because these groups have their own connections and resources. They could work with the government in a systematic manner. And so now this is the whole purpose of setting up the district care teams, and we welcome views from members. Thank you.
Question 2, Ms. Chen Yutming. Thank you, President. In the Waste Blueprint for Hong Kong 2035 announced early last year, the government set a long-term goal of developing adequate waste-to-energy facilities so as to move away from the reliance on landfills for disposal of municipal solid waste or MSW and achieve zero landfill in around 2035. However, Hong Kong currently disposes of an average daily total of 11,000 tons of MSW through 2 existing landfills, whereas the integrated waste management facilities or the incineration facilities, Phase 1 and Phase 2, under the blueprint, which will commence operation in 2025 and the early 2030s respectively, will only be able to dispose of a daily total of around 7,000 tons of MSW. Therefore, the government currently still needs to identify sites for the construction of Phase 3 of the incineration facilities and to extend these landfills during the transitional period. In this connection, will the government inform this Council 1, as Phase 3 of the incineration facilities is currently still at the site search stage, how the government ensures that the target of zero landfill can be achieved in 2035, whether it will take new measures and allocate additional resources to advance the completion of Phase 1 and 2 of these incineration facilities, if so, of the details, if not, the reasons for that. 2, whether it has reserved expansion space for Phases 1 and 2 of the incineration facilities for raising their waste disposal capacity, if so, of the details, if not, the reasons for that. And 3, as it is learned that residents in Luohu District and Nanshan District of Shenzhen have incessant grievances towards the Northeast New Territories landfill and the West New Territories landfill, whether the government has plans to review afresh the operations of these 2 landfills, such as deferring their extension plans or examining when they can be closed, if so, of the details, if not, the reasons for that. Secretary for Environment and Ecology. President, last year, the government announced the waste blueprint for Hong Kong 2035 and the Hong Kong Climate Action Plan 2050, setting out to move away from the reliance on landfills for municipal solid waste or MSW disposal by around 2035 and to achieve carbon neutrality in waste management before 2050. The government strategy has 2 main directions. The first is to proactively mobilize the entire community to practice waste reduction and resources circulation so as to reduce waste at source. The second is to move away from the reliance on landfill for MSW disposal through construction of infrastructure and expedite the development of sufficient waste-to-energy facilities. Our reply to the question raised by Ms. Chan is as follows. 1 and 2, the government is building the first integrated waste management facility, or IWMF, namely iPark 1, on an artificial island of about 16 hectares in the open sea off Hkicpa, with a treatment capacity of 3,000 tons of MSW per day. The relevant reclamation works and construction works for seawalls and breakwaters have been substantially completed. The contractor is carrying out the foundation works on the artificial island and also prefabricating the boiler steel structure and its electrical and mechanical parts at the prefabrication yard in Zhuhai. The prefabricated items will then be shipped to the artificial island for assembly, while the remaining works for the project will be continued. iPark 1 is expected to commission in 2025. The government announced in January this year that the Zhangzhou Middle Ash Lagoon in Tuen Mun was identified to be the site for developing the second IWMF, i.e., the Integrated Waste Management Facility Phase 2, to be named as iPark 2, with a daily treatment capacity of 4,000 tons of MSW. When planning for the development of iPark 1, the government considered both Zhangzhou in Tuen Mun and the artificial island of Hkicpa were suitable sites for developing waste-to-energy facilities. Comparing with other locations in Hong Kong, the conditions of the Zhangzhou site in Tuen Mun are relatively mature for developing waste-to-energy facilities. This will be conducive to the expeditious commencement and completion of the construction works for iPark 2. We expect that iPark 2 can be put into services no later than early 2030s to further reduce the use of landfill space for MSW disposal. The Environmental Protection Department, or EPD, is now arranging for the engagement of consultants to carry out the detailed environmental impact assessment study and the technical studies for iPark 2. The consultancy studies are expected to commence in December this year. Our goal is to achieve zero landfill by around 2035 through various waste reduction and recycling measures, coupling with adequate waste-to-energy facilities so as to cope with the long-term needs for MSW management of Hong Kong. The amount of waste generation will increase with the economic and trade and population growth. Currently, we expect that in addition to iPark 1 and 2, it is most likely that iPark 3 will be required in order to achieve the goal. Therefore, EPD is now commencing a territory-wide site search study in parallel to identify other potential sites suitable for developing more similar waste-to-energy facilities. For timely completion and operation of adequate waste-to-energy facilities required for Hong Kong, we are exploring the use of public-private partnership approach to pursue some of these facilities to ensure speedy construction of waste-to-energy facilities through the most efficient and cost-effective means. Regarding the suggestion on increasing the design treatment capacity of IPark 1, the area of the artificial island of Hkicpa is only sufficient for building an IWMF with a daily treatment capacity of 3,000 tons, and the current design has already occupied the whole artificial island. Therefore, it is technically not feasible to increase the treatment capacity of IPark 1. As for IPark 2, where Zhangzhou in Tuen Mun overlooking Deep Bay, both sides of the site have been developed with other existing facilities. Given the geographical constraints, together with the surrounding facilities, the site area available for development is limited, which is estimated to be merely enough for building the proposed main facility with a daily treatment capacity of 4,000 tons and its ancillary facilities, and there is virtually no space for further expansion. Third, nowadays, Hong Kong needs to handle about 11,000 tons of MSW and 4,000 tons of construction waste every day. Currently, the Northeast New Territories or NENT landfill and the West New Territories or WENT landfill are responsible for receiving MSW. The government is actively promoting the development of waste-to-energy facilities according to the strategy set out in the Waste Blueprint for Hong Kong 2035 with a view to achieving the goal of a zero landfill by around 2035. However, before the full commissioning of adequate waste-to-energy facilities, Hong Kong still needs to have landfills for disposal of MSW. Therefore, it is necessary to extend the landfills to a limited extent during the transitional period and to increase the capacity of the existing landfills to cope with the disposal needs in the short to medium term. With the anticipated commissioning of IPark 1 in 2025, together with the landfill operation arrangements and associated traffic arrangements, it is expected that the total amount of MSW to be handled by the two landfills in the new territories can be reduced by around 3,000 tons per day. Upon the commissioning of IPark 2, the NENT landfill will completely cease receiving MSW. By then, the development of the northern metropolis may generate a large amount of construction waste, which will not decay and be odorless. If construction waste will be disposed of at the nearby NENT landfill during the development of the northern metropolis, it can reduce the nuisance to residents caused by the long-distance transportation, while the odor and hygiene problems arising from landfilling of MSW will no longer exist. Around 2035, when Hong Kong has sufficient waste incineration capacity, the WENT landfill will also cease receiving MSW. Regionally, EPD has all along been actively maintaining close communication and exchanging views with the Shenzhen municipal government on the operational management of the NENT landfill and WENT landfill and their extensions. Shenzhen and Hong Kong sides will continue to maintain close liaison regarding issues associated with the two landfills. Thank you. Ms. Chen Yutming. Well, Secretary, in your reply, you said that both Shenzhen and Hong Kong will maintain close liaison regarding issues associated with the two landfills. All right. These are the pictures sent to me by netizens in Shenzhen, and the landfill is right next to residential development. It's just 2 kilometers from the town center. So it's not just affecting them, it's also hurting the residents in Ta Kung. It's also hurting their emotions or feeling about Hong Kong people. That is the Shenzhen residents. So there are factors affecting the relationship between this and DC's reply was positive, and in recent days, I've also received a lot of comments. Over 1,000 complaints have been received, and I'll be sending them to you in a couple of days. With regard to the pollution caused by the landfills, some 200,000 residents on both sides of the border have been affected. So will you be listening to their views so as to improve people's livelihood? And would you propose that the incineration facility should be completed as soon as possible? Secretary. President, we fully understand the sentiments of the residents with regard to the nuisance caused by the landfills. We understand that there are concerns, and also for Shenzhen residents, they are also very concerned about this. So as I said in the main reply just now, well, in Shenzhen, We have been maintaining very close communication with the municipal government. It's not just about the residents on both sides who are very concerned about this. We have also taken a series of measures in order to improve the NENT's operational standards. I can give you some examples. For example, we have reduced the size of the landfills, and also on a regular basis, we would also be spraying deodorant sprays in order to reduce the odor problem. And also in accordance with the latest international standards and experience, we would also improve the craftsmanship at the landfill in order to reduce odor. We have also increased manpower so that we would conduct regular inspection of the landfill in order to repair the damaged parts of the landfill, and the operational hours have also been reduced on a daily basis. Instead of working till, we would cease receiving MSW at 6 p.m. every day, and also within the operation area. We have also got some organic pools which can also help reduce odor. We have also got enclosed operations in order to reduce odor. So we have taken proactive measures to reduce the problem. And I personally am also very concerned about their views, and therefore our colleagues would also be taking follow-up measures or actions to see how effective they have been. And if you have any comments to make, you can also contact me personally. Yes, Mr. Chao Siu Chong. President, the NENT landfill has caused a lot of odor nuisance to the Lowu and also Shenzhen residents. And in recent years, the problem has deteriorated. Even I personally have received some feedback from Shenzhen residents hoping that the SL government can do something concrete to improve the situation. And as said just now, the Bureau and the department have been liaising closely with the Shenzhen municipal government, and yet the problem is getting worse. So the CE said that he would adopt a target-oriented approach. So I hope that something concrete can be done in order to improve the situation. So my question for the Secretary is this. In monitoring the performance of the contractors, have you done enough? So can you tell us, okay, for this operator, would he act in accordance with the contract signed with us so that on a daily basis, with regard to the garbage disposed of at the landfill, would they be covered? And also for areas outside of the landfill, you will have to enclose it. So have they done a good job? So will there be any problems that have not been identified? So I hope that you can do a better job. Thank you. Secretary, President, as I said earlier, we are making efforts in improving the operation of the NENT landfill. A series of measures have been introduced. And of course, the honorable member was suggesting that we should do a better job in terms of our monitoring efforts. Yes, there are two things that we have been doing. Under the contract, we do have resident site staff from the EPD who will act in accordance with the contract, and they will conduct daily inspection on site to see if the contractor has acted in full accordance with the contractual terms. And secondly, in accordance with the laws of Hong Kong, we would also monitor the performance of the contractor to see if there is any leakage of sewage or odor generated from the site. And if there are, then we would prosecute them accordingly. And indeed, there have been prosecution cases. So we would not relax our efforts. We will strictly monitor the performance of the contractor. Yes, Chu Kwok Kam. Thank you, President. For the existing landfills in Hong Kong, they are causing a lot of environmental pollution, affecting the residents' health. This is a hard fact. And if the administration says that it's still in line with the standards and a lot of measures have been put in place, I think you're deceiving yourself. Takulin is an important development area. It's no longer suitable for a landfill to be located there. So will you consider relocating the landfill instead of using the Takulin as the landfill site? And how can you expedite the construction of the incineration facility? Thank you. President, as I said in the main reply, we are of the view that the best way to deal with it is to adopt a two-pronged approach. Number one, we have to reduce waste at source. So we have worked very hard to reduce waste collection. And secondly, we would also be expediting the construction of the waste-to-energy facility. For example, for IPAC 1, it will be completed in 2025. And for IPAC 2, we are actually pressing ahead with this, and we expect that to be completed in the early 2030s. And then for IPAC 3, we are also trying to identify the suitable site. And from the time when we try to identify the site to the completion of the facility, according to our past experience, 2035 would be quite difficult to achieve, and therefore we are adopting a new approach. For example, we would be prepared to adopt the public-private partnership approach. For example, once we identify the site, if we are able to engage the private sector in the construction, then at least in the early stage, would be able to reduce a lot of red tape and bureaucracy within the government so that we can expedite the construction. We believe that that is the most efficient way to reduce the use of landfill in receiving MSW. Thank you. Next, Kenneth Lau. Thank you, President. I have to declare interest because I'm the indigenous residents representative from that area. So Takuling Northeast and also Chiang Southeast and also Long Hu Tan. And in 2030, the landfill will be saturated, and therefore the administration is now considering disposing MSW in another form so that you can compact it and reduce the size. And then by the 2030s, you'll be moving away from relying on the landfills. And you are also going to build IPAC 2 in Zhangzhou. And also Hkicpa would also be used to build IPAC 1 and 2. So you're actually owing Tuen Mun and also Long Hu Tan residents something, because these obnoxious facilities have always been placed in NT West, and you spent over $10 billion to expand the landfills. And precisely, all right, you expanded the facility by 125 kilometers. And of course, I have high hopes on the new term of the administration, and I'm sure the secretary would be doing something concrete. But then the fact that we are surrounded by waste, and I think waste to energy is the best idea. So will you be bold in enacting legislation to ban the use of plastic tableware? Because fast food is very commonplace these days, and therefore the use of such tableware has increased by 30%. So will you be reviewing the situation comprehensively? Secretary. Yes, thank you for the question. I'd like to spend some time on this. We are actually developing waste to energy facility, and given the latest technology, it should no longer be treated as obnoxious facility. It's not just about the technology, because it will no longer generate odor or cause any damage to health. In fact, in terms of the design, in many places, they have been designed into something that look nice, and it can also integrate with local or even recreational facilities. And in overseas countries, we have already got ample examples. In Hong Kong, we also have one. That is in Tuen Mun, Changchoi. We have also got the IPAC 1. It's been used to incinerate the contaminated soil from sewage treatment plant. It's a lot more polluted. But then if you've been there, you can see that it looks really nice. And there's even spa facilities for the residents, and they have been very popular with the residents. So we will be adopting that approach in developing future waste to energy facilities. I'm sure that would help allay a lot of the concerns of the residents. And also in developing IPAC 2 in Zhangzhou, there will also be a lot of recreational facilities for the enjoyment by the residents. I'm sure they will be well received. And also on the use of plastic tableware and so on, will you phase them out? Yes, the answer is in the positive. We are actually drafting legislative proposals how we can regulate more stringently on the use of plastic or one-off tableware. So we will be presenting the legislation to you before the end of the year. Thank you. Gary Chen, President, before transporting the MSW to the landfill, we will have to transport it to the refuse transfer station before compacting it and compressing it for transfer to the landfill. I'd like to say that out of the 13 RTS, and you can see where they're located. You can see that 11 are located in the outlying islands and Kowloon and so on. They are transported to the landfills by sea. And yet there are 2 in Sha Tin and NT West. These are refuse transfer stations. The garbage is transported to the landfills by land, on land. So the problem is for the Sha Tin RTS, on average, some 400 trips are made by the refuse transfer vehicles, and then about 700 container vehicles are transporting the garbage to landfills, and they'll pass through Tolo Highway and also our urban area, causing secondary pollution. And then for the Sha Tin RTS, it's been in use for 28 years. Secretary, I'd like to ask you, for such a transfer by land route, can it be changed to transfer by sea? And also for the Sha Tin RTS, can it be redeveloped or relocated elsewhere? Thank you. Secretary. President, with regard to the RTS, the idea is that, at different locations, we set up refuse collection points, and then for domestic waste, the refuse collection trucks would be relatively dirty. And then by the time when they have gone into the RTS, and then once they are out, it's been compacted and compressed. So basically it's containerized and it will no longer cause any pollution. And therefore, in this regard, our main consideration is where we should be positioning these RTS so that the entire district can see less nuisance and less pollution. The issue that you raised earlier, that is about whether or not we will review the location of the Sha Tin RTS, the answer is in the positive. But after the completion of new waste to energy facilities, because the location has changed, and we believe that many of them are located at waterfront, and therefore the distribution of RTS would also need to be reviewed. But then to change the location of the RTS would take time and design. So we need time to look into it.
Well, question number 3, the Honorable Lilian Kwok. Thank you, President. Your government has, for 5 consecutive years since 2019, rolled out a one-off measure to pay examination fees for school candidates sitting the Hong Kong Diploma Secondary Education Examination, Hong Kong DSE. It is learned that the measure is widely welcomed by school candidates and schools. In this connection, will the government inform this council? 1, given that when attending the meeting of the Finance Committee FC of this council on the 31st of May 2019, the then Undersecretary for Education indicated then that the authorities would consider the suggestion of regularizing the payment of examination fees for school candidates sitting Hong Kong DSE in the context of a comprehensive review of the operation mode and financial structure of the Hong Kong Examinations and Assessment Authority, HKEAA, and that the Education Bureau emphasized that the authorities would put forward specific proposals in about 2 years upon commencement of the review to seek the views of FC members and stakeholders on such proposals, with a target of completing the review within the subsequent 2 years. Of the details of the relevant proposals and the current progress of the relevant work. 2, whether it would consider according priority to regularizing the payment of examination fees for those Hong Kong DSE school candidates with financial difficulties, such as the beneficiaries of School Textbook Assistance Scheme, the Comprehensive Social Security Assistance Scheme, and the Community Care Fund Assistance Programs, if so, of the details. And 3, in order to finish the last mile for free secondary education, whether the government will regularize the payment of examination fees for Hong Kong DSE school candidates, including school candidates who are Hong Kong children study in the mainland cities of the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau, Greater Bay Area? If so, of the details. Secretary for Education. President, the Hong Kong Examination and Assessment Authority, Hong Kong EAA, which operates on a self-financing basis, is a statutory body established in 1977 under the Hong Kong Examination and Assessment Authority Ordinance Cap. 261. Its main statutory responsibility is to conduct the specified examination, which currently refers to Hong Kong Diploma of Secondary Education Hong Kong DSE examination. It is therefore the HKEAA's primary duty to professionally administer the Hong Kong DSE examination and to provide fair and just assessment for all candidates. In considering the economic outlook and the financial position of the government at the time, the Financial Secretary announced a number of one-off relief measures in the budgets of 2018-2019 to 2022-2023, which include the proposal to pay the examination fees for school candidates sitting for the 2019 to 2023 Hong Kong DSE examinations. These one-off relief measures were not recurrent subsidy. Our reply to the Honourable Lilian Kwok's question is as follows. One, in an effort to implement the above relief measures in the 2018-19 budget, the Education Bureau EDB sought the approval of the Finance Committee of LegCo in May 2019 for a new commitment amounting to $160 million to pay the examination fees for school candidates sitting for the 2020 Hong Kong DSE examination. At the meeting, members of the Finance Committee suggested the regularization of Hong Kong DSE fee waiver. The EDB replied that the suggestion would not only involve a number of important and complex policy issues, but also relate to the mode of operation and financial structure of Hong Kong EAA as an independent statutory body, which operated on a self-financing basis under the Hong Kong EAA Ordinance. The EDB would consider the suggestion of regularizing Hong Kong DSE waiver in the long run, while conducting the comprehensive review on the mode of operation and financial structure of the Hong Kong EAA. It was envisaged by the EDB that the review will come up with concrete proposals in about 2 years' time for consultation with members and stakeholders with a view to completing the review in a further 2-year period. The comprehensive review on the mode of operation of Finance Committee of Hong Kong EAA has subsequently been completed. At a meeting of the panel on education of LegCo on the 5th of February 2021, the EDB presented the discussion paper titled The Financial Structure of the Hong Kong EAA and Initial Thoughts on its Long-Term Funding Options to members, and sought their views on the long-term funding options of Hong Kong EAA. The EDB pointed out in the LegCo paper dated the 5th of February 2021 that the examination fee is in general charge on the user pays principle. The Hong Kong DSE examination fees collected for the financial year 2019 to 20 could only cover about 53% of the operating cost. The cost of examination and the average examining fees charged for a typical candidate taking 6 subjects in that year will amount to $5,957 and $3,132 respectively, while the shortfall were covered by other income. The Hong Kong EAA has been very cautious and prudent in handling the adjustments of Hong Kong DSE exam fees and absorb substantial costs for the candidates. On the other hand, the additional costs arising from the special arrangements for candidates with special education needs, SEN, is also fully borne by the Hong Kong EAA. Such SEAs, including the provision of special exam centers, special question papers, and serial aids and invigilation arrangements are to provide a more inclusive environment for SEN candidates. It is observed that the number of candidates with SEN has doubled from 2011-12 to 2019-20, resulting in a corresponding increase in the expenditure on ESSAs. The current examination fee for SEA candidates is set at the same level as other candidates. To ensure that the candidates with SEN can be equitably assessed under suitable conditions, the LegCo paper stated that EDB will discuss with the education sector for the best and most economical ways of subsidizing SEN candidates for attending Hong Kong DSE exams. The Hong Kong EAA will continue to take into account factors such as Hong Kong EAA's overall financial position, costs, and resources required for administering the exams, inflation rate, the local economic conditions, and affordability of families in general during the annual review of exam fees adjustments. The EDB will also prudently examine the application for exam fees adjustment by Hong Kong EAA. 2, the government has different recurrent financial assistance schemes for students studying ranging from pre-primary to the post-secondary education levels to ensure that local candidates will not be deprived of education due to financial difficulties. The financial assistance schemes include the school textbook assistance scheme, the student travel subsidy scheme, the subsidy scheme for internet access charges and exam fee and readmission schemes were made to help students with financial needs cover their learning expenses. Under the EFRS, school candidates with financial needs sitting for Hong Kong DSE exam may submit application for Hong Kong EAA through their attending schools, and Hong Kong EAA will confirm the results of the means test on the family of this student applicant with the Working Family and Student Financial Assistance Agency, WFS-FAA. Eligible candidate will be granted full or half-fee remission of exam fees according to the family income. In addition, the SWT will provide financial secretary for families receiving CSSAs to subsidize their public exam fees. The latest payment in 2017 and 2018, the Hong Kong DSE examination fee paid by WFS FAA under the EFRS to Hong Kong EAA was about $33 million. The number of students beneficiary was about 14,600, among which 8,200 was granted full remission and 6,400 half-fee remission. The government has been upholding the principle of prudent financial management. To ensure the proper use of public funds, the EDB is committed to providing 12-year free quality education and has been allocating substantial resources to enhance education quality, providing timely support to families with financial needs and alleviate the burdens of parents. In addition, the EDB have regularized the payment of student grant starting from 2021 school year. All students in secondary day schools, primary schools, and special schools, including DSS schools, public sector schools, EFS schools, and private schools, as well as kindergarten, are provided with study grant of $2,500 every year to alleviate parents' burden in defraying education expenses. From the perspective of education system, free education doesn't mean that the government should provide all services free. Instead, we would deploy the scarce resources to precisely support student financial needs. Certain services and items will be charged on a user pay principle or have to be paid by parents, such as textbooks, school uniforms, and lunches, while assistance will be provided by the government for families with financial needs to attain such services or items. The ETB of the wheel, there's no policy justification for charging the examination fee on a user to change the examination of a user pays principle. And such policies should not be changed casually. As for the proposal to pay examination fee for school candidates which are Hong Kong students study in the mainland, we're not in a position to make a commitment at the moment. I'm very disappointed at the government's reply. It's not really in line with President Xi's aspiration for the SAR government to be more proactive and efficient. If we regularize the payment of DSE examination fee for students, then we would do away with the current situation whereby different departments are asking for different things and following different procedures in helping the students. For example, for the travel, some of its beneficiary of the student travel subsidy scheme cannot be benefited from the fee waiver. Would the administration be more proactive and be committed to helping all the DSE examination candidates and unify the procedures so that you pay the exam fees for all of them? This will make the system more efficient, and it would make the system much more efficient, and it would also provide convenience and facilitation to people's livelihood. So Ms. Kwok is asking for regularizing the payment of the Hong Kong DSE exam fees. As I've said, we are providing assistance to the WFS, FAA, and SWT in helping students in need. And the students will have to apply through their schools. This is because we want to deploy our resources precisely to help those in need. This system has been in place for a long time, and it's been working very smoothly. Mr. Rock Chan, in answering the question, the Secretary refers to data in 2019-2020, a student taking six subjects would be paying school fees amounting to 53% of the actual operating costs. But actually, arranging exams are the statutory buildings of the Hong Kong EAA. As the 2-year review of the financial structure of Hong Kong EAA has been completed, the Secretary has told us so. And now that you know, what would you do? What proposal would you make to the Hong Kong EAA in terms of the financial structure, so that there will be they will be able to be conducting examination most cost effectively, and even the self-financing. Secretary, in the long run, we would like the Hong Kong EAA to reduce its deficit and to be able to be viable in the long term. In the 2021, in our paper submitted, we suggested that there should be a prudent approach taken to roll out different measures for the longer-term financial health. It is estimated after 2023, the measures would yield results. There are a number of suggestions. First of all, cost control and increase revenue for Hong Kong EAA. We have a target set for savings for 3 financial years, that is from 2021 to 2023-24. They would adopt a 0-1-1 budget cut, and they would reduce the staff for 8 regular items. In 2023, they would be able to save $6 million. In 2023-24, they will again save $6 million. Secondly, adoption of technology to reduce costs and to streamline their procedures. The use of computer assessment, of online assessment, for oral examination, and also for AI assessment and marking would be introduced. This will not affect the fairness of examination, and there will be prior consultation with the education sector. The Hong Kong EAA is now assessing its infrastructure, and also to introduce more international examinations, which may be paper-based, to increase their revenue. Second, the government will provide more support. For example, for SEN students, to ensure that the SEN student will be able to take the examination in a fair environment. The administration will assist them in taking DSE examination. We would reduce the procedure as far as possible, and we will provide empty school campuses to satisfy their development needs. For example, Hong Ham school campus was leased to Hong Kong EAA for 10 years so that it can be used as an assessment and examination center. It would result in rental saving and related costs of about $8 to $10 million. The Hong Kong EAA will use that center to organize international examination, to explore new business areas, and also to lease the venue to outside bodies for seminars, resulting in additionally $1 million of revenue. The Hong Kong EAA is now tendering out the renovation work of the empty campus. We are going to streamline the procedure. We have accepted the report from the Curriculum Council on the streamlining of the assessment of 4 senior secondary schools. For example, the liberal studies subject will be replaced by a civil and independent, and that independent research component of the examination will be reduced, and there will be mainland visits that would start in 2022 in Form 4 classes, and some of the examination adjustments have been introduced, resulting in lower costs as for the business development of Hong Kong EAA, and they are carrying out a strategic review of the infrastructure and equipment, so that they will be able to organize examination in line with global trend, and also to cope with the uncertainty faced brought by the epidemic. The Hong Kong EAA will also embark on capital investment in the information system, the examination platform, and infrastructure project, where it is necessary to refurbish examination centers, to provide additional computer terminals for more oral examinations, and they would enhance the operation of Hong Kong DSE examination, resulting in future costs. The Education DB has utilized $366 million approved by FS, and also if need, we will provide special funding to Hong Kong EAA to satisfy their development needs, and to make sure that the Hong Kong EAA can ensure is a longer term and healthy growth of the organization. Mr. Benson, no. In the main reply, the Secretary explains why the government will not regularize the payment of examination fee for the candidates. And mainly is about the user pays principle. Well, it would be fair if we are able to choose to use the service in question or not. But for secondary schools, taking the DSE examination is a must. They have no choice. So I'm afraid this user pays principle is really appropriate here. I don't think it's really appropriate here, but paying examination fee for candidates is a move of kindness for their families. In 2023 budget, the annual cost is about $149 million. Compared with the overall expenditure of the government, is not a really big sum. So I believe this is in line with prudent financial management principle. My question is, if we are to regularize the payment of exam fees for school candidates, what more would be needed to do this? Apart from the user pays principle, so that we can maintain the flexibility in offering the fee waiver, and that the government can use the resources for more urgent and more urgently needed areas. If we use we pay the school fees and give the money to the DSC for exam, it would affect the public finance principle and also the Hong Kong EAA as an independent statutory body. It operates on a self-financing basis as an independent statutory body. If we take up the bill, the Hong Kong EAA would become a government subsidized body. This will affect the position of Hong Kong EAA in the Hong Kong EAA ordinance, and also the nature of Hong Kong EAA as a financially independent statutory body. And this is not really in relation to the long-term healthy growth of Hong Kong EAA, not quite beneficial. If we want to support the candidates, actually annually, depending on the needs, we are providing sufficient assistance in the future for SEN students and the related subsidy. We would simplify the procedure. I believe by doing this, we can help those who are really in need precisely and to the point. Mrs. Regina Yip. President, I don't agree to the across-the-board approach proposed to pay DSC examination fees for all candidates. This may result in waste. Resources should be deployed for those in need. But Secretary, we should try to compress or reduce the expenditure of Hong Kong EAA as far as possible. For example, WKCDA is facing a big deficit, and we should try to reduce the expenditure as far as possible. And you have tried to streamline the examination arrangement. I know the Hong Kong EAA also offer practical examinations with only 20 to 30 candidates. Perhaps such examinations should be cancelled, because with more papers and more examinations organized, the higher the cost. And also the fees asked for reviewing examination results are very expenditure. Secretary, you should try to ask them to reduce their expenditure, because with a dwindling student population, the deficit is going to be larger. We would regularly review the curriculum and the cost of examination and the candidates taking such examination. But at the same time, we are committed to providing quality education service. Hong Kong EA has been adopting positive measures to cut expenditure and explore new revenues. We have put a cap on the staff numbers, reduce overtime pay, reduce rent expenditure, provided that the quality of public examination will not be compromised. We would regularly review their manpower resources and also other measures to reduce exam costs.
Question 4, the Honorable Lam Chan Singh. Thank you, President. The Hong Kong Observatory issued a total of 116 very hot weather warnings from 2015 to 2019. Last year alone, the number of very hot days even hit a record high of 54. On the other hand, the number of heat stroke-related work injury cases registered at the Labour Department LD from 2013 to 2017 was 100. On preventing employees from suffering heat stroke at work, where the government informed this council one of the respective numbers of heat stroke-related work injury and fatal cases registered at LD in each of the past 3 years. 2. Given that the interdepartmental working group set up by the government conducted a review in 2020 on the improvement measures in respect of the remuneration packages and labor protection for non-skilled employees engaged by government service contractors, and it recommended in its review report that contractors be required to provide uniforms with dry-fit properties for non-skilled employees engaging in outdoor work in summer, and that measures on preventing heat stroke, such as provision of suitable work arrangements and supply of cool, potable water, be included in the tender briefs as guidelines for good practice of the latest implementation situation of the reference recommendations and the current total number of non-skilled employees who have benefited from such recommendations. And 3, as the high-temperature labor protection measures implemented by the People's Government of Guangdong Province stipulate that where the temperature reaches above 37 degrees Celsius to below 39 degrees Celsius, the duration of outdoor work of employees at open areas shall not be more than 6 hours, and where the temperature reaches above 39 degrees Celsius, outdoor work at open areas shall be suspended. Whether the authorities will, by drawing reference from the reference practice, enact legislation on employees working outdoors under very hot weather, including making it a statutory requirement for conducting the risk assessments as set out in the booklet Risk Assessment for the Prevention of Heat Stroke at Work, compiled by LD, as well as expressly specifying working hour limits and proportion of rest time for employees who work under very hot weather. If so, of the details. If not, the reasons for that. Secretary for Labour and Welfare. President, having consulted the relevant departments, my consolidated response to the member's question is set out below. 1. The number of work injury cases related to heat strokes registered by the Labour Department LD in the past 3 years, that is 2019, 2020, and 21, are 20, 12, and 22 respectively. The figure in 2021 is provisional, as some cases are still under investigation. There were no fatalities in these cases. 2. The Labour and Welfare Bureau set up an interdepartmental working group in 2020 to review the improvement measures for both the remuneration packages and labor protection of non-skilled employees engaged by government service contractors, GSCs. The working group consisted of members from 4 departments that use more non-skilled employee services, such that is the Food and Environmental Hygiene Department, Leisure and Cultural Service Department, Housing Department, and Government Property Agency. The working group submitted a report in January 2021 recommending further measures to improve the working environment and the remuneration packages of non-skilled employees. To prevent heat stroke at work in hot environment for non-skilled employees, the report recommended 1. Where necessary, including clauses in service contracts tendered on or after the 1st of April 2021, requiring GSCs to provide uniforms with dry-fit properties to non-skilled employees engaged in outdoor work in summer. And 2, incorporating heat stroke prevention measures promulgated by the LD into the tender documents as a good practice guideline. The measures include providing suitable work arrangements, making use of mechanical aids in work to reduce physical demands, scheduling regular breaks for employees to rest in cooler areas during very hot periods, and providing cool, potable water for employees to drink at all times. The above 4 major procurement departments have been implementing the recommendations of the working group progressively from the 1st of April 2021 and suitably adding the recommended measures in the tender documents when renewing their service contracts. Currently, a total of 12,369 non-skilled employees benefit from the relevant service contracts. As the contracts for employing non-skilled employees to provide service generally last for 2 to 3 years, the above 4 departments are expected to fully implement the relevant recommendations in 2024, and the total number of non-skilled employees benefiting from the arrangement will be more than 38,000 by then. 3. Heat stroke is caused by heat stress. The level of heat stress at work depends on many factors, apart from temperature. The factors also include humidity of the working environment, airflow, heat, radiation level, workload of employees, clothing worn by employees, and whether employees are accustomed to torrid environments, etc. The government therefore considers that it is not appropriate to regulate outdoor working hours and rest periods based solely on temperature. Taking into account that summer temperature in Hong Kong is getting higher and higher, employees who work outdoors do face a certain risk of heat stroke. The LD is actively considering formulating more detailed and specific guidelines based on Hong Kong Heat Index from the Hong Kong Observatory to require employers to take appropriate heat stroke prevention measures in extremely hot weather. The LD has always been concerned about the risk of heat stroke faced by outdoor workers. It launches a large-scale promotional campaign on heat stroke prevention every summer and promotes the importance of heat stroke prevention through various media and online platforms. Since last year, the LD and the Occupational Safety and Health Council have launched the Portable Waste Fan Sponsorship Scheme for Small and Medium Enterprises, SMEs, to provide subsidies to SMEs in industries with a higher risk of heat stroke to purchase waste fans. According to Section 6 of the Occupational Safety and Health Ordinance, employers are required to provide for or maintain plants and systems of work that are, so far as reasonably practicable, safe, and without risks to health. Such requirements include the implementation of appropriate risk control measures at the workplace to protect employees from heat stroke while at work. To assist employers in fulfilling their duties, the LD has issued a guideline on risk assessment for the prevention of heat stroke at work, which details the various risk factors that should be considered when conducting risk assessments and recommends corresponding control measures for each risk factor. The LD conducts inspection and law enforcement to ensure that employers comply with these legal requirements, including checking whether employers have referred to the above-mentioned guideline to assess the relevant risk factors for heat stroke at work and take corresponding control measures as far as reasonably practicable to protect the health of employees. If our inspection reveals that an employer has failed to refer to the guideline to carry out the required risk assessment and take appropriate control measures, corresponding enforcement actions will be taken. Thank you, President. Ms. Lam Chanson. Thank you, President. Now, I had to attend some of the celebration activities for the July 1st. So in the end of June, I took the PCR test almost every day at mobile stations set up by the government. These stations were set up on hot service football pitches. Even if there are tents, and there are fans, the environment is stuffy, and colleagues said that the working condition was tough. So in the reply, the government said that there shouldn't be requirements on the rest periods and work hours for people. Now, in the next few months, we will be seeing many very hot weather warnings. So in the next few months, what more could the government do to promote awareness, and so people will comply with the risk assessment guidelines? Secretary, Now, we have already introduced the guidelines on risk assessment for prevention of heat stroke at work for a long time. And, every year during the summer, of course, that's the peak period. And then we will use different channels to publicize the message. In the past, we've been using mostly conventional channels, but then in recent years, of course, there are many new media platforms. So we try to publicize the message for both employers and employees. And employers have to follow the guidelines such as the temperature, humidity, the workload, and so on. And so employers will do the risk assessment. It's been working well, and then we encourage employers to make use of the risk assessment form so that the workers could still carry out work under heat. And then and also Labor Department has been carrying out enforcement action in 2021. We've conducted some 26,000 inspections. We would issue warnings or even take up prosecution in serious cases. Thank you. Mr. Charles Yu Chung. Thank you, President. In the reply, the Secretary said that, we shouldn't just regulate outdoor working hours and rest periods based solely on temperature. But temperature is an objective, accurate, and straightforward index that everyone could understand. When the temperature is high, when employers see the temperature is high, they could make immediate arrangement for their outdoor workers. And then we could effectively reduce the cases of workers, suffering from heat stroke. The government said this cannot be the only factor relied upon. There are many other factors to consider as well. But then, as mentioned on the mainland, they just look at the temperature, and then employers will have to arrange rest periods for workers. The rest periods would not affect the work arrangement for the employers because we're just talking about short breaks. So, Secretary, would you do a bit more here? You say we have to consider a number of factors. I agree, but then we have to see under what circumstances we could require rest periods for outdoor workers to minimize the chance of heat stroke. Secretary, I would like to thank Mr. Charles Yu Chung for his question. Yes, it's true. If you look around the world and see measures taken to prevent heat stroke, each country will have regard to his own situation in making the necessary arrangements. And we note that in Guangdong province, they have the arrangement that is if the temperature is above 39 degrees Celsius, there would be certain arrangement. So their approach is different from ours. For us, we look at a series of indexes because, scientifically, temperature is not the only factor. Humidity is important, heat radiation, the kind of clothing, and whether the work is physically demanding and so on. There are other factors to consider other than temperature to see if there's a chance of heat stroke. Of course, it's good to have a series of indexes, but perhaps we get more specific. That's why in the main reply, I said that we are actively looking at the situation, and we may have regard to the Hong Kong Heat Index from the Hong Kong Observatory. And then we could then formulate more detailed and specific guidelines. So then there will be even more objective consideration to make sure that employers and employees are both protected. Thank you.
Question 5, Edward Lam. Thank you, President. It is learned that as early as 2003, when the country's first astronaut sent into space visited Hong Kong, quite a number of Hong Kong youths were inspired and embraced the aspiration of becoming an astronaut. In June last year, a chief designer of the country's manned space program indicated that Hong Kong citizens were welcome to participate in the manned space program and that technical preparation had been completed for the selection of astronauts in Hong Kong. In this connection, will the government inform this Council 1 in respect of enabling enabling Hong Kong citizens to participate in the country's manned space program, whether the government has discussed or will discuss with the relevant departments on the mainland on the selection of astronauts in Hong Kong for receiving training or working on the mainland. 2. Are the policies and measures in place for enabling Hong Kong youth to aspire to be involved in manned space program to make early preparation for the development in this field and for providing them with relevant support. And 3, as it is learned that the country's astronauts are all military personnel, while currently Hong Kong citizens cannot join the army on the mainland, rendering them unable to become the country's astronauts, even though they may be talents who have the ability to become astronauts. Whether the government will conduct discussion with the mainland authorities on allowing Hong Kong youths who meet the requirements to join the army so that they may advance towards their space exploration. Secretary for Constitutional and Mainland Affairs. President, the continuous efforts of the country is breaking new ground in aerospace technology in recent years, have consolidated in its leading position in the global aerospace arena, and made Chinese people all over the world proud. Last year, 3 astronauts returned to Earth safely after a 3-month-long stay in space and have successfully completed the first crewed mission for space station construction of the country's manned space program. In June this year, the launch of the manned Shenzhou 14 spacecraft was a complete success, and the 3 astronauts began a 6-month stay in orbit. In June last year, an aerospace technology delegation, including a number of eminent scientists, was arranged by the country to visit Hong Kong. During their stay in the country, they visited a number of schools to speak with students on the development journey and the latest situation of the country's astronautical endeavors. They also brought with them lunar soil samples collected from the moon by the country last year for public display in Hong Kong for the first time, allowing Hong Kong people to share the country's distinguished aerospace achievements. In September last year, several Hong Kong scientific researchers and students had an invaluable opportunity to have a real-time online chat with the 3 astronauts while they were in space. The astronauts cordially answered the questions raised by the students at the activity venue. The event received an overwhelming response from the community. These invaluable activities are testimony to the care and support of the country for Hong Kong, and they have inspired many Hong Kong students in aerospace and other scientific fields. Having consulted the Innovation, Technology and Industry Bureau, the Education Bureau, and the Security Bureau, the consolidated reply to the question raised by Mr. Edward Leung is set out below. The government has been continuously promoting STEM, science, that is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and STEAM, that is science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics education at schools, so as to enhance students' interest in science and technology. While the science subject curriculum of junior secondary education covers basic scientific knowledge of space navigation, the physics subject curriculum of senior secondary education has an elective unit on astronomy and aerospace science. We also suggest schools organizing life-wide learning activities, including visit to the Hong Kong Space Museum, to enrich students' learning in aerospace technology. Also, several local universities provide aerospace courses. Moreover, Hong Kong possesses strong capabilities in research and development, with 5 universities at the world's top 100. These are solid foundations for cultivating young people to participate in innovation and technology careers, including aerospace industry. We will continue to press ahead related work in the future. Although the country's astronauts who have participated or are participating in a manned space program are all from the background of Air Force pilots, we understand that besides Air Force pilots, some of the 18 astronauts of the 3rd batch selected in 2020 are professionals of other streams, such as scientists and engineers of research institutes, specialists of research units, etc. They are now undergoing relevant training. In fact, Hong Kong has been participating in the aerospace industry of the country. For example, the Hong Kong Polytechnic team developed this surface sampling and packing system, and They have assisted Chang'e 5 in completing the lunar sample return mission. Besides, the Mars landing surveillance camera has provided support to Mars landing of Tianwen-1. Over the years, the government has been nurturing innovation and technology talents, encouraging the implementation of popular science education at schools, and strengthening the students' knowledge in and application of information technology outside curriculum. On top of the regular curriculum, we launched the IT Innovation Lab in secondary schools and Knowing More About IT program to subsidize primary and secondary schools to organize information technology related extracurricular activities, and the STEM internship scheme to subsidize universities to arrange short-term internship for the students taking STEM related programs with a view to fostering their interest in pursuing careers in IT in future and nurturing more IT talents for Hong Kong and the country. Moreover, to attract more outstanding international research talents to work in Hong Kong, we launched the Global STEM Professorship in June 2021, which provides funding for the universities to recruit internationally renowned IT scholars and their teams to take up teaching or research work in Hong Kong with a view to expanding the local INT talent pool. Besides, the Hong Kong Space Museum has organized since 2009 the Young Astronaut Training Camp to select around 30 local secondary school students during summer holidays, each time to undergo astronaut training program in Beijing, Jiuquan, etc., at which included undergoing simulated astronaut training, meeting with aerospace specialists and astronauts, etc., in order to understand the achievements of aerospace technology of the country. President, the aerospace industry of a country is developing rapidly. Hong Kong possesses outstanding R&D capabilities and a university team which takes part in space exploration projects. The government will actively press ahead the development of IT in Hong Kong and, at the same time, support various institutions participating in aerospace and technology projects of the country with a view to contributing to building the country into one which is strong in science and technology. Mr. Edward Leung. Thank you, President. Well, our country's aerospace technology is developing in leaps and bounds, and we have actually got Shenzhou 14. And when it comes to Shenzhou 14, well, astronauts yesterday actually gave an interview to the People's Daily yesterday, and they gave a very important message. That is, they sincerely invited Hong Kong citizens to join the country's aerospace development. And this year is the 25th anniversary of our return to the motherland. And therefore, for young people aspiring to become astronauts, can there be some good news? Astronauts, Secretary. Well, thank you for your further question. As I said in the main reply, in fact, the government has all along attached a lot of importance to INT development in Hong Kong. And under the 14th Five-Year Plan, in terms of our positioning in our country's development, we have also aspired to become the INT center of our country. And when it comes to nurturing of talents, in particular, nurturing of our youth talents. Well, when President Xi gave a speech at the inauguration ceremony for the new term of government, he already said that youth are the pillars of our society, and therefore, in terms of IT training for our youth, we do attach a lot of importance to that. As I said, there were curriculum development and also extracurricular activities to nurture these talents. And in terms of INT, there are a number of initiatives that are underway. And if you're interested, I can invite the Bureau head to explain the details to you. But then our main task is to enhance the youth's interest in INT, and that would include aerospace, that's part of it. And as the ambient environment of our community improves, and also if we are able to provide a suitable platform under our curriculum, then their knowledge and also their specialty and their experience will accumulate, then I'm sure in the INT area, including aerospace technology, I'm sure they'll be able to make a contribution to our country's aerospace mission. Secretary for Innovation and Technology and Industry. I'd like to thank Mr. Edward Leung for his question. Well, as the Secretary just said, in recent years, we have more and more young people who are interested in aerospace technology. And in the past, we have done a lot of education. And for example, in 2016, the HAB and also the officer on the mainland worked together. And we have also got this program on manned mission of a country. And as a result, they went to Jiuquan and they paid a visit to the space center there. And in recent years, as you said, we also jointly run the Spirit of the Era. And then there was a direct chat between Hong Kong students and also the astronauts in space. And they were able to write directly to the astronauts in space. And there was strong message expressed to the astronauts. And they also managed to get direct replies from those astronauts. So that shows that they are taking pride in the achievements of our country. And in recent years, we have also done a lot. For example, our Polytechnic University and also the HKUST in recent years have also arranged for programs related to aerospace technology. At present, there are 3 universities in Hong Kong, and every year, no less than 100 students would be able to focus on aerospace technology. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Kenneth Leung. Well, President, I think young people should be involved in the major missions of our country, and that would also enhance their sense of identity, because Hong Kong students have fewer opportunities to be directly involved in aerospace mission. And taking advantage of aerospace technology development, that would be a very good opportunity for us to get involved. And therefore, I'd like to know whether or not we would take advantage of the success that we have achieved so far. How can we enhance the sense of pride and sense of identity of our young people in our country? Secretary for Constitutional and Mainland Affairs. Thank you, President, for the question. Well, as I said in the main reply, all along, we attach a lot of importance to young people's development, in particular in the area of innovation and technology. And of course, when it comes to innovation and technology, aerospace technology is an indicator of the consolidated strength of our country. And with the rapid development in aerospace development as a Chinese national, our sense of belonging and sense of pride and sense of identity have been enhanced. That's precisely the reason why last year, after the completion of the mission, we immediately arranged for the aerospace technology delegation to visit Hong Kong, so that we can take advantage of such activities to inspire the students, so that they will have greater interest in INT as well as aerospace technology. And we will continue with that effort. Other than doing that in the school curriculum, we will offer appropriate programs to enhance the students' interest and knowledge. And we will also be creating the right environment conducive to the young people's development in these areas, so that that would be the point where they can gain access to these areas. Mrs. Regina Ip. President, can I ask one of the Bureau Directors to explain to us in simple terms, that is, well, for non-military Hong Kong citizens, if they're interested in aerospace activities, to really travel to space, whether in terms of their physical ability, age, and also their knowledge area, how can they be qualified? And also, will you also assist the central authorities in selecting the right members of the community, so that they can also join in such missions? Secretary. Yes, thank you, Mrs. Ip, for your question. Well, as we said, right now, for the selection of astronauts, well, during the first 2 batches selection, mostly they had the background of being Air Force pilots. But then in the third batch, you can see that there are already people from a non-Air Force background. For example, we have scientists and engineers of research institutes being selected. So in terms of the avenues available, with the advancement in aerospace technology, more disciplines, experts are also able to join in that mission. And in this regard, we will also collaborate closely with our mainland counterparts. We have emphasized repeatedly that in terms of innovation and technology, we will continue to deepen our collaboration with our mainland counterparts. And in the area of innovation and technology, aerospace technology is part of it. And therefore, in our future collaboration and exchange, we will try to adopt a multi-pronged approach so that there would be diversified collaboration, and where necessary, we would also take it up with the central authorities, and we will reflect to them that there are opportunities that we can take up so that we can also refine such opportunities. As far as the current requirements are concerned, we don't really fully understand the requirements because for the selection criteria, I'm sure Mrs. Yip would understand. They have not disclosed the full details of the criteria in the selection process. In the future, with the deepening of collaboration between us, I'm sure we will be able to get hold of more information, and I'll disclose that in due course. Kenneth Wong, thank you, President. Well, in the government's main reply, I noticed that arrangements were made for Hong Kong students to visit Beijing and Jiuquan, to visit the astronaut training facilities and so on. So I'd like to know, well, in Wenchang in Hainan, the central authorities have also set up a sizable satellite base. And in fact, recently I also went to Wenchang in Hainan. I also saw the Changzheng 1. And on the same day, a Baptist University team was also there. So I hope that you can attach more importance to Hong Kong university teams participating in aerospace development in our country, and afterwards their achievements can also be promoted among students of Hong Kong. So I hope that you can consider that. Thank you, President, and thank you, Dr. Kennedy Wong, for your very constructive suggestion. Yes, we will pass on your comment to the organizer so that when they make adjustments to the arrangements, they can refine the details so that they can also enhance the results. Maybe I can also invite the secretary to speak a bit more on this. Yes, thank you. In fact, targeting our universities and also for research funding for aerospace technology that has been increasing. For example, through the ITF, there were 6 projects being supported, and many of them have to do with aerospace technology, for example, raw material science and electronics and so on. We do encourage research teams in the universities of Hong Kong to collaborate with our mainland teams, because that's also part of the integration process with our country. And as we just said a couple of years ago, we also introduced this program on having access to science. We would try to reach out to overseas professionals and researchers. So that is the Global STEM professorship, so that they would be recruited and come back to Hong Kong. And many Hong Kong universities are also establishing their own curriculum. And therefore, we are actually attracting more and more such talents to come to Hong Kong. And in a few years' time, I'm sure Hong Kong's aerospace studies will develop rapidly. And that would also include more exchanges. And research students and also university students would also have a chance to have more contacts. And I'm sure we will also contact our counterparts on the mainland, and our researchers in the universities would also take the students to Jiuquan and Beijing and other places in China to visit them. Yes, Mr. Ma Fengkuo. Thank you, President. I'd like to ask about part 3 of the question. If Hong Kong students would like to take part in aerospace missions, they might have to have a military background. But then, well, for many Hong Kong young people, many of them are willing to consider joining the military of our country so that they can also be the defenders of our national security. I think in a country, that's the obligation of the youth. And indeed, that is also the aspiration of many Hong Kong young people. But then the SL government has yet to make such arrangements to enable Hong Kong young people to join the army in whatever form so that they be able to get involved in the work of the military so that they can defend our country. They can also acquire knowledge of high technology and be involved in research and development projects like this. So I'd like to ask the SAR government, do you have any intention or consideration to meet the aspiration of our youth to be loyal to our country because they'd like to be the defenders of our country's security? And at the same time, we can also nurture many young talents so that they can also have a chance to develop their skills in aerospace technology. Thank you, President, and thank you, Mr. Ma, for your question. First, in accordance with the Army law of our country, there is no requirement for Hong Kong young people to be drafted into the army. And if Hong Kong young people would like to display their loyalty to our country, I'm sure there are many channels available. Well, in different positions, well, if they are patriots to our country, so long as they can hang on to such mindset, if they have a sense of identity, sense of belonging, and sense of pride to our country, then I'm sure they'll be able to make contribution to our country. Thank you.
Last question requiring an oral reply. Dr. Kenneth Wong. President, it's been reported that on the 25th anniversary of Hong Kong's return to the motherland, the government advertised through the Hong Kong Economic and Trade Office, ETO, in Brussels, Belgium, on trams in Brussels to celebrate Hong Kong's return to the motherland. Although the content of the advertisement had been passed by the local transport company and the outsourced advertising contractor concerned, the advertisement was eventually pulled by the tram company due to the complaints from a group of anti-China netizens. In this connection, will the government inform this council, one, whether similar incidents have occurred recently when other overseas CTOs of the government are carrying out promotional work on celebrating Hong Kong's return to the motherland? If so, how the authorities follow up such incidents? Two, whether in the light of the aforesaid incident, the government has assessed the difficulties that it may encounter in its work on publicizing and promoting Hong Kong in future, and how it would deal with such difficulties. And three, of its plans to introduce in detail the actual situation of the 25th anniversary of Hong Kong's return to the motherland and the successful implementation of one country, two systems in Hong Kong to international partners of Hong Kong through its overseas CTOs, and whether it will formulate key performance indicators for the relevant promotional work, if so, of the details, if not, the reasons for that. Secretary for Commerce and Economic Development. President, the 25th anniversary of the establishment of Hong Kong SAR of the People's Republic of China is an important milestone for our country and Hong Kong SAR. Under the theme, A New Era, Stability, Prosperity, Opportunity, the Hong Kong SAR government has organized a series of promotional events around the world, signaling Hong Kong's new chapter of governance and prosperity, and the Hong Kong will endeavor to integrate into the overall development of our country, proactively aligning with national development strategies such as the 14th Five-Year Plan, the development of Greater Bay Area (GPA) and high-quality development under the Belt and Road Initiative. As the overseas official representative of Hong Kong SAR government, the 14 overseas Hong Kong economic and trade officers (ETOs) have partnered with government departments and agencies, including the Information Services Department, Invest Hong Kong, Hong Kong Trade Development Council, and the Hong Kong Tourism Board, as well as chambers of commerce and professional bodies, to organize over 160 events. These events comprise Hong Kong Month, Hong Kong Week, seminars on the Belt and Road Initiative and the GPA, and art and cultural performances, roving exhibition, dragon boat races, food festival, etc., showcasing Hong Kong's efforts and achievement in the past 25 years, and fostering confidence and hope across all sectors overseas to jointly welcome a new era. As regards the three parts of the question raised by Honorable Kenneth Wong, my reply is as follows. In Senate 1 and 2, in celebration of the 25th anniversary of the establishment of Hong Kong SAR, Brussels CTO has organized 14 events, including Hong Kong Month in Europe. In June this year, Brussels CTO launched a publicity campaign themed Hong Kong is moving ahead. Hong Kong trams in Europe, in Brussels, Istanbul, Lisbon, and Milan, spreading the news of the 25th anniversary of the establishment of Hong Kong SAR across Europe. Furthermore, in line with the promotions of the 15th and the 20th anniversaries of the establishment of Hong Kong SAR, Brussels CTO planned to dress Medican P, the Brussels tourism attraction, in his Hong Kong costume previously donated to the local city government. Throughout the planning of these two events, Brussels CTO have maintained close communication with the relevant public transport authority and the city government. The government expresses regret and disappointment over the decision of the relevant institutions to withdraw from the promotional events. As a matter of fact, the tram publicity campaign was successfully held in Istanbul, Lisbon, and Milan. Moreover, gala receptions hosted by Brussels CTO for the 25th anniversary celebration in Brussels, Dublin, The Hague, Lisbon, and Milan were warmly received. And the reception cum exhibition on the West Kowloon Cultural District held in Paris was favorably reviewed by international travel news media. The SAR government expresses gratitude to all sectors for the support in these events. In addition, with the support from all sectors, the gala dinner in Toronto and the art exhibition in Richmond were successfully organized by Toronto ETO for the celebration of the 25th anniversary. Despite nuisances caused by a small number of protesters, the government requests that certain individuals cause nuisances to the celebration. These were isolated incidents. ETOs shoulder the responsibility of promoting Hong Kong overseas and will continue to perform their duties with perseverance, sparing no effort in enhancing Hong Kong's international reputation and sharing the joy of celebrating the 25th anniversary of the establishment of Hong Kong SAR with communities worldwide. In fact, at the end of June, ETOs have successfully hosted over 50 celebration events for the 25th anniversary, including the Hong Kong Through the Looking Glass miniature art exhibition, the Hong Kong Story Youth Competition, the Dragon Boat Race Festival, and the reception for international students from Hong Kong, etc., receiving positive feedback and support across all sectors. For example, in May this year, the then Secretary for Commerce and Economic Development officiated the opening ceremony of roving exhibition and attended a business luncheon with more than 100 participants from the business community for the celebration of the 25th anniversary in Bangkok, Thailand. In June, the Minister of Trade of Indonesia delivered a speech at a business conference hosted by Jakarta ETO to celebrate the 25th anniversary, and it was attended by around 240 members of the local political and business sectors, exemplifying the close relationship between the two places. Furthermore, ETOs have organized celebration banquets and receptions in various cities with participation by the local Chinese councils, journal, and members of the political, business, and academic communities. ETOs have been providing updates on Hong Kong's latest situation to stakeholders from different sectors, including members of political, business, and academic communities, think tanks, and media outlets, actively promoting the successful implementation of one country, two systems, Hong Kong's new chapter of governance and prosperity following the enactment of national security law, and patriots administering Hong Kong, as well as Hong Kong's important role under national development strategy, such as the 14th Five-Year Plan, the Belt and Road Initiative, and high-quality GBA development, attracting investment and discovering more collaboration opportunities. Through organizing various celebration events for the 75th anniversaries, ETOs have deepened collaboration with overseas stakeholders and promoted the achievement of Hong Kong as an East and East-West center for international cultural exchange. The external promotion of Hong Kong is part of the regular duties of ETOs. The performance indicators of the operation of ETOs have been listed under the relevant heads of the Controller Officer's report in the budget, including resources allocated to ETOs, policy objectives, event descriptions, etc. The key performance indicators for evaluating the services of ETOs included a number of calls on senior government officials or organizations, seminars, exhibitions, workshops, and promotional activities organized and participated, newsletters, pamphlets, and press releases issued, and public speeches and media interviews or briefings given. In line with relevant policy objectives, ETO would ensure proper utilization of resources and assist policy bureaus in performing the duties of external promotion and liaison effectively. Thank you, President. Dr. Kenneth Wong. President, I thank the Secretary for Commerce and Economic Development for a very detailed reply. I would like to follow up on 2 points. We have 14 ETOs, overseas ETO, in different areas, in different regions. These regions may serve different strategic purposes for Hong Kong in the coming years. How can you ensure that these ETOs can do a better job? Well, you have asked a supplementary question. Let me invite the Secretary to reply. Secretary, thank you for your question. Since I assumed office, I have been conducting weekly meetings with all the ETOs by region, and then we have discussed the work plan for the next half of the year, and we also talk about the speech given by President Xi Jinping about the success of one country, two systems, our free economy, our legal system, and our advantages as a trade center, and also our advantages in the East-West cultural exchange, and how we can leverage on such efforts in our promotion and publicity work. And also we talk about the objectives and policies for the promotional work of the ETO. All the ETOs would share common goals and objectives in promoting Hong Kong's trade development. Dr. Tan Yue Heng. Thank you, President. So the topic is promoting Hong Kong. We have 14 ETOs. Apart from these, we have 16 offices or liaison offices in the mainland. So we will be doing promotion both in overseas countries and in the mainland. Altogether, we have 13 such ETO offices, which would serve similar purposes. Although mainland ETOs are not guided by the CEDB, but do you have any unified, systematic promotional plan for all these overseas offices? If not, perhaps you should consider adopting a consistent approach for all these overseas offices. Thank you for the question. Although mainland offices are not under the CEDB, but these offices have serve multiple purposes, not just trade, and they would carry out duties in line with the particular bureau's policies. We have mainland trade offices, and also together with the Trade Development Council and Invest Hong Kong, we have collaboration projects. We will promote Hong Kong's trade and economic investment with TDC. with 65 offices, including those of Invest Hong Kong in 128 countries, where they organize meetings, seminars, and promotional sessions, so that we can be integrated in the country's development and the dual circulation economic program. And we also facilitate the going out strategy of mainland enterprises. We have adopted a promotional strategy because of the epidemic. Many planned activities are not yet rolled out. But despite the epidemic, I will be trying to visit different countries to do my part to contribute to the economic development of Hong Kong, and I will be willing to discuss with cooperation plans with my counterparts. I'm going to Thailand later this year, and I will be attending in September the APEC meeting with the CE, and I will be doing all this to promote trade and investment in Hong Kong. Mrs. Regina Yip, I'm glad to learn from the Secretary that the nuisances experienced by our ETOs in Brussels and Vancouver are isolated incidents. These activities are good in promoting Hong Kong. The Information Services Department has engaged a consultant, costing us tens of millions of dollars in promoting Hong Kong, and it's been reported that Hong Kong is now seen in different lights by different countries in different regions. Or will the CEDB to come up with a thematic activities to attract the attention of their people? Of course, politicians have their biases, but we are not just targeting politicians. We are facing to the communities there. So how are we going to go about it? Thank you for your comments, Mrs. Yip. That's why I've talked to the ETOs region by region, and I've been talking about the focal points of different ETOs. So these meetings are not conducted with all the ETOs at the same time. And then we would finalize the work program for the latter half of the year. And through our consultants, we would try to understand the special features of different countries. For Europe, well, we will focus on Central Asia, emerging markets in Central Asia and Islamic countries and their needs. We will adopt a targeted approach. We will make suitable arrangements, organize suitable activities for different regions. Well, we would take on board the suggestions from the member. Mr. Tommy Zhang, my question is this, Secretary. In overseas countries, many chambers of commerce and people and individuals and scholars have given speeches that tend to smear Hong Kong. So are you going to do this, or have you done this? And have you turned your attention to these countries where we have experienced such smearing activities? So perhaps you can inform us of what they have been doing, so that we can do our part in preventing the dissemination of false information and the smearing campaign against Hong Kong and our country. Thank you for your question. In the ETOs, in all the ETOs, they will pay attention to local media and the publication of incorrect information on Hong Kong, and they will respond accordingly. And they have already written to different media to explain the situation in Hong Kong. And since June 2022, when we have the national security law, We have the ETOs have issued more than 1,000 emails and letters to different media to explain the economic and investment situation in Hong Kong. And we have also issued situational papers to CE and other principal officials so that they can explain the situation in Hong Kong when they make speeches. And there's a new report on Hong Kong's business environment. Our ETOs have been able to give the report to all stakeholders and explain to them the overall business environment in Hong Kong. After the improvement to our electoral system, the Central People's Government has also issued a white paper on Hong Kong's freedom and rule of law. And our ETOs have also made use of this white paper to explain to stakeholders that the new opportunities and the systematic foundation of our business environment. And they will also provide reports and response to their situation appropriately, and also to remind different bureaus of matters of concern that they should pay special attention to. Well, is your question not answered? Well, the Secretary has not answered my question as regards whether you would assess speeches given by chambers of commerce or universities. Have you done that? Well, this is a very valid question. The ETOs is in constant communication with the business community, scholars, and schools and universities. There will be regular briefing sessions, and they will also make use of different platforms in the community, and then we will disseminate our information and full pictures and paper. And we also pay attention to the messages expressed through such media so as to understand the local situation and comments on Hong Kong. Mr. Holden-Chow, this is disappointing in regard to this Brussels incident. In order not to give people the false impression that we would withdraw once they threaten us. So are you going to do it again, do the advertisement again in Brussels to celebrate the 25th anniversary? So would there be more work done in that regard? As I've said, the ETO would persevere and move forward in publicizing Hong Kong's overall situation. Although the Brussels incident is an isolated incident, but the ETO would try to find other opportunities to disseminate information on our business environment. So we'll try to do it again, so that citizens of and the government of Brussels will understand Hong Kong, and then we can improve things gradually. Dr. Kenneth Wong, my question for the Secretary is that whether our ETOs would liaise with our countries' consulate and embassies regularly in cooperation programs. If not, would that be done in the future? Under the one country, two system principle, our ETOs work independently, but there's a close communication. They would attend each other's programs, such as seminars, meetings, and cultural activities. And given suitable opportunities, our ETO will seek the help of our embassies and consulates. Thank you.
Government bills. This council resumes the second reading debate on the Professional Accountants Amendment Bill 2022. The Honourable Edmund Wong, Chairman of the Bills Committee on the bill, will first address the council on the committee's report. The Honourable Edmund Wong. President, thank you. As the chairman of the Bills Committee on Professional Accountants Amendments Bill 2022, the bill, I would like to report on the key deliberations of the committee. The bill seeks to amend the Professional Accountants Ordinance and make changes to the election mechanism of the Council of the Hong Kong Institute of Certified Public Accountants, Hkicpa Council, including the nomination threshold and election cycle for the election of elected members. The bill also seeks to amend the professional accounts bylaws to enhance the administrative procedures of Hkicpa. Members of the Bills Committee in general expressed support for the bill. They considered the bill is conducive to enhancing the governance and representativeness of the Hkicpa Council and also allows greater flexibility of Hkicpa regarding the conduct of general meetings and elected matters. On the election of elected members of Hkicpa, Council members discussed the requirements for candidates, reasons for the administration proposal to require members of the Advisory Committee to the Accounting and Financial Reporting Council, ARFC, to second nominations and criteria to be adopted in seconding nominations. The administration explained that the 14 elected members of the Hkicpa Council shall all be certified public accountants, CPAs with not less than 6 in full-time practice and not less than 6 otherwise than in full-time practice. On the new requirement for members of the ARFC Advisory Committee to second nominations, the administration explained that the requirements will motivate candidates to actively engage this advisory committee for support and also facilitate the advisory committee to better understand the concerns of the accounting profession and the work priorities of the new term of the Hong Kong ICPA Council. As a result, ARFC and Hkicpa would enhance the working relationship relating to the regulation and development of the profession. On whether a member of the advisory committee should second a nomination, the decision would rest entirely with the member after taking into account relevant factors such as the candidate's professional knowledge, background, experience in the sector, the candidate's conduct and integrity, etc. Members noted that the accounting profession has expressed concern that the proposed new biannual election cycle for all the elected members of the Hong Kong ICPA Council may give rise to risk of a total change of the council membership en bloc every 2 years. The administration pointed out that at present, Hong Kong ICPA conducts council election in November and December every year to fill the 7 vacancies. Aligning the election cycle of all the 14 elected members from an annual cycle to a biennial cycle would save Hkicpa's resources and ensure stability of the members during their 2-year term, which is conducive to the continuous delivery of the council's work priorities. To address the concern of the profession, the bill proposes that upon conclusion of a 2-year term of the council, the eligible past vice presidents may, upon fulfillment of the nomination requirements, be deemed to have been elected as the elected members of the new term of the council for the sake of continuity of the council. On the proposal to enhance the administrative procedures of the Hkicpa, the Bills Committee considers the relevant arrangements, including how members are considered present at a meeting held by electronic means and the voting arrangements at meetings. The administration advised that the proposed amendments to Hkicpa's administrative practices have reflected the resolution passed by Hkicpa at its 2020 annual general meeting. The resolution includes the proposal to allow Hkicpa's general meetings to be held by electronic means or both physically and by electronic means. This would ensure that meetings can proceed in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic or other unforeseen circumstances. If members wish to attend a general meeting held by electronic means, they are required to log into the Hkicpa's designated portal, and a member who is so logged in and attends the meeting would be considered present. On the voting arrangements, the proposed amendments would allow voting in person or by proxy at general meetings held physically by electronic means or both physically and by electronic means. However, due to the operational difficulty in counting votes if members attend a meeting by electronic means, the proposed amendments provide that a poll must be taken in place of a show of hands if the meeting is held by electronic means or both physically and by electronic means. President, I now turn to my personal views on the bill. First of all, I would like to make a declaration. I am a practicing senior accountant. I'm also a member, of course, of the Hkicpa. You know, changes are forever. That's why different systems will have to be perfected with changing circumstances. This is to ensure that the sustainability of the system. That's why the Hkicpa has to move with the times and make sure there is enhancement. The Hkicpa was set up for close to 50 years. At the beginning, there were about 400 members. Now there are over 40,000 professional accountants. As for registered students, there are over 16,000. But the current nomination threshold for the council elections remains as in the same as in 1973. That is, there just needs to be 2 nominations seconded by 2 members. Now we're talking about a professional body with over 40,000 professional accountants, and then we rely on 2 members to nominate a candidate to run in council election. So is that representative enough? That's why the bill proposes to raise the nomination threshold for candidates for the council election. That's really to enhance the mandate of the candidates, and in particular the elected members. Mr. Christopher Hui, Secretary for Financial Services and Treasury, proposed the enhancement proposal on the 8th of March, and then he gave a briefing to the panel on financial affairs on the 4th of April. And then the Hkicpa invited me and some other officials of the FSTB to an online meeting so that we could listen to the views, so they could listen to our views. And also there was some online poll among members conducted by the Hkicpa. The poll results were announced on the 27th of April. The poll survey shows that as 76.1% of members polled support the raising of the nomination threshold, and 71% of those polled agree that there should be 10 nominations. Issue nominations should be supported by 10 members, and then 78% agree that we should change the annual election cycle to a biennial one to reduce the burden on the institute, and then 68.9% of those polled support the proposal to for the nominations to be supported also by ARFC advisory committee members. So the proposals the bill are similar to the views expressed by in the poll. So far, since we've had the meeting of the Bills Committee, and even today, we have not received any views opposing the bill. Members in general express support for the bill, and I mean members of the Institute. Now, I represent the accounting profession, so I have the duty to go by the majority views of the accounting profession. Therefore, I will support the bill. The ARFC will soon be taking over the regulatory powers over the accounting profession. For the first 3 years, there will be exemption of the levy payment. I've been proposing that, but then the administration has not taken on board this view. So I and the sector are disappointed. I hope the administration will consider this proposal again for the benefit of the entire profession. I hope that after the enhancement of the election mechanism, then the new Hkicpa Council will work closely with the ARFC and the administration for the benefit of the 40,000 plus members. And then there will also be criteria, they will formulate the proper financial reporting criteria and so on. And then the government and the ARFC should give more resources to the Hong Kong Hkicpa for its continuous development, in particular for us to strengthen continuous professional training of our members. This will enhance our overall professional standard, and then we will be able to supply in sufficient and quality talents for the development of Hong Kong as an international financial center. Now, I hope the ARFC, the Hkicpa, and the government will work together to deal with the issue of bogus accountants that's been bothering the profession for a long time. And also, you should strive for recognition of the professional qualifications of Hong Kong accountants on the mainland, and then local accountants could make more contribution to the development of GPH to the Greater Bay Area. So I speak in support of the bill. Thank you.
係支持。
President, I support the Professional Accountants Amendment Bill 2022. I think the emphasis of this bill is not about taking away the regulatory power of the Hong Kong ICPA, but it's a departure on the part of government to adopt a laissez-faire approach. As a representative of the legal sector, I will certainly want to have a self-regulatory by the professionals, but with great power comes great responsibility, and it's not really about self-regulation without responsibility. So with power to self-regulate, there's a responsibility to develop the profession. Democratic rights is not about of giving the power to the government and we do nothing ourselves. Although it's an executive-led system, apart from the government, there are community organizations, professional bodies, unions, enterprises, which are all involved. They would be administering Hong Kong as a whole. If these bodies must want to enjoy self-regulatory power, they must be responsible for development. In the past, under the control of anti-Hong Kong, the elements in the Hong Kong ICPA, they have turned this association into a base to subvert the government, and they were doing nothing, and they stood in the way of Hong Kong's development. Ultimately, they harmed Hong Kong interests and the profession's interests. And since the association did not do a good job in helping Hong Kong develop, they do not deserve to have the self-regulatory powers. And then some of them enjoy disregard the need for professional development and will do as little as possible. So the so-called laissez-faire approach is actually doing nothing. Now this bill would amend the electoral system for professional accountants. It's an extension of the FRC ordinance, and it's about a joint effort to develop the accountancy profession. And therefore, the government is duty-bound to help the professionals to develop. And so the government is willing to do away with the laissez-faire approach. So I support this new direction. And I also give the thumbs up to Mr. Hui, the secretary. I hope the government will also respect the self-regulatory power of different professional bodies, and there should be close cooperation with them. And these professional bodies would also work actively to Hong Kong and towards the overall benefits and development of Hong Kong. So I submit. Dr. Stephen Wong, I rise to speak in support of the Professional Accountants Amendment Bill 2022. This bill is the result of a lot of reforms in the regulation of the accounting professions. And in 2021, the Financial Reporting Council Amendment Bill gave the power to the FRC in regulating the accounting profession, and that there's a new regulatory system put in place through the bill. I think this will facilitate the upgrading of regulatory standards, and it will also improve the credibility and acceptability of the professional standards of the accounting profession. With the transfer of the regulatory powers, the Hong Kong ICPA should pay more attention to professional development and the maintenance of professional standards. So when I look at this bill, I would ask myself whether this bill is good for the focus of the Hong Kong ICPA on professional development, and I would say yes, it's beneficial. In the future, well, in respect of the election of the members of the council, the previous threshold was too low, and in the future there should be the need to have a nomination by the AFRC. This will ensure that the members of the council would focus on the development and progress of the professional accountants. And through this system, Hong Kong ICPA will enjoy a closer relationship with AFRC, and there will be more exchanges and closer cooperation. This is good for the profession as a whole. I think the amendments are essential and are needed. Therefore, I support the passage of the bill. At the same time, I want to raise one extra factor to consider. With the number of nominations needed to be raised, and there's a need to have more seconders. Bigger accountancy firms would enjoy advantages just because of a scale of operation. Small and medium-sized firms and their voices may or may not be fully represented, and therefore the government should pay attention to the situation. Now with the threshold raised in terms of nomination, and also in the regulations standards are more or more in line with international standards. It means that small and medium-sized accountancy firms will need to deploy more resources to cope with the compliance requirements. And in a way, they may find it difficult to have the voices represented. Would it mean that small and medium-sized and accountancy firms will find the future a little bit unattractive? I hope we can help them. The government should help them through other policies so that they can, either in Hong Kong or in the Greater Bay Area, a bigger development space. As the Secretary has said, we need to balance regulation and development. But Hong Kong regulators many a time seem to focus more on regulation instead of development. So I hope the government help the Hong Kong ICPA in its efforts in promoting the profession and its development. Whether we are talking about big international firms or small and medium-sized firms, they will all have good room, a better room for development, because the professional service is our basic advantage. Accountancy profession is an important area. Therefore, we should strengthen its development. We should increase the competency. I support the bill.
Does any other member wish to speak? If not, I now call upon the Secretary for Financial Services and the Treasury to reply, and the debate will come to a close. Secretary. President, following the introduction of the Professional Accountants Amendment Bill 2022 into the Legislative Council on the 18th of May 2022, the Bills Committee has carefully discussed the policy intent and specific provisions of the bill, and I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to the Honourable Wong Chun Shek, Chairman of the Bills Committee, for leading the committee to a successful conclusion of its scrutiny work, and to members and the Bills Committee Secretariat and legal advisor for their participation and assistance. In fact, our civil service team has been given this great recognition, and I'll bring it back to them so that we will continue to do well. And as Mr. Wong said, it's about a balancing act between our development and also regulatory needs. I fully recognize that, and therefore, in making preparation for this bill, as I said, the advisory's composition, that is, the advisory committee's composition has already incorporated that, and therefore we also have a representative from the accountancy sector. With the completion of the negative vetting process of the 3 pieces of the subsidiary legislation relating to the new accounting profession regulatory regime, the new regime will come into operation on the 1st of October this year. By then, the major accounting professional regulatory functions will be independently regulated by the Accounting and Financial Reporting Council, the AFRC, while the Hkicpa, the Hong Kong Institute of Certified Public Accountants, will continue to play the role of a statutory professional body focusing on various professional functions, including the setting of accounting professional standards and the registration of professional accountants. To ensure that the Hkicpa can function more effectively and professionally under the new regulatory regime, the bill revises nomination requirements and cycle of election for the Hkicpa's council, enhances the professional role and representation of the council, and leads the Hkicpa in the transition and adaptation of its functions under the new regime, and enhances the Hkicpa's administrative procedures to improve its administrative efficiency and effectiveness. Chairman, as Mr. Wong has already set out, I'd like to elaborate on a few points that were put forward by the Bills Committee. First, nomination threshold for the election of elected members of the Council of the Institute. First, the nomination threshold for the election of elected members of the Hkicpa Council has been adopted since 1973, and there has not been any change in that, and that's not commensurate with the size of the Hkicpa, and which now has a membership of 46,000. We are trying to keep up with the times in order, and therefore we are proposing to raise the nomination requirement to 1 accountant nominated and then seconded by 9 accountants. The bill also requires candidates to be seconded by 2 members of the advisory committee of to the AFRC under the new accounting professional regulatory regime. This will facilitate a stronger communication between the Council and the Hkicpa under the new regime. In making appointments to the advisory committees, the government will also carefully consider the professional background and knowledge of the Hkicpa's duties of the appointees, and also avoid potential conflict of interest. We will work with the Hkicpa and the AFRC to develop guidelines on the factors to be considered in making nominations for the reference of members of the advisory committee. The final decision on whether or not to endorse the nomination of individual candidates is a matter for the independent judgment and decision of the individual advisory committee members. Next is about election cycle for members of the Hkicpa Council. The election cycle for the members of the Hkicpa Council, well, right now there are 14 members, and in order to ensure continuity, and therefore after the expiry of the 2-year term, then the vice president completing the last term will automatically become a member of the next council, and that has been supported by members of the Bills Committee. And at the discussion, I already explained that for those eligible former vice president, they would also have to meet the new nomination requirements before they can be an elected member of the advisory committee instead of automatically becoming the member. Next, with regard to the amendment to the bylaws of the professional, by the accounting professional law, well, that has been designed in accordance with that, and also that was also an amendment approved at the Hkicpa's 2020 annual general meeting. The amendments include allowing the holding of general meetings by electronic or mixed physical and electronic means, allowing members to appoint proxies to vote on their behalf at the general meeting, and so on and so forth, so as to provide sufficient procedural flexibility to allow the Hkicpa to continue to operate as usual under unforeseen circumstances, and to protect the effective participation of accountants in the affairs of the Hkicpa. President, the Hkicpa has an important role to play with the imminent commencement of the new regulatory regime for the accounting profession. We need to improve the Institute's corporate governance system in a timely manner and enhance its administrative effectiveness to ensure that the Hkicpa can cope with the various tasks under the new regulatory regime in a professional and effective manner. We have been communicating with representatives of the Hkicpa, the accounting profession, users of accounting services, etc., during the drafting process and have received their support for the proposal and have duly addressed their concerns. I urge members to support and pass the bill. The bill, if passed, will take effect on the 1st of November this year, after which the term of office of the current Hkicpa Council President, Vice Presidents, and elected members will be extended to the end of 2023, meaning that the Hkicpa will not need to hold an election at the end of this year and can focus on implementing the new regulatory regime, and the enhanced council election system can come into operation at the end of 2023. President, I so submit.
And now I'll put the question to you that the Professional Accountants Amendment Bill 2022 be read the second time. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Professional Accountants Amendment Bill 2022. This council now becomes committee of the whole council to consider the Professional Accountants Amendment Bill 2022. I now propose a question to you that the following clauses stand part of the bill. Clauses 1 to 22. Does any member wish to speak? If not, we now proceed with the voting. I put the question to you that the clauses read out by the clerk stand part of the bill. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. All the proceedings on the Professional Accountants Amendment Bill 2022 have been concluded in committee of the whole council. Council now resumes. Secretary for Financial Services and the Treasury. President, I now report to the Council that the Professional Accountants Amendment Bill 2022 has been passed by Committee of the whole Council without amendments. I move the motion that this Council adopts the report. And I propose a question to you that the Secretary's motion be passed. In accordance with the rules of procedure, this motion shall be voted on without amendment or debate. And I'll put the question to you as stated. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Third reading, Professional Accountants Amendment Bill 2022. Secretary for Financial Services and the Treasury. President, I move that the Professional Accountants Amendment Bill 2022 be read the third time and do pass. And I'll propose a question to you that the Professional Accountants Amendment Bill 2022 be read the third time and do pass. Does any member wish to speak? I now put the question to you as stated. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Professional Accountants Amendments Bill 2022.
This council resumed the second reading debate on the Inland Revenue Amendment Tax Concession for Certain Shipping-Related Activities Bill 2022. Mr. Holden Chow.
Madam Deputy, I speak in support of this bill to offer tax concessions for certain shipping-related activities. Well, for shipping agents, shipping broker, and shipping managers, they will enjoy tax concessions under this bill. Now, I have been followed up on the business of value-added shipping business, so that's why I would like to give my views on the bill. Now, the panel on financial affairs discussed this bill. I've also actually asked a written question. There are some important figures to consider. First, after the tax concession is offered, how could it help to create more jobs for Hong Kong. So those are the figures that members care about. Now, the written reply of the administration is that as at 2022, for companies engaging in shipping agency, shipping brokerage, and shipping management, there are some 200 plus companies employing over 6,000 people in 6,300 people or so. So we see that there are quite a number of people employed by the sector. The administration pointed out that after the tax concessions are offered, then in the next 10 years, some 27,000 direct employment opportunities will be created, and another 5,000 jobs, indirect jobs opportunities will be created. So after the bill is passed, I hope that in terms of the number of new companies coming to Hong Kong and the new jobs created, the government should regularly announce the figures. So then we'll be able to see the real effect of the tax concessions. And I understand that when the panel considered this bill, I was not the only one who raised this point. There were other members who raised the same point. So after the passage of the bill, the administration should keep statistics and also make regular announcement on how many new shipping companies are established and how many new jobs are created. And then we'll see if it's true that in the next 10 years, there will be direct employment of around 27,000 jobs. As for the businesses, eligible business for tax concession, the number of full-time qualified employees is just one person. I've asked why that threshold is set so low. And then in the written question, the administration gave comparison of figures in other countries or regions in the written reply, and it seems that they have a similar threshold. In Singapore, it's 5 employees. So if we want to attract more companies to come to set up business in Hong Kong, then if we keep the number of qualified employees low is understandable. But I must stress that since they're going to enjoy the tax concessions, I hope the government will be able to tell us what the real benefits are, say in terms of the direct employment or indirect employment, or the overall receipts for the sector as a whole in a year. So the government needs to monitor such developments. Now, the annual operating expenditure is at least $1 million. I think that's a necessary requirement because we want them to really invest in Hong Kong. So, Madam Deputy, I support the relevant tax concessions. And then President Xi Jinping said in his July 1st important address that Hong Kong could play a role as a shipping center, apart from providing professional services. And as a shipping center, we're not just talking about vessels calling in Hong Kong, but then we're talking about value-added shipping services such as shipping agency, shipping brokerage, and shipping management. So these should be the professional business that we should develop in Hong Kong and consolidate our position. Thank you. Mr. Edmund Wong. Now, in the 14th five-year plan, we are to consolidate our position as an international shipping center. And then President Xi, in his July 1st address, that we need to maintain our status as this important center. So, of course, this is an important task for the new SAR government. Hong Kong has enjoyed a good reputation as a shipping center, but then in recent years, we've seen challenges coming from the mainland, for example, the Yantian port, and then we don't have enough land to build new container terminals. That's why the overall throughput has dropped from 21,984 TEUs to now 17,960 TUs. We were ranked first. Now we've dropped to the ranking of number 9. So we're after Singapore and Shenzhen are actually before us now on the ranking list. So we want to increase our container terminal throughput and maintain our status as an international shipping center, but of course it's not realistic. So instead, we should turn our attention to value-added shipping services and to promote Hong Kong as an international shipping center. Now, container terminals could focus on value-added goods with high value, and at the same time, we should develop ship leasing, ship insurance, maritime law service, legal services, and so on. Now, the bill mentions shipping agents, shipping brokers, and shipping managers. They are to be offered tax concessions, so that moves in the right direction of developing Hong Kong's status as an international shipping center. Now, for the shipping agents, brokers, and managers, if they engage in qualified shipping services, then the profit tax rate will be 8.25%, which is half of the 16.5% of profit tax rate. That will help to retain businesses already in Hong Kong. At the same time, it will attract overseas businesses to come to Hong Kong to set up such a business, and then we could build a cluster of shipping business group, and then that will be synergy effect, and then other relevant services will be developed in Hong Kong, such as in terms of insurance, legal services, and so on. Now, according to the Legislative Council brief, the administration expects that in the next 10 years after the passage of the commencement of the bill, cumulative the business receipts will be about $32.5 billion for ship agency, ship management, and shipbroking business. And also there will be direct employment of around 27,600 jobs and indirect employment of around 50,000 to 55,000 jobs. So there will be various benefits brought about by the tax concessions. That's why I will support the bill. Of course, we want to further promote value-added shipping business. Apart from offering tax concessions, we need to bring in talents. Many young people don't have enough understanding about the shipping sector. And as people hear about maritime sector, to think, we're just talking about sailors, working on vessels. So apart from offering tax concessions, the government needs to do more publicity so young people learn about the prospects and the opportunities brought about by the shipping business sector. And then we need to work with some tertiary institutions to train even more talent. So I speak in support of the bill.
Thank you.
Mr. Frankie Yick. Madam Deputy, we have over 900 companies that are related to the Maritime Ministry. And of course, we do have ship agents, ship managers, and ship brokers in these companies. And the tax concessions to be offered to these companies aimed at the principles of these companies, so that tax concessions will be offered to them, so that more companies can base in Hong Kong, and that would also help develop the industry. The Liberal Party supports this, and we hope that this initiative can be implemented as soon as possible in order to further enhance Hong Kong's competitiveness, so that we'd be able to fulfill the tasks under the outline for GBA development, and that at the same time would also be able to respond to President Xi's remarks on 1st of July that we will have to consolidate and enhance Hong Kong's status as the international maritime center. In recent years, the ranking of Hong Kong as a maritime center has come down, and still we are still one of the top 10 busiest ports in Hong Kong, and a container terminal is just one of the elements, and it's not the only indicator. For example, the London container terminals throughput was also at the top, and now it's only ranked number 69 out of the 100 top ports. Still, they are still recognized as one of the international maritime centers, because they have been focusing on high-end development, and Hong Kong has had a history of over 100 years, and our maritime industry has been able to promote Hong Kong to become a diversified maritime services, including ship management and ship financing, and also insurance, and also registration, legal services, and maritime dispute resolution and arbitration, and so on. In other words, we will have to develop the high-end maritime industry in order to further consolidate Hong Kong's status as an international maritime center, so that we'll be able to become the shipping services center for the GBA and also the Belt and Road Initiative. In fact, 80% of the cargo will have to be shipped out by sea. In the past couple of years, we have been affected by the pandemic. According to the Baltic Sea Shipping Association, at present, in terms of orders for the construction of container vessels is a record high in 10 years, and therefore the relevant business has a lot of potential. And therefore, with the progressing of the Belt and Road Initiative and also the regional comprehensive economic cooperation, that is RCEP, the focus will move further east. In order to seize the opportunity, the SAR government has rolled out 3 initiatives related to the shipping industry, including offering ship leasing and also maritime insurance, and also to the shipping commercial principles, tax concessions will be offered. The direction is correct, but then we should not stay there. In fact, Hong Kong has a comprehensive international network. We are a free port. We also have a free flow of capital and people, and we have a simple and low tax regime. And also we have a comprehensive legal system, and also a good government, and also good financial system, and also a very good banking system. And we have also got 27 major trade partners that have already offered mutual legal or tax concessions on these business operations, and that would also be an incentive to attract these people to come in Hong Kong. And according to the information, with regard to the commercial fleet, there are about 2,000 vessels that are based in Hong Kong, accounting for over 10% of the total tonnage of the world. And that would also meet the needs of the maritime sector. In order to attract more vessels to be registered in Hong Kong, and also to enhance the services that we can provide to them, we hope that the administration can look into the initiatives that can enhance our competitiveness in this sector. For example, for the bulk purchase operators, we should attract them so that they can come to Hong Kong. If they're able to use Hong Kong as a platform for trading, then that would also enhance the need for shipping services, and that would further consolidate our status as an international maritime center. With the new Secretary on transport and logistics, he also said that we'd like to consolidate our status as an international maritime center and also an important entry port in the Asia-Pacific region. We respect that, but then in order to reopen the border, we will have to deal with certain issues. Many countries have already reopened their border, and Hong Kong's isolation measures have actually inhibited people flow. Indeed, many shipping companies are based overseas have already told us that they have the intention of leaving Hong Kong. And in order to promote the mutual flow of people, we will have to have a blueprint. Since 2014, it was announced that Hong Kong will have to enhance its status as an international maritime center. We have engaged a consultancy study, but then since then, we have not come up with a roadmap. And if you look at other international maritime centers like London, in 2019, they announced that that would be a vision for 2050. And in Singapore, in 2019 and 2022, they respectively published the development trend for 2030, and also a transitional roadmap, and also a restructuring roadmap for 2025. So I urge the administration to expeditiously come up with a development blueprint for our further enhancement of our international status as a maritime center as quickly as possible. With the establishment of the TLB, I have high hopes on it, and I hope that the new bureau will come up with a new chapter for us. With the new policy bureau, we also need to have the executive departments, for example, for air traffic, and also sea traffic. We have the Marine Department, the Transport Department, and also the Civil Aviation Department responsible for the execution of the relevant policies. But then for shipping and logistics, there is no department in charge of it. We have relevant staff from the Bureau working on it. The administration should consider setting up a separate department on maritime and also logistics in order to roll out the relevant policies in order to promote the development of our port. Back in 2016, the administration set up a maritime shipping port authority which is responsible for developing our airport, so that there would be a statutory body with executive and enforcement power, so that it can work for the development of the maritime industry in Hong Kong and come up with a roadmap for our future development. And we should also work full steam ahead on this. And this recommendation, whether it's back in 2014 in enhancing Hong Kong as an international maritime center in the consultancy report, and also back in 2018, the Financial Reporting Council or Financial Development Council also came up with a report making the same recommendation. So we should work on it. And I'd like to say that the ASEAN government is also trying to develop Hong Kong's INT so that we can become an INT center. That is not in conflict with the proposal of setting up Hong Kong as a maritime center. In fact, they would complement each other. In fact, that would also help different sectors in resolving the problem of efficiency, and some terminal operators have already introduced automated operations. And with our port, is going to work on 5G and also the Internet of Things, and they are digitized. And we are also developing a smart port. That's the overriding trend. Singapore, Shanghai, and even London. A couple of years ago, the government already took the lead to digitize their ports and terminal operations in order to enhance efficiency and also develop sustainable maritime business. And our government only started last year to set up a task force under the HKMPP to start the development of a smart port. It's a late initiative, but then it's better late than never. We will have to catch up, or else we'll be lagging behind. These are my remarks, and I support the resumption of second reading debate. Dr. Stephen Wong. Madam Deputy, I speak in support of the amendment to the Inland Revenue Tax Concessions for Certain Shipping-Related Activities, Bill 2022, with the passage of this bill in the Greater Bay Area and also in the maritime industry. Our status can be enhanced. Our terminals throughput was one of the top ports in the world, and now we have been overtaken by some other ports, and there is actually more competition right now, as pointed out by another member. Well, London was also lagging behind, but then back in 2019, they also published this maritime industry development blueprint, so that in terms of port management and also maritime dispute arbitration and so on, a number of initiatives were rolled out in order to enhance their competitiveness. And now we are offering tax concessions to ship agents, ship managers, and ship brokers, and also qualifying shipping commercial principles will be given this tax concession. And given the current climate, we are able to enhance our status. Well, back in 2019, we are also one of the 4 designated arbitration centers in the world by the World Shipping Association, second only to London, and therefore we do have a role to play. And the administration has responded to the requests from the sector, and they are trying to attract more enterprises with ship leasing to come to Hong Kong. And we are actually competing with Singapore. So Singapore is another one offering similar concessions. And on this occasion, we are actually looking at the minimum threshold of staff and also the minimum turnover and so on. It shows the determination of the government. And yet, as Mr. Frankie Yik pointed out, and also Mr. Chow, Mr. Holden Chow has also pointed out, with the amendment of the law, will we then be able to consolidate our status as an international maritime center? And are we able to develop our shipping industry in a professional manner, well, some questions still have to be answered. Well, at least we should be on a par with our London counterparts so that we can have a roadmap for maritime industry in terms of nurturing talent and also in promoting trading and also technology development, like developing a smart port and also infrastructure and even safety. So there are short, medium to long-term targets. And also implementation strategies. For example, Mr. Holden Charles said that in the government's paper, in 10 years, a number of jobs can be created. And that goes to show that this tax concession is necessary. But then from my personal perspective, how are we able to ensure, or do we have any alternative policy initiatives that can ensure that for these enterprises and corporations that have been offered the tax incentive to change their operation chain and move some of their jobs here to Hong Kong, okay, they have the book revenue here. It doesn't mean that they will be able to create jobs here. Indeed, we need these companies to do more. So we will have to observe carefully, and we would also have to regularly review the effectiveness of this tax concession in promoting the industry's development and also in creating high net worth jobs. And if the practical result, including the creation of high net worth jobs, if it's not very effective, then we will have to further consider the overall blueprint for the industry. As the Tax Society suggestion, can we do the same as Singapore so that our tax incentives can incorporate container leasing and also the logistics industry for the shipping sector in order to promote the entire industry chain's development. And of course, we are not here to discuss the development of the industry, but then with this tax concession, more problems will be brought up. Because if the tax concession is not adequate, if we are only able to attract part of the entire production chain, but then we will have to consider further initiatives. For example, the Hkicpa is a toothless tiger. It can only play an advisory role. It doesn't have the manpower. It doesn't have the funding. And earlier on, I conducted some studies, and I tried to look at Kwai Chung container terminal and also the adjoining sites. Well, you can see that for Kwai Chung container terminal in the surrounding area, there's a lot of vacant site and also sites that have been used for open car park, and about 42.4% of the land has not been put to good use, including 7.7 hectares of land that has been left idle and some 43.3 hectares of land that has been used as open car park. And if you look at THB's 2015 study, well, they are looking at how we can improve the use of land in order to support the maritime industry. And yet, regrettably, they can also build multi-story car parks, and yet most of that has not been done. So there is a lot that can be done, and you can see that the facilities and sites nearby the container terminal have not been put to good use. And therefore, if the Hkicpa had the land, the manpower, the resources, then they would have been able to do a lot more. For example, we will have to streamline the visa application procedures, and there should also be more bilateral trade agreements signed with overseas jurisdictions and so on. Well, this term of government has set up a new Transport and Logistics Bureau, so it should play a leading role. And with the passage of this law, we should have an industry blueprint, and it should also provide support measures for the sector. So I hope that I do have high hopes on that. And overall speaking, I think this bill can enhance Hong Kong's competitiveness in the maritime sector, and that would also further consolidate our status under the 14th Five-Year Plan, because Hong Kong needs to be the international maritime center in that plan. And we would also be promoting the high value-added service sector. Yes, the GBA is competing with us, but then we are also a partner with them. And therefore, with the passage of this bill, there will be further opportunities for collaboration, and we should collaborate with our mainland counterparts in order to complement each other so that there can be a win-win situation, in particular when it comes to shipping-related service industry. So I support the bill. At the same time, I hope that in terms of developing the maritime industry, there should be long-term strategies. There should also be comprehensive planning. These are my remarks. Thank you.
議員
Dr. Priscilla Leung, Madam Deputy, the ports in Hong Kong are our most valuable assets. Therefore, I support the tax concession for maritime-related activities. In the framework for the GBA published in 2019, mention has been made about enhancing competitiveness of maritime trade in the area, and also support will be given to Hong Kong as a hub for maritime and high-tech maritime trade, related trade activities, arbitration, professional services, and then we can enhance the function of Hong Kong and Macau and the Pearl River Delta, and the different cities should complement one another. And under the 14th Fifth Five-Year Plan of the country, support has been given for Hong Kong to enhance our status as Hong Kong Maritime Center, International Maritime Center. In the speech given by President Xi on the 1st of July, he mentioned also our status as an International Maritime Center, and also the need to maintain an open and vibrant business environment, as well as the common law system. This bill is in line with the important direction for our development and should warrant our full support. The bill would give ship agents, ship managers, and ship brokers by offering them concessions of 50%. This is a smart move. Tax concessions would enhance our competitiveness and also attract talent from attract capital from overseas and can keep our talent. As other members have said, according to information provided by the government, if we achieve the desired potential benefits, we can create an economic benefit of $32.5 billion on then 80,000 jobs directly or indirectly. Of course, I await for such a benefit to realize eagerly. I've heard people say, in particular, Mr. Frankie Yek, who have told us time and again that the maritime industry, maritime trade, and our container terminals in Hong Kong are now accounting for a declining share of our GDP, given the current epidemic. But in 2021, in terms of the Baltic Sea, the Maritime Trade Development Index, we are on the chart. We are among the front runners. London is now no longer one of the top 10, but it's still an important maritime hub. Why? Because it has soft power. That includes legal service, brokers, financing, registration, the ease of registration, and so on. So Hong Kong can certainly work harder to achieve the same, especially in terms of legal system. As Mr. President Xi has said twice, that we should try to maintain our common law system in Hong Kong. And we are the only common law jurisdiction in China. And we can leverage on the support of our motherland as our hinterland, and we face outwards to international clients. We're 7 out of 10 important ports in China. Hong Kong ranked number 9 in the top 10, and we have a lot of entry port business to attend to. And we have one country, two systems implemented in Hong Kong, and we can leverage on our advantage of having a bilingual and bilingual system. And our professionals are conversant in both Chinese and and common law. And we should build on the impetus to develop value-added maritime trade. I want to stress that we need to go for the high-end activities of the maritime trade. We're not just concentrated on cruise terminal. As a member of the legal professions in Hong Kong, earlier we have the legal practitioner amendment bill to regulate arbitration and fees, which would allow us to get to have a contingency fee and quotation-related fee structure that would enhance our competitive edge a lot. Maritime arbitration is a big business. It would be good if you get a job in the maritime arbitration in terms of income. We have now increased the flexibility of how fee is calculated. I hope that with the two bills we can achieve synergy effect in that 1 + 1 is more than 2. We can provide more incentive to the relevant industry. I support the second reading of the bill, but I want to make 2 suggestions first. First, enhancement of exchange and nurturing talent. CE, Mr. Li Ka-chiu asked a question whether we'll be attractive just because we have our good qualities. We cannot rest on our laurels. Apart from maritime industry, what other industries should be given tax concessions? I would like to put this question to the administration. Offer as many tax concessions as you can in as many trades as you can. Many legal scholars come to Hong Kong because of the tax regime, the low tax regime. They stay. So it's not just a question for lawyers. A tax is always an attractive incentive. In the past 2 to 3 years, Hong Kong has been working very hard to provide support. For example, the registry, shipping registry, provide around-the-clock support and advisory service. And I would like to suggest that we offer a green channel for visitors who come to Hong Kong on short-term exchanges. There should be more pilot projects to attract them to come to Hong Kong. And we are not doing an adequate job in training the tenant. We have a maritime reserve center set up in my university a few years ago, but it was difficult to get the professors that we needed. And at last, the only one left. So we must be able to attract talent to Hong Kong to support our programs. Now we have only got maritime-related programs offered by the Hong Kong Polytechnic Universities. In 2014, the government set aside $100 million in training funds. In 2019, another $200 million was allocated. We must work with the higher institutions on maritime training in southern China. There should be more exchanges with them. If we don't have sufficient talent, we should train them. And if you have business to do in a certain trade, that you attract people to join the trade. There should be more training programs. But the important thing is to get the professors. It's important that we retain the talent and we train up the necessary talent. Let's give leverage on our advantages in the common law system and use our soft power to support the development in the maritime business. And in this way, we can also help the country in nurturing a talent pool, and we should make the best use of our common law system to assist the trade's development. So I support the bill. Does any other member wish to speak? If not, I now call upon the Secretary for Transport and Logistics to reply. Then the debate will come to an end. Secretary. Madam Deputy, I'm grateful to members' comments on the Inland Revenue Amendment tax concession for certain shipping-related activities, Bill 2022, that is the bill. The bill introduced into legislation in June proposes to offer a dedicated tax regime with tax concessions for qualified ship agents, ship managers, and ship brokers. We hope through the measures we can attract shipping commercial principals, i.e. ship agents, ship managers, or ship brokers, to set up a business presence in Hong Kong and enhance Hong Kong's status as an international maritime center. To this end, the bill proposes that the qualified shipping commercial principals, the profits tax derived from the qualifying activities in Hong Kong will be half of that applied to profits tax for corporations. And also commercial shippings in carrying out qualified tax for an associated carrying out qualified activities for an associated shipping enterprises will enjoy the same concessions or income exemption as the associated shipping enterprise. To prevent abuse of the tax concessions, the bill contains anti-abuse provisions, including the adoption of an entity-based approach. There's a central and management and control requirements, substantial activity requirement, arm's length principle for transfer pricing, the main purpose test, and the anti-tax arbitration rules, so as to maintain the integrity of our tax system and to comply with international rules. We have put in this substantial activity requirement to tie in with the OECD's action to target tax avoidance behavior, and they are working on new international tax rules and principles. And the relevant requirements will include that the qualified shipping commercial principles should satisfy two conditions in Hong Kong. That is to say that the qualified, the full-time employees should reach an adequate number, and they should incur sufficient expenditure in operation to ensure that the tax concession will benefit entities which are carrying out activities and derive their incomes in Hong Kong, so as to achieve the policy objective of boosting our economic activity and create job opportunities. And upon the passage of the Inland Revenue Amendment tax deduction for domestic rents bill on the 22nd of June, and that has resulted in the renumbering of schedules in the Inland Revenue Ordinance. Therefore, we need to introduce a technical and textual amendments to the bill, but they will not affect the substantial content of the bill. In a moment, I shall be moving the CSAs in the committee stage. I thank all members who have spoken for their support to the bill. As regards the observations and comments made by those members, my response are as follows. Mr. Holden Chow has commented on the effect of the bill in increasing jobs. Every year, the government would conduct annual surveys on business activity. The statistics will be used to measure that in the business performance of different trades and their special operational characteristics, and also their contribution to our GDP. Among them, we have a survey on transport and logistics, which will cover the organizations employing ship agents, ship managers, and ship brokers. Through this, we can assess the business trend of these corporations once the bill is enacted. Dr. Wong and Dr. Leung are concerned about young people in this context to attract more young people joining the maritime industry, and the governments in order to support the development of trade, we have arranged many publicity activities, and through the training fund, we have subsidized many programs to facilitate the understanding of young people of the prospects of business prospects and employment opportunities in the trade. And coming very soon, we are also going to participate in the employment and trade and education fair at the Hong Kong CEC. When it comes to training, apart from young people, we also make the best use of the training fund for the aviation and maritime trade, so that we can train sufficient professionals to support the development of the industry concerned. Mr. Yik asked whether we should set up a statutory Hong Kong Maritime and Port Board. At present, we have Hong Kong Maritime and Port Board and Transport and Logistics Board in that they would advise us on how to come up with long-term strategy. And there are committees under those boards. They have been working in a well-established manner and efficiently. We rely on the members of the two boards to advise the government. And they have been very supportive in offering suggestions, and many suggestions have been implemented. For example, ship leasing arrangement, the Hong Kong shipping registers, the new arrangement, and also the adoption of new technology and the setting up of. We are open-minded to the idea of setting up a statutory Maritime and Port Board. But before we do that, we have to look at the viability, sustainability, financial viability, and the statutory duties to be carried out. We will carry out a full study to chart the way forward. We will maintain liaison and communication with the trade in order to develop a trade and improve our competitive edge. And Dr. Wang asked a question about the lack of sufficient land for this purpose. Well, the tendering for a site in Kwai Chung will be closed this month. And we are also conducting the feasibility studies for the trade. Mr. President, the bill is important for the maritime trade. Hong Kong as an important maritime trade center, and also it's important to them, and it's also important for the provision of necessary talent and professional services. With these remarks, I urge members to support the bill and also the CSA that I'm going to move. Thank you.
And I'll put the question to you that the Inland Revenue Amendment Tax Concessions for Certain Shipping-Related Activities Bill 2022 be read the second time. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Inland Revenue Amendments Tax Concessions for Certain Shipping-Related Activities Bill 2022. The Council now becomes Committee of the Whole Council to consider the Inland Revenue Amendments Tax Concessions for Certain Shipping-Related Activities Bill 2022. Members may refer to the appendix to the script for the debate and voting arrangements for the bill. Members have been informed that the committee would conduct a joint debate on the clauses, schedule, and amendments. And I propose the question to you that the following clauses and schedule stand part of the bill. Clauses 1 to 13 and schedule. The Secretary for Transport and Logistics will move amendments which seek to amend clauses 8 and 13. Members may refer to the appendix to the script for details of the amendments. Members may now proceed to a joint debate on the clauses, schedule, and amendments. I will first call upon the Secretary for Transport and Logistics to speak, but he is not required to move the amendments at this stage. Then I will call upon members to speak. Upon the conclusion of the joint debate, the committee will first vote on the clauses and schedule with no amendments standing part of the bill, and then vote on the amendments. Secretary for Transport and Logistics. Chairman, I move to amend clauses 8 and 13 of the Inland Revenue Amendment Tax Concessions for Certain Shipping-Related Activities Bill 2022. The specific details of the amendments are set out in the paper issued to members. The relevant committee stage amendments are necessary simply because of the subsequent renumbering of the relevant provisions upon the passage of the Inland Revenue Amendment tax deductions for domestic rents bill 2022 on the 22nd of June 2022. The amendments to clauses 8 and 3 seek to correspondingly renumber the relevant schedule and does not affect the substantial content of the bill. President, I sincerely ask members to support the aforementioned amendments. I so submit. Thank you, President. Thank you, Chairman. Does any member wish to speak? If not, the committee now first votes on the clauses and schedule with no amendments standing part of the bill. I put the question to you that the clauses and schedule with no amendment as set out in the appendix to the script stand part of the bill. When those in favor, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. The committee now votes on the amendments. Secretary for Transport and Logistics, you may move your amendments. Chairman, I move the amendments set out in the appendix to the script. I propose the question to you that the Secretary's amendments be passed. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the amendments passed. Clauses 8 and 13 as amended. And now I'll put the question to you that the clauses as amended just read out by the clerk stand part of the bill. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. All the proceedings on the Inland Revenue Amendment Tax Concessions for Certain Shipping-Related Activities Bill 2022 have been concluded in Committee of the Whole Council. Council now resumes. Secretary for Transport and Logistics. President, I now report to the Council that the Inland Revenue Amendment Tax Concessions for Certain Shipping-Related Activities Bill 2022 has been passed by Committee of the Whole Council with amendments. I move the motion that this Council adopts the report. And I'll propose the question to you that the Secretary's motion be passed. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Third reading. Inland Revenue Amendment Tax Concessions for Certain Shipping-Related Activities Bill 2022. Secretary for Transport and Logistics. President, I move that the Inland Revenue Amendment Tax Concessions for Certain Shipping-Related Activities Bill 2022 be read the third time and do pass. And I propose a question to you that the Inland Revenue Amendment Tax Concessions for Certain Shipping-Related Activities Bill 2022 be read the third time and do pass. Does any member wish to speak? And will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Inland Revenue Amendment Tax Concessions for Certain Shipping-Related Activities Bill 2022.
議員就附
Members motion to extend the period for amending subsidiary legislation. Two proposed resolutions under the Interpretation and General Clauses Ordinance to expand the period for amending subsidiary legislation. First motion, to extend the period for amending the Moneylenders Amendment Regulation 2022, which was laid on the table of this Council on the 22nd of June 2022. I now call upon the Honourable Starry Lee to move the motion. President, I move that the motion as printed on the agenda be passed. I propose the question to you that the Honourable Starry Lee's motion be passed. Will those in favour please raise their hands? Will those against please raise their hands? I think the question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the motion passed. Second motion, to extend the period for amending the International Organization's Privileges and Immunities AALCO Hong Kong Regional Arbitration Center order, which was laid on the table of this Council on the 22nd of June 2022. I now call upon the Honourable Starry Lee to move the motion. President, I move that the motion as printed on the agenda be passed. I propose the question to you that the Honourable Starry Lee's motion be passed. Will those in favour please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the motion passed. Motion moved under Rule 91 of the Rules of Procedure. I remind members that the maximum duration of this debate, including voting, is 2 hours. The motion mover, apart from having up to 3 minutes to move the motion and speak, may speak for up to 3 minutes in reply. Other members may speak once, up to a maximum of 3 minutes. Members who wish to speak, please press the request to speak button. I now call upon the Honourable Starry Lee to speak and move the motion. President, as chairman of the House Committee, I move the motion under Rule 91 of the Rules of Procedure as printed on the agenda be passed to seek the Council's approval to suspend ROP 14.1 so that the maximum interval between two council meetings held in the same session as stipulated in this provision does not apply to council meetings to be held in the remainder of the 2022 session. Members noted the motion was considered by the House Committee at its meeting dated the 8th of July. Members noted that before the 7th LegCo, a legislative session usually commenced in October and ended in July of the following year. When necessary, meetings might be held during the period between two sessions to deal with urgent matters. Such work pattern has been working well. For the 2022 session, it commenced in January and shall end in December 2022. In order for the Council to continue with this usual work pattern, the House Committee agreed that this motion be moved under ROP 91 to suspend ROP 14.1 to address this technical issue arising from the rule. As in the past, the Council and its committees may hold meetings for members to deal with urgent matters as and when necessary. As regards the arrangement for future sessions, the House Committee agreed to refer this matter to the Committee on Rules of Procedure for consideration. Wording of the motion is set out in the agenda. Members are invited to support the motion. I now propose the question to you that the Honourable Starry's motion be passed. Dr. Low Wai Kwok.
President, I speak in support of Ms. Starry Lee's motion to, in accordance with the ROP Rule 14.1, there are 4 sessions in a term, and the Chief Executive will decide on the duration of the term, starting from the second term. It is normally from January to from October to July,
and the session is supposed to end on the 30th of September 2020, but because of the situation, the term was extended by 1 year, and the 13th NPCSE term, the term will continue for no more than 1 year. On 19th of November 2021, the CE Council appointed the 1st of January as the commencement, and the 12th of January 2022 the commencement of the following term, and we have to make some changes accordingly. The admin wing wrote to the council that for the 2022 session, it will end in December 2022 on a date to be appointed by the chief executive. In the light of the above, in accordance with ROP 14.1, it has been decided that for the remainder of the term, we will suspend ROP 14.1 and the maximum interval of 6 weeks. To suspend this maximum interval of 6 weeks is appropriate and is in order. As to how we should adjust the arrangement, this can be referred to the crop for decision. With these words, I conclude my speech.
Ms. Sara Lee, would you like to reply? And I'll put a question to it that the Honorable Sara Lee's motion be passed. Would those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the motion passed.
Members' motion with no legislative effect. Honorable Tony Jay will move a motion on expediting the achievement of the healthy city target. 3 members will move amendments to the motion. This council will proceed to a joint debate on the motion and the amendments. Later, I will first call upon Mr. Jay to speak and move the motion, and then call upon Honorable Kwok Wai Keung, Dr. Honorable John Ng, and Dr. Honorable Stephen Wong to speak in sequence, but they may not move amendments at this stage. The joint debate now begins. Members who wish to speak, please press the button. I call upon Mr. Tony Jay to speak and move the motion. Thank you, President. President, I move that the motion is printed on the agenda be passed. President, this is my second motion in this term. The topic is to expedite the achievement of the healthy city target. Expediting because the target is already there, but we are moving very slowly in achieving this target. Things are very fragmented. The World Health Organization has many decades ago put forward this healthy city notion. We should have healthy community, healthy population, and we should amalgamate these organically in order to achieve the best possible results. Our first partnership for health cities has been in place, and the Department of Health has already put forward the guidelines in this regard. In terms of healthcare, dining, living, and commuting, we should build Hong Kong into a healthy city. 15 years on, have we followed through the guidelines? Has the mental and physical well-being of Hong Kong people seen an improvement? Couple of days ago, in the social media, I have conducted a survey. One of the questions in the poll was, do you think Hong Kong is a healthy city? The result is 77% of the people polled said no. It shows that the government's work here leaves so much to be desired. In 2017, the mainland of China has put forward a strategy for healthy cities, started 10 years later than Hong Kong. But the mainland is really true to their words, in particular after the pandemic, the planning for healthy cities, the building design, the commuting, the healthcare, protection, the diet, and also the health-related technology have seen considerable improvements. In Hong Kong, the color-coded health code is really slow in coming. We've been talking about this for 2 years, and it still hasn't materialized. There is a survey covering 18 cities in the mainland. To implement healthy cities that would bring about a lot of advantages. The lifespan can be extended by 4 years. The communicable and non-communicable diseases will be reduced, and GDP can increase by 20%. And this will also inspire greater confidence and satisfaction on the part of the public. And the latter party is grossly lacking in Hong Kong in recent years. So the government has to redouble its efforts to achieve the target of healthy city. President, I suggest in my motion that the government should do more in the way of healthcare, dining, living, commuting. On the first point, healthcare, the government put forward 2 10-year HDP hospital development plan. $470 billion have been set aside to improve and upgrade the hospital facilities. But as I pointed out before, the healthcare policy in Hong Kong is too focused on in-hospital care to the exclusion of primary healthcare and preventative care. And there is a lack of preventative primary care, as emphasized by Chinese medicine. The district health centers and Chinese medicine clinics are not present in all 18 districts. The first Chinese medicine hospital is being built now. It's only in recent years that we see some resolve on the part of the government. The healthcare policy, unless we see some fundamental changes, will see the expenditure ballooning as the population is aging. Some said that this has really gone beyond the capacity. Dining, we talked about whether the foodstuff is safe. It's only recent years that we are beginning to be concerned about the diet. And we mainly focus our attention on sugar and sodium. People in Hong Kong do not have a healthy diet. They eat really fast. They eat indiscriminately. And just like alcoholism and smoking, they are detrimental to health. We haven't seen any publicity and regulatory work on the part of the government. And more people are suffering from 3 excesses in 3 areas. The third area is living, and we have 3 highs here. The buildings are tall, and density is high, and the prices are really high. The pandemic shows that the crammed living conditions are really causing a lot of health risk. Our association has conducted quite a number of seminars to do with healthy living in terms of building design, ventilation, piping, renewal of the old areas, the quality and quantity of greening, and building methods, building materials, and the adoption of technology in building management. We have put forward a lot of measures to upgrade the quality. In particular, in the Northern Metropolis and Landfills tomorrow, we can certainly adopt all these measures in the new areas. In the interest of time, I don't propose to repeat them here. The fourth area is commuting. We should adopt low carbon transportation system. Now, for the mental and physical well-being of the public, we need to have good enough transport planning. The planning for transport infrastructure in Hong Kong is really based on road infrastructure. It's not really human oriented. The roads are safe, they are steady, but the accessibility and connectivity leaves so much to be desired. The urban areas are segregated into different zones, and the road space is narrow, and people don't have enough space for jogging or for cycling. And people even find it difficult to walk about. President, as I said, our sector experts have in recent years put forward or conducted a lot of studies and put forward many suggestions to expedite a healthy city target. The 2017 guidelines have not been implemented fully because these involve 22 bureaus and departments. Everybody's business is nobody's business. Back in 2016, together with the experts from a wide variety of sectors, had put forward inclusive infrastructure. And this cuts across 6 different bureaus and various departments. It would be hard to identify anybody to expedite, to speed ahead the project. Mr. John Lee, the new chief executive, has set up 4 task forces to deal with the perennial problems. I hope that one additional task force should be set up to gather together all the views to take forward the idea of healthy city. This covers a broad spectrum, but this is an important target. I hope that the administration will be courageous enough and prioritize healthy city and make this a target for their implementation of policy. I hope the members will support this proposal.
I now propose the question to you that the Honorable Tony C's motion be passed. The Honorable Kwok Wai Keung. Thank you, Madam Deputy. I'm grateful to Mr. Tony C for moving this motion on expediting the achievement of the healthy city target. The original motion focuses on healthcare, dining, living, and commuting. Of course, these are important, but that the basic concept of healthy cities is to safeguard the health of the residents. So now my amendment is people-oriented. We should take care of the physical and mental health of human beings. That means there must be life-work balance, and therefore legislate to regulate working hours is indispensable. Now, in Hong Kong, we have long working hours. Employees work around the clock, and they are always in a state of sub-health. And this has taken toll on family life and also social life. So if our employees are not healthy, how can we have a healthy city? Every time when we propose legislating on working hours, the business sector would talk about escalating operating costs and affecting the business environment. But then the business sector is not always that rigid. Recently, an employer is innovative enough to allow 4.5 days a week and then 1 extra rest day in a month, and then they will allow work from home as well. Although this is just a pilot scheme, the concept of 4.5 day working week is to ensure the well-being of employees so that there can be a win-win situation. They are thinking of attaining win-win. This is no longer a zero-sum game. In the past, no one wanted to lose. Now we should focus on this win-win mentality, and I think we should all learn from this new concept of corporate governance. Now we cannot be too calculating, because you should do to others as you want to be treated. Now, actually, this is a interactive cycle for those visionary and capable employers who would choose to partner with the employees to get a win-win situation. According to the general household survey for the first quarter, on average, workers are working 40 hours a week. That means they're working 8 hours a day in a 5-day week. That is reasonable. However, we still have 12% of the employees working more than 60 hours a week. That is far too long. In 2011, back then, about 12% of the workers were working over 60 hours a week, and then it dropped to 9% and in 2018, and now it has gone up to 12% again. So the situation has regressed. Many Kaifengs would rather stay with jobs with more attractive working hours, for instance, 5-day weeks and rare overtime work, etc., so that they can have more time to look after their children. To grow up with our children is the responsibility of parents, and as we all know, and if we miss the childhood of our children, the opportunity is lost forever. And our families do have an impact on the ability of the society to fight, to be resilient. Now, for those who are still dating, of course, they want rest days in a week to hang out together, and people can also spend their leisure time for continuing education. And this is a part of their corporate culture. And if employers can do it well, then it will be easier for them to retain their employees. Otherwise, it does cause employers to recruit new blood and train them again. Mr. Xia Baolong talked about 5 prerequisites for a good governance, and a few of them is to be anxious for what the community is anxious about, and we should be in tune with the public's sentiment, and that is we must respond to the aspirations of the people as said by President Xi. So please support my amendment. We must legislate on standard working hours, and I think this is what is expected of those in politics. Thank you, Dr. Johnny Ng. I support Mr. Tony Xi's original motion. We must expedite the achievement of the healthy city target in areas including healthcare, dining, living, and commuting. Now, as Hong Kong develops into a smart city, I have moved some motion amendment. We should increase the use of innovation and technology to provide more incentive for people to engage in physical activity so as to enhance their interest in and desire for community-wide participation in outdoor activities, thereby enabling public to lead a healthy life. WHO has said that the lack of physical activities is a global health issue. It suggested that all adults should engage in at least 150 minutes of medium intensity physical activities or 75 minutes of high-intensity physical activities, or a total of the two, so as to lower the risk of contracting non-communicable disease. The risk of catching cancer can be reduced by 21%, and the possibility of getting diabetes and also cardiovascular disease can also be greatly reduced. Using INT can enhance the fun in taking part in physical activities. This is particularly so for young people. According to a survey, for the use of INT, such as health monitoring app that can be won, can enhance the interest of people in taking part in physical activities. In other countries, apps are frequently and INT are used to encourage people to take part in physical activities. For instance, Singapore launched this nationwide walking competition. Those who are FN 17 can join the competition and be given a wristband and their devices can link up with the one given by the government and to calculate the calories and also the activities done per day. And then members of the public can gain points for exchange for of a consumption voucher in supermarkets. And then there is also this competition, and people can form teams and they can earn scores individually or as a team. As of last year, Singapore has already organized 5 such a nationwide walking competition. Last year, in the 4th competition, 810,000 citizens took part, which was 6 times more than when the competition first started. 2/3 of the participants continued to use exercise wristbands and devices to engage in physical activities. Now, to think out of the box, the government can use INT and use physical measures or tax concessions to encourage more people to do physical exercise. We can have a competition similar to that of Singapore, and so long as we can attain a certain preset target, then we can be healthier and we will not fall sick so easily, and then we can be given e-coupon or consumption voucher. And we can also encourage our elderly persons to do this to get more OH living allowance. I hope that we can use INT to help the public to develop this habit of doing exercise, in particular because of the epidemic in the past few years. If we can boost the immunity and health of young people, then we will be more ready to fight epidemics in the future. Dr. Stephen Wong, I thank Mr. Tony C for moving this motion. Just Sunday, I joined a symposium, and the lives of our grassroots highlighted the importance of building up a healthy city. A nursing officer shared this with me, and Singleton had diabetes, and his eyesight was affected, and then he has to spend thousands of dollars for monthly injections. And then there was another case, a single parent lives in a subdivided unit with 2 children. They had to use Zoom lessons, and they had to move to a bigger flat. That has led to financial pressure, and then resulting in mental issues. So this goes to show that whether we live in a health city has a lot to do with the sense of belongings and happiness. And so in promoting the development of a healthy city, the government should not just take care of the physical health as well, but the well-being of our people as well. As said by Mr. Tony C, in 2007, the Department of Health take reference from the guidelines from WHO, published a guideline for building healthy city in Hong Kong with 7 KPIs. Now we have to check our achievement so far against the 7 KPIs. I feel that there is a lot of room for improvement. If we look at the history of the development of healthy cities, in 1986, there was the Health Charter of Ottawa by WHO, and in 1997 we had this project. In 2005 there was a symposium held by the Department of Health. In 2007, guidelines. And then we joined West Pacific Partnership for Health Cities. And after that, nothing more is heard about a healthy city. In 2020, as mentioned in my amendment, we have this guidelines by WHO published, and the online major indicators. I don't know whether the administration has amended our own guidelines correspondingly, but I couldn't find it on the government's website. All right, in the new guidelines by WHO, there are 9 factors mentioned. The first 3 are already covered in the original motion, including transport planning and low carbon and green transport, diversified facilities and recreation and sports, etc. My amendment has covered the remaining, including strengthening our healthcare system and to ensure that in our governance cover every aspect of a healthy city so that there can be synergy. And then we should do a health assessment of our population to have a database on the health and well-being of people, and we should enhance community participation and promote cooperation of NGOs and also the community. And lastly, after we have a good idea of what the community needs, then we can be focused in investing our resources. And lastly, we'll be able to address the health inequity in the community. I understand that building a healthy city cannot be done overnight. The government should follow the advice of President Xi. We must be bold and show dedication, and let's update our own guidelines, taking reference from the 9 targets published by the WHO recently, so that we can have better design and we can have a health assessment, and then we can enjoy the fruits of building a healthy city. Thank you.
Secretary for Health. Madam Deputy, this is my first members' motion debate. I thank Mr. Tony Chair for moving the motion on expediting the achievements of the healthy city target, as well as Mr. Kwok Wai Keung, Dr. Johnny Ng, and Dr. Stephen Wong for moving the amendments. As the Chinese saying goes, health is priceless. Everyone wants health. During his visit to medical facilities in the mainland last year, President Xi said, health is the most important indicator of happiness. Health is 1, everything else is 0. Without 1, it is meaningless even if you have a lot of zeros. At present, Hong Kong's health indexes like life expectancy and infant mortality rate rank among the top in the world. But we can never underestimate the challenges ahead, including an aging population and the more prevalent chronic illnesses. It's no easy task to build a healthy city in such a densely populated community as Hong Kong. It will take a stable healthcare system, cross-sectoral collaboration, and policy support in different areas. Besides, the persisting COVID-19 pandemic over the past 2 years has brought about a global catastrophe which caused upheavals and changes to livelihood policies, town planning, and healthcare systems in places all over the world. As Mr. Tony Jia mentioned in his motion, to achieve the healthy city target, policy support in the areas of healthcare, I'm referring to medical healthcare, dining, living, and commuting, is required. It covers issues like city planning, transport planning, and leisure, cultural, and sports facilities. I will briefly explain how the Health Bureau strives to achieve the healthy city targets in Hong Kong. With the rapidly increasing and aging population, the healthcare system in Hong Kong has seen significant changes. In view of the serious challenges brought about by a sharp increase in demand, we have been reforming our healthcare system in recent years to shift the emphasis from treatment-oriented to prevention-focused, with much effort spent on developing and enhancing our primary healthcare services. The government has been gradually establishing district health centers in all 18 districts. At present, there are DHC or DHC Express in 14 districts, with the remaining 4 districts being covered over the next few months. As the key hardware to drive collaboration in primary healthcare services, DHCs operate under an innovative model where the government funds the operation of DHCs by NGOs with a district-based concept. Through public-private partnership and medical-social collaboration, DHCs serve to enhance the public's awareness of disease prevention and capability in self-management of health. With an aging population and the prevalence of chronic diseases, the sustainability of our public healthcare system is facing serious challenges. The government is determined to establish a primary healthcare system which is able to enhance the health and living quality of the public as a whole. Under the leadership of the Steering Committee on Primary Healthcare Development, the government has completed the blueprint for primary healthcare. A number of reform measures are proposed to further enhance our primary healthcare services and alleviate the pressure on the public healthcare system. Another key task is the prevention and control of non-communicable diseases or chronic diseases. In fact, many chronic diseases like cancer, diabetes, and hypertension are preventable. Through screening and follow-up of patients under the primary healthcare system, we hope to prevent and manage these non-communicable diseases more effectively. Among them, cancer treatment is the most costly, which puts huge pressure on the patient as well as society. Among the 50,000 deaths recorded in year 2020, over half were caused by non-communicable diseases like cancer, cardiovascular diseases, chronic respiratory diseases, and diabetes. In view of this, the government published the Towards 2025 Strategy and Action Plan to Prevent and Control NCD in Hong Kong to reduce disabilities and premature deaths caused by non-communicable diseases through prevention and improvements of risk factors, including unhealthy diet, lack of physical activities, tobacco use, and alcohol consumption. We also published the Hong Kong Cancer Strategy in year 2019, with the mission to lower the incidence of cancer through evidence-based prevention and screening work. In the past few years, the government has been implementing various strategies and measures to promote a healthy lifestyle, including campaigns on healthy diets, physical activities, reduction of alcohol consumption, and harmfulness of smoking. Take tobacco use, for example. Smoking is a major factor of cancer, upper respiratory diseases, and chronic obstructive pulmonary diseases. The government's policy is to discourage smoking, containing the proliferation of tobacco use, and minimizing the impact of passive smoking on the public. We have been adopting a multi-pronged approach to enhance tobacco control, comprising legislation, enforcement, publicity, education, smoke cessation services, and taxation. For instance, the government introduced legislative amendments in year 2019 to ban the import, manufacture, sale, distribution, and advertisement of alternative smoking products, including electronic cigarettes, heat-not-burn products, and herbal cigarettes. The bill received a third reading at the Legislative Council in October 2021 and came into effect on the 30th of April this year. With years of effort by the government and different sectors, smoking prevalence for people aged 15 or above has plunged from over 20% in the 80s to 9.5% at present. President, I strongly agree with Mr. Tony Jie that the scope of this motion goes beyond a single policy area or a certain age group. Officials, including Secretary for Development, who is also present today, are pleased to listen to members' views on the motion. In our closing remarks, the Secretary for Development and I will give a consolidated reply on the motion and members' views. Thank you, Madam Deputy. Dr. Chow Man Kwong. Madam Deputy, since year 2021, we have surpassed Hong Kong, we have surpassed Japan as the place with the longest longevity. And also, we are facing the challenge of a low birth rate, which exacerbated our aging, a trend of aging population. According to the latest census estimate projection in September 2020, Now the post-war baby boom generation are aging. Now the population above 65 years old will increase from 1.32 million in 2019 to 2.52 million in year 2039. Now, the elderly populations will account for 33.3% of the population by year 2033. Now, the elderly population will remain above 2 million for at least 30 years. As a result, the demand for healthcare services will increase, and there will be more people relying on care. And it is urgent for us to achieve the healthy city target. Now, since our joining the partnership of healthy cities, we have been working with 70 cities in the world to reduce millions of unnecessary deaths brought about by unhealthy living style. Now, the concept of healthy city raised by WHO covers beyond 11 scopes, including healthcare, dining, living, and commuting. Especially in terms of healthcare, we're not just looking to meet the basic requirements, but also offering quality healthcare services to citizens to keep them in a fit state. In short, we are using the limited resources to enhance the health programs, to enhance people's healthcare awareness, to shift the emphasis of our healthcare system from treatment-oriented to a people-centric preventive model. That is the key towards a healthy city. As a result, I support the motion moved by Mr. Tony Jay and some of the amendments. To deal with the increasing demand for healthcare services, as well as to alleviate the pressure on the healthcare system, the previous term of the government proposed establishing district healthcare centers in all districts. In 5 years' time, there are only 4 DHCs which have commenced operation, with 2 commenced in the past 2 months. 3 DHCs are as the tendering stage. For the other projects, the government is still identifying sites. There are only 14 districts covered by DHCs expresses, which are temporary DHCs. And the residents do not understand the concept of DHC. It shows the lack of publicity on the government's part, and also the service hours of DHCs do not cover non-working and weekends and holidays. So the government is yet to enhance publicity and arrangements of DHCs. I suggest that the government make reference to the approach to building a healthy city announced by the WHO in year 1997, and established a dedicated task force under different departments to enhance our health database. Especially, we should collect population health data so as to assess the health situation. There should be monitoring, supervision, and cross-departmental collaboration. We should adopt more innovation technology and also involve the public. People should be encouraged to join in the efforts towards a healthy living style, so that we can achieve the goal of healthy city, as well as enhancing the awareness of the public towards a healthy lifestyle. All in all, for Hong Kong to become a livable city, which is suitable for living, tourism, and work, we have to pay attention to the uniqueness of different districts and different groups of people, and implement the targeted policies to meet their needs. And also, we have to consider the aging population, as well as the interactive between the different economic activities, and offer better infrastructure, so that we can achieve what Presidency said, that we have to fulfill the livelihood needs of people. Thank you. Mr. Edward Leung. Thank you, Madam Deputy. I thank Mr. Tony Jay for moving the original motion, so that we can discuss upon what a healthy city should look like and how we can reach that. Urban dwellers are concerned about healthcare, dining, living, and commuting. In an advanced city city like Hong Kong, we have no problem about clothing. So let's take clothing. Let's pay attention to healthcare instead. To build a healthy city, we need a stable and sound healthcare system to safeguard the health of the people. Now, our healthcare system is unbalanced, and there is a shortage of manpower. Because of the epidemic, it highlights the flaws of our system. Even with the introduction of non-locally trained doctors, it is still just a drop in the bucket. So we have to enrich the medical resources to make sure that the people are getting treated and at an early stage. Another choke point lies in living. Housing is crucial to health. According to the guidance to a healthy city, living environment is key to healthy city. We always focus on housing price, but we never focus on health issues relating to housing. The WHO has issued a set of guidelines relating to healthy living environments. A healthy living environment can improve the physical and mental health of the dwellers. Besides safe materials and good room temperature, good lighting and ventilation, and so on. A healthy living environment should offer enough space, security, and sense of belongings to the residents. There should be a sense of home. However, in Hong Kong, a lot of old buildings, especially for subdivided units, these are inadequate housing. They don't even meet the basic requirements for a healthy living environment. According to the latest survey in year 2021, there were 127,000 residents living in inadequate housing with an average 6.6 meters square living space per person. They are under huge pressure every day, and because of the epidemic, they are imprisoned in a tiny space with bad ventilation and a drainage system. There is high risk of infection, and there is nowhere to run. So like the motion says we should expedite the achievements of the healthy city targets. This is something that the government has to face head on. The most appropriate solution is to arrange public housing for these residents. The DAB has been urging the government that before we have adequate public housing supply, the government should work with NGOs and charities to identify sites and supply the maximum number of transitional housing with advanced technology. I hope the new term of the government, guided by the principle of results-oriented, can increase the yearly supply targets from 20,000 to 3,000 to 30,000 or even more. Now, for residents living in inadequate housing, they should be given a chance to live in a better environment. Presidency understands that one of the greatest aspirations for Hong Kongers is to live bigger. So besides speeding up and enhancing the quality and quantity, we should also enhance the quality of housing and enhance the sense of well-being of people in Hong Kong. I so submit. Mr. Andrew Lam. Thank you, Madam Deputy. First, I thank Mr. Tony Jay for moving the original motion and the 3 members for moving the amendments. Hong Kong is the place with the longest longevity per capita in the world, but it doesn't mean that we are a healthy city. I agree with Tony Jay that to achieve this goal, we have to address the town planning, transport planning, and so on. Now, there are people who called for healthy living. Now, he has become an auditor. So I hope that the government can set KPIs for the achievement of a healthy city. With wisdom, there will be health. Now, like Mr. John Lee said in his manifesto, without INT, there will be no future. Now, the first goal under the Smart City Blueprints 2.0 is that we have to make people's life happier, smarter, and richer, and also make the city more resilient, more livable, and more competitive. So the foundation on which we achieve a healthy city is to promote the concept of smart city. So I especially agree with the amendments moved by Dr. Johnny Ng. Our neighbor, Singapore, has an image of a healthy city globally. In year 2006 and 2014, they kickstarted the Smart Country 2015 and 2025 plans. For the Smart Country 2025, it is to make use of the digitized economy, digitized governments, and digitized society to collect big data and enhance different aspects of life, including transport and health and urban living. Now, back to Hong Kong. In year 2017 and 2020, the government announced the Hong Kong Smart City Blueprints, and the updated version, that is Smart City Blueprints 2.0, with 130 smart city measures covering 6 smart areas. But our progress is lagging far behind Singapore. Learning from Singapore, the first target of the new term government is to make the government smarter. There should be a big data platform. As it is, different departments holding health data are not connected. So I and other members have formed a smart living promotional group. We urge the establishment of a real central database repository, and that should be a data bureau with geospatial as well as health data. The data should also be accessible to the public. With the Big Data Bureau, the government can apply big data in terms of healthcare, transport, land, planning, and housing, and make more accurate planning and projections. Now, members of the public can gain access to the most updated data via the app. And concerning issues big and small, members of the public can submit the views to the government, so that there will be a two-way dialogue in building a healthy city. Now, finally, I think that a work-life balance is very important to personal health, family happiness, as well as harmony in society. Legislation for standard working hours is a highly complicated matter which merits serious discussion. We shouldn't vote on the matter riding on this motion. So I don't support Mr. Kowaikar's amendments. Thank you.
Dr. Wyckoff, I thank Mr. Tony C for moving the motion and also other members for moving amendments. The purpose of the motion is to urge the administration to expedite the achievement of the healthy city target so that people in Hong Kong can lead a healthy, easy, and happy life. I'm sure we all support this notion. As early back as in 1997, we started the first healthy city project is now extended to all 18 districts. But usually these projects are under district councils or organized and coordinated by NGOs in the community. We do not have territory-wide coordination nor results obvious. According to WHO, a healthy city is made up of healthy people and organic integration with the healthy community. The government should consider healthcare, dining, living, and commuting policy considerations. Now, of course, I'm talking about healthcare, not clothing. The COVID-19 epidemic has bothered Hong Kong for more than 2 years. We now understand the importance of personal health and the urgency to develop a healthy city. The urgent task for the administration is to put the epidemic under control so that we can resume normal cross-border travel with the mainland and other parts of the world. The epidemic is ever changing and policies have to be adjusted accordingly. Professor Low, Secretary for Health, just announced that starting from this Friday, i.e. the 15th of July, all people who are under quarantine at home have to wear a wristband, and then real-time registration of the Leave Home Safe app and also the color-coded system health code will be introduced as soon as possible to identify the high-risk persons. I'm sure with proper explanation to the public, the measures will be acceptable and welcomed by the public. Now, there must be comprehensive measures. While COVID-19 has dealt a blow to our city, it has also exposed the inadequacy of our healthcare system and how our community support network requires improvement. The government should review how we can address these problems to better tackle possible public health emergencies in the future. And there should be regular territory-wide health survey, and we can use blockchains and new technology to build up a big data analytic platform to be the basis for formulated of targeting measures and to raise the community's ability to cope with healthcare emergencies. To build a healthy city, we must take care of the healthcare, dining, living, and commuting needs of the community to be supported by various measures and policies. The government should continue to improve our quality of living and housing by increasing land supply for housing to expedite redevelopment. And we should also promote green and low carbon transport and also expedite the planning and construction of railway systems. And we must have diversified facilities in recreation and sports and to enhance the walkability of the city. Of course, we should advocate a healthy lifestyle. We should ask the community to achieve work-life balance. I support the original motion by Mr. Xi and also the amendments by Dr. Johnny Ho and Dr. Stephen Wong. As regards Mr. Kwok Wai-Kai's amendment, he has tied this motion to legislation for standard working hours. I oppose this amendment. Ms. Lam So Wai. I thank Mr. Tong Lee and other members for moving amendments to the motion. Of course, healthcare is the most important thing when it comes to a healthy city. We are top of the in terms of longevity, but not so for healthcare. According to a survey, we can only score 48.03 in terms of mental health. This is far lower than the standard acceptable by WHO. Many people have pointed out that COVID-19 has dealt a negative blow to their mental health. And of course, the social incidents in 2019 and also more than 2.5 years of COVID have taken toll on people's health, and close to 10,000 persons have passed away, and more than 1 million have caught the disease. And this has dealt blow to our mental health, and there is also trauma associated with it. According to Hong Kong U, our suicide rate in society is at an alarming high rate, is close to the level when we had the SARS attack. The former Health and Welfare Bureau, now the Health Bureau, said that about 1 out of 4 of adults in Hong Kong are suffering from neurotic disorders and anxiety, and the government is rather backward in promoting mental health, and there are a few problems. First, high fee charged by private psychiatrists and insufficient supply in the public healthcare sector. There is an increasing demand for psychiatric services, and yet a private consultation can cost you thousands of dollars, and many patients can only wait for medical consultation in public hospitals. Unfortunately, services can never catch up with demand. In the past 10 years, we have seen a 45% increase in the number of psychiatric patients, and yet the number of psychiatrists have only grown by 19% correspondingly. So this imbalance in supply and demand has led to a longer and longer waiting time. You may have to wait for a couple of years before you can get your first consultation. As a result, many people have given up on treatment. And there is also lack of understanding of mental illnesses. We rarely talk about this in the community, not in school and not at home. And when people have queries, they don't know where to turn to for help, and the public have a negative stigma labeled on psychiatric patients, and people fear discrimination. They dare not see a doctor when they have a problem, and policies are fragmented and lack coordination. SWD education department and NGOs may be providing psychiatric services, but then there is overlapping of services and there is no proper coordination. Some social workers have reflected to me that there is very often no follow-up after discharge. There is no guarantee that discharged patients can have regular medication, and cases of relapses are known to them. In 2017, the Mental Health Committee was set up in the promotion of mental health and public education. It has done a lot, and I think we should recognize their hard work. On the other hand, I suggest that the government should focus on the following areas. First, to deploy more resources to improve the public psychiatric services. There should be nighttime specialist clinics, increase the number of hospital beds for psychiatric services, and enhance support to families. And we should have psychiatric or mental health centers in all 18 districts to enhance people's awareness of mental health. And we should have regular territory-wide mental health survey to understand the mental well-being of different groups of people in the community, so that we can have the data for adjustment to address the overlapping of services. And we should have a commission responsible for policy formulation and coordination, and to review the demand for psychiatric services and manpower deployment. And we should then have a proper outpatient services for them. Without mental health, there is no health. The epidemic shows how true this statement is. Your time is up. Mr. So Chang-Wing. Thank you, President. Is Hong Kong a healthy city in terms of public social, when there are attacks on social order? Well, is a test for our resilience. The social incidents in 2019 and also COVID-19 are tests to Hong Kong people. We must build up a healthy city, because this will decide whether we can have sustainable development and people can live happily. And therefore, I support Mr. Tony C's original motion. And I have two suggestions for the government in implementing this health city project. First, the government must have a comprehensive approach. In 2020, the WHO issued new indicators for healthy city. Healthcare, dining, living, and community are indicators in measuring whether people are living happily. And there are many aspects intertwined. And it's also about whether people can live happily. And therefore, we must tackle this problem from various aspects. And we must adopt an integrated approach. Otherwise, our efforts will be counterproductive. And Hong Kong's political and economic structures are complicated. It's a place where East meets West, and also living environment is crowded. And this term of government attaches significance to an integrated approach of governance. As soon as the CE assumed office, he set up 4 working groups to coordinate different aspects that are indispensable to having a healthy city: land supply, and public housing, and also alleviation of poverty. Well, some of the shortcomings in governance have impacted on our success in building a healthy city. Now we are going to have, we are not doing too well in addressing these problems. This new term of government is very committed. The chief executive promised that within 100 days of this new government, we will have a report card from the government, and then we can see whether he has achieved his targets. And another suggestion is to consolidate our strength and to tackle our deficiencies. We are among the world's, we have the highest longevity in the world, and we have a good healthcare system, but then we have only invest in treatment-based public healthcare system. We have failed to look at preventive measures. We have put too much emphasis on treatment and not enough on prevention. And as a result, the waiting time for consultations is getting longer and longer. The government should spend more resources on primary health care that focuses on prevention. Depending on the population characteristics of different districts, then we can deploy resources so as to enhance primary health care. And in major infrastructure and town planning, we must have statutory healthcare facilities. And in addressing the inadequacies, I urge the administration to invest more heavily in the elderly, because if we do not address this problem now, then all families will be affected. And that will increase the burden on our public health care. And as a result, people will not live so happily. Thank you.
Mr. Kenneth Fogg, President, I'm grateful to Mr. Tony Jay for moving this motion so that during the recess we can take a break and ponder how we can improve our sense of well-being and live healthily. Now, what is the KPI for this, for healthy cities? And many members mentioned the WHO KPIs about 20 years ago. I don't propose to repeat them here. In 2007, the government published the guidelines regarding the promotion of healthy city in Hong Kong. There are 3 stages. Looking back on these guidelines, I think we are reaching the 2nd stage. The 3rd stage is about innovation, community involvement, and there is a long way away. I am particularly concerned about culture and sports and the importance of these elements in promoting healthy city. We have Dr. Low here with us. Now, the CST Bureau is also an important player in this exercise. I'm glad to see the CST be represented here. Exercise is good for health. This is a bit of a truism, and many students in Hong Kong do not have 60 minutes of different intensity exercise every day. In 2020, there was a report that pointed out 30% of the people polled have seen an increase in their weight. 31% and 35% of the females have seen an increase of 4.2 and 3.6 kilos, respectively. 10 years on, what is the sports policy in Hong Kong? There are three areas. The popularization is not good enough. In order to popularize sports, we need to have the number of hours prescribed, and this is not enough. We need to have the blueprint. We have to have the proper design. Every district, all the prescribed number of hours for exercises varies, and the NSAs don't have sufficient resources, and this is a perennial problems. And the venue scalping, venue touting is also a problem. People simply cannot book any venues for exercise. Now, looking at the planning, the national plan that they have 2021 to 25, exercise for all, a 15-minute circle for exercise. They also have the instructors ratio, and the education ministry's guidelines also provide for the number of hours prescribed for children, and these are solid targets, and they're being implemented. In Hong Kong, we don't have these kind of targets. So CSTB, the DH, and the Education Bureau should really redouble their efforts in putting together these KPIs, which are tangible for the members of the public. I go along with various members, Dr. Johnny Ng, for instance, for putting forward innovative ideas to encourage participation in exercises. Like we can have the consumption voucher for exercises. We can harness technology as an incentive. I hope that the administration will take these on board because this will be conducive to developing Hong Kong's sports. Other than sports, cultural participation is indispensable in a healthy city. We need to have the cultural facilities and cultural participation. Art therapy is gaining traction in other parts of the world. COVID has really taken a toll on our mental health. I think we need to put more emphasis on this in this major sphere. Art therapy should become an important element, and I'm sure that this will build Hong Kong as a true healthy city. Thank you. Dr. Priscilla Leung. President, one of the most precious assets in Hong Kong is the harbour front. The Victoria Harbour is what I use every single day when I was a student. I travel on the ferry. When I became a councillor here, the Victoria Harbour is etched very much on my consciousness. We really wanted to develop the harbour as a green harbour. We don't have the Environment Bureau secretary here, but I'd like to get a message across to him that we need to have this element in promoting mental health. In 2008, some of the professionals and councillors would like to see a good waterfront in Hong Kong. The first breakthrough was in Hong Kong. Mrs. Carrie Lam was launching this at the time as the secretary. Now, when we opened up the waterfront, we smelled the odor of the harbour. I mean, it's just like a stunning beauty with a body odor. Now, the Palace Museum was just opened, and the First Lady was there as well in the opening. Water quality is terribly important. I walked past the West Kowloon area, the area that I was so used to, and in Tai Kok Tsui, people were jogging in this stinking this harbor with an awful stench. The Hong Kong harbourfront was opened. We were so happy because the people could get on the lawn, but the odor there was really hideous. It is difficult to get rid of the horrible odor. In 2011, we discussed the matter with the Dr. Hkicpa, the water expert. We found that in Kowloon City, in Yau Chin Bong, the water was really so hideously awful. And in 2015, there was a consultancy report costing a few tens of millions of dollars. There were 4 areas, Chin Wan, Tai Kok Tsui, Kwun Tong are part of them. Now, back in 2015, you honor your pledge. There was this dry weather interceptor. The pilot area was Hong Ham. Today, we have the dry weather interceptor in the 18 districts. But over the years, I think 11 years on, every single budget debate, I make the point that the government should be far-sighted enough and earmark $10 billion to sort out the water quality in the Victoria Harbour. And this is indeed dear to our heart. This is the soft power we have. The travellers to Hong Kong do feel that the Victoria Harbour is really awesome, but the dry weather interceptor is nowhere near enough because this can sort out the problem of expedient connection. I had a phone call from an expert yesterday. This has to do with Dr. Low. Now, in January this year, I went down to the old districts. There is expedient connection of the sewage pipes, and this is one of the causes of the problems. Now, it seems that this has been put on the back burner now in this new term. This has everything to do with health. So this dry weather interceptor can be an expedient measure. The HAT tool doesn't have a timetable. If you read Dr. Hkicpa's suggestion, I think we can use a bacteria measure to clean up the harbor. This is a long-term task. Over the past 11 years, if you accepted this suggestion, if you spend $1 billion, it would have been $10 billion. Water means wealth, water means talent. I hope in the younger generation, we will continue to have stunning harbor with a good water quality, and we can have a water-friendly culture handed down to the next generation. Thank you. Mr. Chen Pui-Lang. President, first of all, I'm grateful to Mr. Tony J for moving this motion to expedite the achievement of the healthy city target so that we can take stock of our development. With good physical well-being, it would be the best, the most precious asset. According to the World Health Organization's 10 targets, one of the targets is to provide good leisure values for interaction. Sports and recreational activities will then improve the physical and mental well-being and foster interaction. But the values are woefully inadequate in Hong Kong. This fails to meet the needs, and this doesn't make for good, healthy development in Hong Kong. Under the Hong Kong Planning Standard and Guidelines, the provision of recreation and culture facilities, there is a lack of facilities of 11.8 stadiums, 12.9, 11 aside, soccer, and also 46 sports grounds. And as quality of life is increasing, the demand is also ever greater, and the demand for facilities is also increasing. But people find it difficult to book the venues, and a lot of the activities will have to be held on a shared basis. In the long run, this will be detrimental to the motivation to improve their health, and we would have been able to achieve the healthy city target. Hong Kong is running short of space. We don't have enough space for housing, not to mention recreational facilities. The recreational facilities have been given a short shrift over the years, and on the face of it, the development of housing and infrastructure will bring about higher economic benefits than recreational facilities. But the government should not ignore the physical and mental health, and this is an investment in our development. In order to solve the lack of space for recreational purposes, I think the government should look at the issue holistically. They should plan holistically for these facilities. The government should change the planning mindset. They should not be tinkering around the edges. They have to prepare for the future. As the standards are increasing, as the transport infrastructure is getting more sophisticated, people's aspirations are getting higher, but the planning standard is really falling behind, and this is not fit for purpose. And the planning falls short of the expectation. Last year, the government said that the Hkip should be revised in terms of the recreational facilities, and there will be a consultancy report. I hope that the administration will follow up on these recommendations and to tie in with the development of sports and recreation in Hong Kong and improve the planning. Also, the government should review the idle land. According to 2021 figure, the 192 sites, private idle schools that they're not put to good use. The government should have a look at these to see whether there is a suitable site that can be opened up for recreational purposes. President, a city is not about an economic entity. It should be a place where people can live and work and grow up in. The State Council announced that Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau will host the national game for 2025, and I think the government should review the adequacy or otherwise of the recreational facilities and foster a culture for sports and achieve the healthy city target. With these words, President, I conclude my speech.
Mr. Benson Luke. Thank you, President. First of all, I thank Mr. Tony Jie for moving the motion today. Different places in the world have different definitions for healthy city. But all in all, it is about making people healthier and happier. In other words, it is to allow people in Hong Kong to live happily, healthily, and safely. Adequate amount of physical exercise is beneficial for health. Now, the API of the government has been urging everyone in Hong Kong, no matter male or females, to old and young, to engage in exercise. In Hong Kong, a lot of people enjoy medium to long range running. So I have to declare interest. I am a long distance jogger. I know that many members in the council are also big jogging fans. So I have to thank the government and the Harbourfront Commission for their work. They have turned the waterfronts along the Victoria Harbour for a good place for jogging. As accessibility has been greatly enhanced, people are now flocking to the waterfront for sports, walking, dating, and taking photographs. Now, the government is going to link up the waterfront. I think we should continue with the direction. According to the running enthusiasts, at the height of the epidemic, there were some 300 official or unofficial running competition. It is definitely beneficial for encouraging the public to join to do sports. Whether it is a fun run or an official timed running competition, it will also serve the purpose of making people healthier. According to the organizer, it is very complicated to organize a run and we have to manage the cost. Because of the epidemic, the competitions have to be conducted over 2 days, and it greatly increased the cost. Now, for a medium-sized events with 1,000 participants, approvals from the police department, fire service department, transport department, RHSD, EMSD, and so on, must be secured. If it is sometimes the AFSD's approval and the FEHD's approval are required. If it requires closure of roads, and more coordination will be needed. So it is definitely a big task. Now it shows the lack of collaboration between the government departments. Now, policy bureaus, especially the Culture, Sports and Tourism Bureau, should offer more help to organizer of local running events to streamline the procedures for them. It will definitely serve as a leverage to bring more people into the race. Now, because of the fluctuating, the unstable epidemic, many running events were cancelled. A lot of micro and SME organizers have ceased operation. Now, our famous Standard Chartered marathon have been deferred, and with a number of participants reduced. I think the government has to rebuild our once vibrant running market, so that more members of the public can join in this simple, inexpensive, and healthy sports. Now, Hong Kong's attraction is a tourism hub. In the past, we would use mega sports events to drive visitors to Hong Kong. Major marathon events are one of them. To enhance the experience of foreign visitors to run in Hong Kong, I have some suggestions. Now, in hotels, there should be maps showing the running routes near the hotels. These should be safe running routes, passing landmarks for visitors to take photos. And also, the government should add some signages along the running routes, and it would definitely be helpful. Now, there's the saying in the running among runners that there are no miracles, but only results. So running definitely helps promotes the image of healthy city in Hong Kong. Thank you. Mr. Tommy Cheung. Thank you, President. Mr. Tommy Cheung. President, I will not object to the original motion on expediting the achievement of the healthy city targets, but the Liberal Party will not agree to the amendments moved by Mr. Hkicpa. I will focus on the amendments moved by him. It reminds me that 20 years ago, labor union representatives thought that the 12-hour work of security guards of buildings were too long, and they called for shortening the hours to 8 hours. Of course, the security guards agreed, and they thought that they could earn 12 hours wages by working 8 hours. Or when reducing the working hours from 12 hours to 8 hours, those who earned $9,000 a month were only left with $6,000. Employers needed to hire 3 employees for 3 shifts, and the income was not enough for the employees. And some people took another job, another 4-hour job to make up for the shortfall, but it didn't work because of the time required for transport. So the arrangement has returned to a 12-hour shift for security guards in buildings. That is $11,000 for 6 days work, 12 hours each, and the job is still in high demand. So this is a poison with sugar-coated poison. Our wage is linked with working hours. A lot of trades in Hong Kong are experiencing a constant labor shortage, and labor unions are opposing to the imports of labor. Well, I'm older than you, President. Now, for the drivers of red and green public minibuses, the median age of drivers are my age. So even if I quit and become a driver today, there will be drivers older than me. So a healthy city shouldn't have old people driving public transport. I'm not saying they are bad drivers, but I'm just saying that the unions are opposing to the importation of laborers, but they are opposing long working hours. Take catering sector for example. Well, we are not working overly long hours, and plus the epidemic, we don't have dining services at night, although it has been extended to 12 o'clock now. Well, a lot of places have standard working hours, but they are not healthier than us. In Hong Kong, even without standard working hours, our male and female population enjoys the longest longevity in the world. Well, if we are not healthy, how are we living? How come we are living so to such an old age? So I don't see why legislating for standard working hours can help us achieve the goal of healthy city. Like my speech I made last week, statutory minimum wage and standard working hours would undermine our business environment and our competitiveness. If we keep up driving the SMW and we keep on talking about legislating for standard working hours, well, just look at Sri Lanka. If our economy collapsed, there will be no issue of healthy city. So I hope that the unions would stop using excuses to call for standard working hours. This is a sugar-coated poison. To be a healthy city, we should import labor on a larger scale to achieve the targets. Thank you. Mr. Chen Kin-po. Thank you, President. I thank Mr. Tony Jay for moving the motion on healthy city. It's one of my visions. My first motion moved as Legislative Council was to build a healthy city through promoting universal exercise. So I share the same vision with Mr. Tony Jay. There are a lot of scopes under today's motion. I would like to focus on exercise. All the years I have been urging the government to promote physical exercise because healthiness is a key to well-being. Hong Kong population is aging, and there will be a lot of burden on healthcare system. I think a solution is to promote exercise. Now, the government has been doing quite well recently. There have been large-scale sports venues like the Hkicpa Sports Park, and also there is the 5-year plan to modernize sports venues. And a lot of resources has been spent on promotion of sports and culture. Well, I hope the new bureau, that is the Culture, Sports and Tourism Bureau, the namesake bureau shows the government's determination to promote sports. Now, besides nurturing elite athletes, we should also promote exercise for all, especially a sports culture among students. Now, most students enjoy playing video games rather than doing exercises. It will undermine the health. The government should host more inter-school competition and also study enriching the contents of physical exercise lessons. There should be sports programs offered to elderly people, including a Tai Chi and a dancing class at the district level. And also we should nurture an interest among the public to enjoy sports and cultural events. Now, the RTHK has broadcast the Asian Cup matches. a lot of young people and veteran football enthusiasts have enjoyed the programs. According to the RTHK, the viewership was very encouraging. There should be a dedicated sports channel to directly broadcast matches played by Hong Kong athletes and the nation's athletes. We should learn from the experience of the Tokyo Olympics. So whenever there are international events, the government should procure the broadcasting rights for free broadcast for the public. It is costly, but it is worth it because it can nurture an interest of sports among people and also give people a good time. And also it can nurture patriotic feelings and also nurture a love for Hong Kong. So it is definitely worth considering. Now, finally, on the work-life balance points, back in 2009, I moved a motion on work-life balance. It was a very popular idea elsewhere, but in Hong Kong, it was it was unfamiliar to people. Now there are people working from home, and there are even corporates implementing the 4 days working a week. It is encouraging. Only by striking a balance between work and family life, people can live happily and enjoy a good family life. With proper arrangements, the arrangements would not affect the productivity, so employers can be assured. Now, the government has relevant policies, but there is a lack of comprehensive planning. I hope that after the epidemic, there can be a task force being tasked with setting long-term policy with reference to foreign experience to implement work-life balance measures. Thank you.
Ms. Chen Hoi-Yan, thank you. Talking about healthy cities, many people will think of disease prevention and healthcare services. Of course, we need to improve our healthcare services and build up a comprehensive healthcare network in the community. I have advocated many such in the past, so I will spare these points now. Now, when it comes to health, healthcare apart, our living environment is just as important. Many think that a comprehensive community development is the prerequisite of health. Now, to promote a healthy city, we must have better community planning so that people can really have a healthy living. Healthy city is not really a new concept. As early back as in 2007, the Department of Health has already formulated guidelines on introduction of healthcare cities in Hong Kong. We've got 15 districts in Hong Kong with healthy cities set up. So that with this bottom-up approach, we can promote healthy living in the community. To ensure sustainable development of a healthy city, the government has a leading role to play. I cannot agree with Mr. Tony Seymour. In his original motion, he asked the administration to expedite the achievement of the healthy city targets from different aspects. And we should also look at our demographic structure and build up a user-based community. According to census and statistics, 1 out of 3 will be over 65 years old very soon, and we must build up an age-friendly community. This should be the government's priority. In terms of community planning, the government should consider development of walking facilities. Now, it's been reported that many people will have to negotiate a steep flight of stairs, and that's taxing on young people as well, not to mention our elderly. And many of our roads are narrow, some are rugged and not smooth, and elderly persons can easily slip and fall and get injured. Hong Kong is a dense city and road space is limited and precious. So how can we strike a balance in ensuring social development and safety of our elderly persons? One of the ways is to avoid single-story blocks in urban redevelopment. We must have a proper planning, we can have underground streets so that by means of the very extensive underground network, we can make our city more walkability, and we can have more space for private and public facilities. Underground streets can reduce changes in gradients, and this can promote walking. This can bring vibrancy to our community. It will be friendly to our elderly persons that we're willing to walk around in the community more, and this will benefit their physical and mental health. In developing new towns, the government must have a comprehensive consideration to make our walking environment elderly friendly. We should make available road surface as possible so that we can have wide pedestrian precincts. And in developing our housing projects, we must set aside enough open space and green space, and we should take reference from overseas projects so that we can have more community planting plots for community participation and even arts area, so that we can all participate in building a livable city. This is an important step in building a healthy city. I hope the administration can consider these proposals very proactively so that we can have visionary long-term planning so that everyone in Hong Kong, young to old, can live happily, and we can all contribute to building a happy community. Thank you. Mr. Yang Wing-Kit. Thank you, President. I speak to support Mr. Tong Lizi's original motion to expedite the achievement of the healthy city target. Now, we must have sufficient healthcare services. As we all know, waiting times for services in public hospitals are long. Both patients and doctors have to suffer. In neighboring cities, they only have to wait for a couple of months before they can seek a medical consultation. How short are we of doctors? We have 15,000 registered doctors in Hong Kong. That is 2 doctors for every 2,000 population. Now, in other countries, they have a higher ratio. For OECD countries, the figure is 3.5. So we're at least 3,000 doctors short to catch up with our neighboring cities, and many more if we are to catch up with advanced economies. Dr. Low, can you tell us what is the optimum ratio? Should it be 2.5 or 3.5? The government must have clear targets before we can raise the quality of healthcare services so that Hong Kong can be a healthy city. Admittedly, the government has tried hard to increase the supply of doctors. With limited registration, the HA is not employing non-locally trained doctors. Unfortunately, it's only been employing a dozen or so, and this year the number has grown to 45. And CU, HK, and HKU are now providing more places for trainee doctors. But at most, we can only have a few dozens more. HA has used QEH as a pilot scheme so that we can have exchange program with GBA doctors coming to practice in Hong Kong, but the quota is only a dozen or so. I urge the administration to increase the quota and extend the pilot period. This can be a timely help to tackle the doctor shortage in Hong Kong. The government has also amended the revenue registration system, but then the special registration committee would only admit medical qualifications awarded by medical facilities with programs taught in English. This has greatly departed from the original intention of the legislative amendment. I urge the special registration committee to think twice. If not, we'll have to promote a reform of the medical council, because we must not allow a handful of persons to affect the life and death of Hong Kong people. Now, according to the census 2021, Wong Tai Sin has the highest population of those over 65, but Wong Tai Sin is the only district with no A&E services. So if you need A&E services and you are stuck in traffic, then it can be life-threatening. This is unfair and unreasonable. If the government doesn't resolve this problem for Wong Tai-sin, how can Hong Kong be a healthy city? Any services is a basic requisite, and the past decade we've asking for redevelopment of the Lady of OALM Hospital. I suggest that we have A&E department in Wong Tai-sin. Unfortunately, the chief executive said that the people may have their aspirations, but then the government has its own planning. So we don't have A&E department in Wong Tai-sin Hospital. As we all know, most services of QEH will be relocated to Hkicpa Hospital. And in this area, the population will grow substantially. I wonder whether the new hospital will have sufficient services to support the big population here. The government always use the excuse of land shortage. What about we use the service reservoir space and to do so? And we can also provide round-the-clock outpatient services at OLMH pending the construction of a new hospital. The government must show us commitment. You must really face up to this very humble demand from the 400,000 or so people living Wong Tai-sin. Thank you. Mr. Tang Fei. Thank you. President. Thank you, President. I speak to support Mr. Tony Xi's original motion on expediting the achievement of the healthy city target. A healthy city doesn't hinge upon whether there is a physical healthy city, but rather we have the right mentality and whether people are mentally healthy and happy. Hong Kong is a very stressful city, and students are also under great stress. And according to the Federation of Youth done in last year, over 3,600 students took part in the survey. 48.6% of the students who responded indicated the stress index was on the high side. On a 10-point scale, they score over 7, and they didn't have enough time to learn, to sleep, and then the potential impact on the health is very great. And whenever when the new term starts, we could see from news reports that there was a high suicidal rate. In order to protect our young students, I won't quote the suicidal figures. I don't want to add fuel to oil. But then we have to understand that if we do not address the mental well-being of our students, then suicidal problem among them can never be resolved. If we want Hong Kong to be a healthy city, if we want our people to be mentally and physically healthy, then we must attach the greatest significance to the mental well-being of our young people. The Education Bureau and relevant bodies provide mainly remedies to the mental well-being of our young people, right? They will count the number of students that have special education needs. Now, if they have 1 to 10, they have a certain scale of allowance, and from 10 to 20, another scale, so that remedial services can be procured to address the social and mental needs of students. Now, this is a professional way of tackling the problem, and I like to pay tribute to social workers and teachers and education psychologists that are working ever so hard to protect our students. But all these measures are remedial in nature. For the mental well-being of our community and for the sake of our young people, can there be a more proactive intervention in terms of positive values? Now, like the education on national identity. Now, this is important. I also hope that the Education Bureau and our relevant departments can help to build up the resilience and perseverance of our students so that they can have positive values when faced with stress. They'll be able to resolve such stress and solve the problems so that our young people can get rid of the very negative trauma as a result of chaos and also the pandemic. The government should be very proactive in providing education on culturing positive value for our students so that young people can all contribute to the building of Hong Kong and also the country. Thank you.
Mr. Jeffrey Lam, President. For a city to be healthy, it's just like planting a tree. It does require tender loving care. We need to have the infrastructural development. We need to have the garden well tended to. Is only with the good care that the plants will be growing healthily. When it comes to healthy city, what sort of balance should we strike? We cannot have the hardware without the software, because otherwise it's just an empty shell without any life. People in the city need to work, they need interaction with people, they need mental support. The participation in cultural and recreational activities would be good enough for physical and mental well-being. Hong Kong is an international financial center, shipping maritime center. It is also super connected with the rest of the world. But we do have a lot of attributes. Hong Kong is a melting pot of East and West, architecture, exhibition. We have our own attributes. Our sporting prowess has also shown excellent achievements at the Olympics and other games. We have achieved really marvelous results. All these cannot be taken for granted. We need to have the talent training, and we need to have the venues for training. I think we should devote more resources there. In recent years, Hong Kong has been pushing ahead with infrastructural developments, but still there are a lot of social and environmental problems that are crying out for solution. Like people on the streets tend to spot the appearance of wild boars, and they are running around all over the place, and people and the vehicles get caught up with them, and they are liable to cause accidents, and they're rummaging through the rubbish bins, and they're causing the infestation of rodents, and they're causing a lot of environmental problems. The members of the public may not bother the wild boars, and they are liable to attack. They're liable to get aggressive. There are some hikers who got attacked by the wild boars in the countryside, and they got bitten. And all these concerns are really plaguing the countryside, and this is really off-putting to people going hiking. In terms of healthcare, dining, living, and commuting, I think more should be done to make sure that Hong Kong will be a healthier and more decent society. I support this original motion for Hong Kong to be a healthy international center. Environmental hygiene and safety are of paramount importance. Because of the distribution of resources, there are so many problems that require improvement, and there are many problems that have been building up. Like the motion said, we need to improve the renewal of the old districts. We have to make sure that people feel a sense of security, and we need to improve the facilities for recreation sports. There should be better, more people-centric kind of distribution of resources. It's only with all these factors coming together that we will see an attractive city. I'm sure that through a review exercise, we can identify where the problems lie and tackle all the underlying problems so that this beautiful city will grow like a tree will grow. Dr. Low, I'm sure you can make Hong Kong a healthy city, a safe city. I do have faith in you. And through your efforts, I hope that we will reopen the borders soon enough. And what we've lost in Hong Kong can be recovered soon enough. Thank you. Ms. Eunice Yong, President, I rise to speak in support of Mr. Jay's motion and Mr. Johnny Ng and Mr. Wong's amendments. It's only with health that we can achieve anything. Otherwise, everything would be pie in the sky. I think the healthy development of a city would depend on the planning, and we should encourage society to take part in healthy activities, housing, environmental protection, welfare, transport, education, town planning, all come into it. A healthy city is about the health of the population. In planning for city development is about the provision of good healthcare system to protect the health of the people. In 1986, the World Health Organization has started promoting healthy city. In the 1990s, Hong Kong has embraced this theme, and in 2017, the DH has also put forward the guidelines in relation to building healthy cities. In various districts in Hong Kong, we have all these healthy city plans, but they are developing in different directions. And healthy cities should be improved as society changes. The development of healthy city needs many further efforts. I think the government should harness big data and analyze the commute of the people and the daily habit, and they should use high tech for them to tackle the issues and improve all the guidelines and to make sure that we're going to have better measures to safeguard the health and the safety of the residents. And also the Hong Kong medical team joined hands with the mainland experts to tackle the COVID pandemic. I think the government should promote the integrated approach between Chinese and Western medicine to bring forth the advantages of Chinese medicine. We also should promote the development and cultivation of talents, and there should be opportunities for people to train up as CM medicine. We can invite the mainland CM experts to come to Hong Kong to pass on the knowledge for exchanges, and we can build the foundation for this area for Hong Kong. The government should also promote the development of Chinese medicine and organize more seminars on the primary care of Chinese medicine. The government should promote and publicize community involvement in promoting healthy development. We have the I Am Smart. We have all these apps from the HA, but the HA apps are so scattered and people find it really difficult to navigate through the app information. And this is really calling for some improvement, that there should be a one-stop service for people to get access to the information like dental, maternal, and so on, so that people would be able to get access to all the relevant information about their health. I did suggest before, that the government should take full advantage of I Am Smart app and other apps to encourage more walking to be done and to do more exercises in order to build up good physique. And I hope the new administration will do more publicity, and timely guidelines should be formulated so that we can promote positive energy. The sense of well-being, sense of gain have everything to do with health. President Xi Jinping made a keynote speech on July 1st. There are 4 hopes. We should release the considerable creativity in Hong Kong, so the government should be citizen-centric and make healthy city the new impetus for Hong Kong. Mr. Leung Man Kwong, President. Healthy city is no new concept. Back in 2006, the government already published the guidelines regarding the promotion of healthy city, so that different districts can organize activities to promote this idea of healthy city, and we can reduce the burden on the healthcare system. I agree with Mr. Tony Jay's motion and all the amendments to take us in this direction. In terms of healthcare, in Kowloon West, the Caritas Medical Center in 2015 completed the first stage of redevelopment, and nothing else is formulated, and QEH is going to be moved to the acute hospital. The QEH site will be kept for medical purposes, but so far we haven't heard anything about the future development. The government should face up to the aging population and the demand for healthcare in Kowloon West, and there should be proper planning for hospitals there. We lack public dental care. Toothache is worse than a serious illness. People are denied dental care because of lack of means, and the government should provide mobile dental care for the population. In particular, the senior citizens, that there should be dental care for them to have preventative care and timely treatment. In terms of dining, Mr. John Lee said that national security should be extended to different areas. One of the areas is food safety. Now, food safety has caused a lot of underlying concerns. Imported goods are tested to have harmful additives. The Fukushima toxic seafood and the Taiwan food are also sources of concern. I think the government should play a good gatekeeping role. They can liaise with the private sector to have a digital tracking system like that they have in the mainland, so the public will have the timely information about food safety living. President Xi said in his keynote speech on July 1st that people do pine for a better living condition, that the Bambanao recently has caused a lot of concerns. Urban renewal can release more precious land resources. The government should step in and come up with ways and means to achieve a breakthrough in terms of the plot ratio and create more conditions. We should speed up the efficiency, effectiveness, and the government should adopt this single site, multiple use concept to build more space for recreational and cultural activities, and people can really wind down in these areas and improve the quality of life. Finally, in terms of commuting, Hong Kong is a densely populated area. Road safety is of paramount importance. The government might consider providing underground access in Cheung Wan MTR station. The government might wish to consider building an underground street, and Yau Ma Tei MTR station. There can be underground access to the Kwong Wah Hospital, and this will reduce the traffic, human traffic on the road, and smooth out the traffic flow. President, health is not just about freedom from illness. We are also concerned about the physical, mental, and social well-being. And it is a truism to say that we should have a balanced diet. The improvement of the environment and the upgrading of health should be linked with better planning. The government should create the right condition for Hong Kong to be a livable city, and people will have a decent place to enjoy physical and mental well-being. With these words, I conclude my speech.
主席，
Ms. Nixie Lam, President, I speak in support of Mr. Tony Chia's motion on expediting the achievements of the healthy city target. The most important asset of a city is human being. Now, we all take Hong Kong for our home, so we have to think about the living environment of the people. Now, it's about a balance between healthcare, dining, living, and commuting. On healthcare, under the epidemic, it shows our lack of resources and hardware, and there are systemic issues. People have to wait hours or even half a day at A&ED. If you are looking for specialist treatments, you have to wait until 2047. Now, so we have to enhance primary healthcare at districts so minor illnesses can be treated in situ, and only major illnesses should be treated at hospitals. By then, we can prevent the aggravation of diseases. In terms of living, we have a lot of subdivided units, and it needs improvement. Mr. Shabalong said we have to bid farewell to subdivided units. I have paid a visit to several families living in Shamshui subdivided units. The family is crowded in very stuffy environments. The indoor temperature is even higher than outside. When there is a fire, they will be subject to a huge danger, and they are living from hand to table. So how they can thrive in this under this environment, and how can the young people have hope? Now, according to the 2021 census, the per capita average living space is 161 square feet, and it is for those living in subdivided units, the living space is just marginally bigger than those enjoyed by prisoner. Now, in terms of commuting, not everyone is living along the MTR rail line. There is no connection between New Territories North and West. We mentioned about the Tsuen Wan, Tuen Mun railway, but the government said it was overlapping with the Western Rail line. So we suggested the government to link it up, but did the government consider our proposal? Now, about the roundabouts, the pork oil roundabouts in Tsuen Wan and in Tuen Mun, and the Tai Chung Road roundabouts in Tsuen Wan, they have become a traffic black spots for congestion. Now, in year 2004, the government has constructed a spiral-shaped roundabout on a trial basis, but it hasn't progressed. Now, a lot of people are relying on public minibus. So, like Tommy said, most of the drivers are of old age. There is no new blood, and there is an even distribution of business. The shuttle bus of MTR are eroding into the market of public minibus. So this is a historical issue where the government revisits the problem. Now, back when everything was political, there have been a lot of problems. It is time we review them again and try to solve these problems. In year 2007, the government issued a guidelines on healthy city. Now, 15 years on, we definitely made a progress. I always think that at this time of government has a difficult job because there are so many deep-rooted issues, but we have high expectation of you. The government has to take the main responsibility and sweep the problems out of the carpet, and the public and I will be looking at you. Thank you. Reverend Peter Kuhn. President, everyone longs for health. Now, the health indexes, for example, longevity and infant mortality rates in Hong Kong rank amongst the top in the world. However, Under a healthy city concept, it doesn't only mean physical health, but also living standard, living quality, mental health, and also social health. During the epidemic, people's awareness against the prevention of disease has been enhanced. It is the right time for us to review and enhance the healthcare systems development and better town planning to make Hong Kong a livable and healthy city. Healthy city covers a number of scopes. Because of time limitation, I will focus on primary healthcare. In the past, when setting policy on healthcare, there was an emphasis on treatment rather than prevention. No matter how many hospitals that we build, we are just focusing on treatment level, and it doesn't reach the community and district level. It doesn't address the needs of an aging population, and it does not contribute to a healthy city. So I think we have to address the cause of the problem and enhance assessments on the district level to enhance the screening and intervention so that we can prevent illness before they occur. Now, the government has proposed establishing a DHC at all 18 districts as a core hardware for promoting collaboration on primary healthcare, as well as the collection of health data to assist the government's policy formulation. However, the usage of DHC is on the low side. The services provided, including health promotion and checks, are overlapping with other non-profiteering bodies. It doesn't provide incentives for participation. For example, at the Kwai Chung DHC, there was an expected 55,000 sessions. However, only 1.4% of the Kwai Chung population has used the service of Kwai Chung, and it accounts for only 56% of the original estimates. It shows that the local residents lack understanding of the service. Since the government is trying to make forward planning in terms of medical resources, why don't we use big data to make use of healthcare vouchers to enhance elderly care services, elderly medical services? The private sector has a lot of health data among them, and they should be recruited on board. And also, they are closely related to the health situation of people, and there are definitely room for collaboration between the SWD and the NGOs. Elderly Care Center under the SWD can encourage its members to engage in colon screening and other health assessment services. In the long run, the government must establish a population-wide health database to assist in formulation of healthcare policies and also assess the efficiency of the relevant policies so that we can migrate towards the targets of healthy city. I so submit. Mr. Lam Chun Sing. Thank you, President. First of all, I thank Mr. Tony Jie for moving this motion so that we can discuss the issue from multiple perspectives and promote Hong Kong to become a healthy city. First and foremost, the residents have to be healthy physically and mentally. Among the 3 million working population, 1/3 of the time was spent on work. For the other half of them, they spend half the time on work. For example, those security guards are working double shifts. Hong Kong is one of the places with the longest working hours. So how can we strike a balance between work and life? Can we improve OSH? Will people get ill because of overexertion? So these are all the questions while achieving the targets of healthy city. We have seen a lot of news concerning death caused by overexertion. In year 2017, the Labor Department has commissioned a study to look at the deaths rather than the deaths are caused by cardiovascular or cerebral vascular disease rather than accidents. The findings show that there are lots of risk factors leading to cardiovascular or cerebrovascular diseases causing death at work. There is not a single risk factor relating to work. As a result, the government only stepped up publicity for workers. According to the 2021 report issued by the WHO, the finding is that those working longer than 55 hours per week would have weaker health compared with those working 35 to 40 hours per week. The risk of a stroke is 35% higher. So the government can step up publicity in terms of work-life balance, or even issued a guideline on working hours according to the WHO's report. I'm pleased to see that major corporations took the lead to implement a 4 days working week. So I hope other corporations or even the governments can follow suit. When employees know that they are enjoying one more leave every week, one more day of leave every week, they will be more efficient and they can enjoy their free time more. It is very important for the healthy city target. And also the motion mentioned about the healthcare and care facilities. Last week, I joined a poverty summit. Some mothers who live in subdivided units say that the medical care for the children is a heavy cost for them. So I recommend issuing children healthcare vouchers. So the yearly cost will be $2.1 billion on the government's part. It can alleviate the burden of medical burden on grassroots families, and will enhance medical and social collaboration. So it is worth considering. So we have to adopt a multi-pronged approach to alleviate the livelihood issues to reach the targets of a healthy city. I hope that the new time government can roll out more concrete measures to improve the health, happiness, and safety of the people. I support the original motion. Thank you.
Dr. David Lam. Thank you, President. I'm grateful to Mr. Tony C for sponsoring this motion on healthy city. The epidemic will pass, but then an aging population is what we have to face in the coming decades, and their needs on healthcare, housing, and care. I'll focus on healthcare. When we have more elders in the community, we will have more non-chronic and non-communicable diseases. This is known to all. Now, elders are suffering from hypertension, chronic respiratory diseases, diabetes, dementia, and also cancer. Most of them will need follow-up at either general outpatient clinics or special outpatient clinics. Now, if they're seen at specialist outpatient clinics, that will increase the waiting time or the queue for such services, because we know the pool will only get bigger and bigger. So to address this problem, those who are stable should be channeled back to the community for follow-up care. We've talked about this for a long time, but it seems that we have made a little progress. So for primary health care, we should focus on prevention. Prevention should be done by education so that people can lead a healthier lifestyle, both physically and mentally. Our district health centers can do more in this regard. And second, we should prevent diseases. And this is by identifying the emergence of chronic diseases by means of elderly medical vouchers, we can ask our elders to take a designated health checkup at in the community, and we should give them community medical vouchers for dental checkups and also scaling. This will educate our elders how to use their medical vouchers wisely. Now, I turn to doctors. Doctors family doctors is crucial to primary health care. Family doctors are actually general managers of our health. The fact is, they are rather helpless in the community. Do we need nurses and also pharmacists and laboratory technicians to work together in the community so that our community can be a hospital without walls, so that our elders can have access to medical and follow-up services that they need? Now, if we can do this, then we can really ensure our elderly can age in place and to lead a healthy, easy, and happy life. We should encourage more of our allied health professionals to start their own practices in the community to take care of people. The government's role should be one of monitoring, supervision, and coordination. This includes coordinating the streamlining of patients from hospitals or from the public healthcare sector to the community sector. And then, of course, some elderly persons may not like seeing doctors in the community because they don't want to pay. And therefore, this very important concept of money should follow the patient is an important one. And another part is public-private sector participation and collaboration, so the money can follow our patients. This is another aspect we should explore. I'm all for transparency in fees, and in primary hospitals, we should have a scale benchmark for reference. And of course, medical records are also important. If I keep a medical record of a patient and doctors in the public sector and another, then there can be no collaboration. We've already got the e-health record. We should pile this big database together. We should pull all the information together and make it accessible to those who need them. And this is what our whole healthcare system should do. Of course, monitoring and setting the rules and regulation are just as important. I'd like to spend some time to talk about rare diseases which are not given appropriate treatment in Hong Kong because of expensive drugs. Your time is up. Ms. Sari Lee, thank you. I thank Mr. Tony C. for moving this motion on expediting the achievement of the healthy city target so that we can all express our views in this topic and to share our views with the new Secretary for Health. Now, in the interest of time, I will focus on healthcare. I've served in the community for more than 2 decades, mainly in Kowloon. In Kowloon, the problem is an aging population. You know very well that Secretary for Kowloon East and Central Kowloon, where you talk about consultation for eye specialty and internal medicine, the waiting time is much longer than in the former. This is all because of a population shift. You might have noticed that we have recently discussed the expansion of LOMH. In fact, this project should be supported by all legislators, but then there was a major debate in this council because for a long time, Wong Tai Sin hasn't got an A&E department, which is unacceptable. And this is the long-term aspiration of the community. I understand the Secretary, you're busy working on normal cross-border traveling, and also our fight against the pandemic. But then, these aside, you should see how different clusters of HA can be more even. I expect that the population in Kowloon will continue to age, and the poorest district in town is Kwun Tong, to be followed by Samshepo, and then Wong Tai Sin. So they have a very high demand for healthcare services. Now, we represent Central Kowloon here. I have had a lot of discussion with Young Wing Kid. I think the demands from the people there are very obvious. I hope that after redevelopment of LOMH, we can provide 24-hour A&E services there. And then the Samshepo Service Reservoir will be allocated, and I hope the site can be used for healthcare purposes, so that there will be more healthcare facilities to serve this old district. When we discussed with the former secretary and members of the HA, we were told, the rest assured, Ms. Lee, when a Hkicpa hospital is commissioned, it will be able to serve the whole district. But then you have planned that A&E services and special clinics would suspend operation pending redevelopment of QEH. I hope that you can preserve the A&E services and specialist services of QEH, so that they can be accessible to residents in Central Kowloon in particular. As we all know, QEH is very important, and the utilization rate is high. Now, if Hkicpa Hospital is commissioned and then QEH services are suspended, then there is not much relief for residents of Central Kowloon. I hope the Secretary can accept our suggestion that QEH can continue to offer services to the public after the commissioning of the Hkicpa Hospital. And I hope the Secretary will see to it that our elderly have dental services, which is an important part of a healthy city, because it is so hard for our elders to have dental services. I have discussed with the relevant authorities for a long time without any progress, at least no visible progress from the part of the community. Secretary, I'm sure you can have various ways to make progress in terms of dental services to the elderly. I will communicate with you further in the future. I'd like to turn to medical vouchers. Secretary, I hope you can improve this scheme so that the scope of use can be broadened. For instance, the vouchers should be allowed to spend on drugs, so that it can also be a tool to promote public-private sector collaboration. Mr. Kingsley Wong. Thank you. President, I speak to support Mr. Kok Wai Keung's amendment. The WHO has listed 32 quantifiable indicators for a health city, so that they form the basis for building a healthy city. Now, apart from a gross mortality rate, there is also indicator on unemployment rate and also wages. Toronto, the first to launch the healthcare initiative, has also got a number of indicators. There must be flexible working hours and to take care of health, and the work itself must be meaningful, and the work environment must be of quality. Unfortunately, we have launched this project for a long time, but the indicators covering work on not very satisfactory. We are still a far cry from the targets listed under the Healthcare City Initiative. If we cannot take care of the well-being of our workers, how can we call ourselves a healthy city? Working hours are long and are also stressful. According to a survey in 2018, on average, Workers are working 50 hours a day, the top of 70 cities under the survey. And for 3 years in a row, Hong Kong was among the top 3 in terms of long working hours. And in 2021, we were ranked number 1. Now, for the transport and also retail sectors, now there will be indicators and also targets to justify long working hours. Because the basic rent is low, basic wage is low, workers have no choice but to work long hours in order to make ends meet. Now, sometimes the contract may say that the work hours from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., but to complete various targets, many employees cannot knock off before 7, some as late as 7 p.m. According to a mental health survey, the mental health score in Hong Kong on average was only 48, much lower than the passing rate of 52 stipulated by WHO. 1/3 of the respondents felt that work was a negative factor on their mental health. And according to the Hong Kong Psychiatric Mental Health Association, there was a survey last year. About 62% of the respondents consider themselves overworked, and then 27% call themselves extremely anxious or depressed, and then a large proportion felt rather stressful. To expedite the achievement of the health city target, we must pay more attention to our performance in labor-related indicators. We must address this problem of long working hours and stressful work life. We must ensure that there is no excessive overtime work. Thank you.
Mr. Lai Chong-kwok. President, I'm grateful to Mr. Tony J for moving this motion. As we can see from the motion's wordings, this covers a broad spectrum. I'd like to focus my attention on the pandemic. Now, the healthy city concept was put forward by the WHO in 1984 at an international conference, but few people talk about the triumph over a pandemic going back to the 18th century when cholera was defeated. Now, some said that in London, the open sewage was the source of infection, and then they had the concealed sewage system, and that controlled the spread of the disease. There was a lot of opposition against this healthcare or this hygienic kind of reform, but because of the onslaught of cholera, the opposition, the proponent won the day, and they turned the situation around. I think Hong Kong should take advantage of the pandemic to improve, to take measures to improve the hygiene in Hong Kong. The CE proposed the mobilization scheme for civil service. I agree with that. That the government has been used to a small government mindset, and I hope that the government would come up with the plan to enable the government to mobilize enough civil servants to tackle emergencies. The task force on district affairs was set up, and within a month's time, there will be a plan to improve Hong Kong's hygienic condition. I noticed that the DCS emphasized that he will make sure the effectiveness would be sustainable. I agree that we should not really take brief efforts and stop at that, and we will be monitoring the effectiveness of the measures. I do have some suggestions regarding urban planning. When the government implements the urban planning, there should be more rigorous measures to identify space for temporary hospitals, and there should be proper transport infrastructure and get these completed. Should there be a need, we don't have to identify the right siting and build a makeshift hospital like the Huashanshan, Leishanshan kind of makeshift hospitals. When we build the stadiums and the exhibition centers, the government should factor in the emergency issues. Like we have to make sure that the medical equipment can be put in, and ventilation can also be improved, so that when these venues are requisitioned, we will have the facilities available to tackle the problem. President, communicable disease are not confined to the COVID. Monkeypox is another case in point. Like President Xi said, we have to have a considerable public health system to safeguard public health. Thank you very much. Mr. Ronick Chen. Madam Deputy, the WHO back in 1986 rolled out the Healthy City program, like member said, to make sure that public-private organizations can join hands to improve the living condition and to promote the physical and mental well-being. And 11 years on, Hong Kong had the first Healthy City plan. It was started in Zhangguilou by Haven of Hope, and it was bottom-up approach to help the various sectors in the community to build the partnership to harness the local resources to tackle the district-related problems and to promote a sense of responsibility to tackle the problems. The scheme was spearheaded by NGOs, but it was endorsed by the Sai Kung District Council. However, it turned out it represents a step forward, and other districts also replicated the same or similar scheme. It wasn't until December 2019 that the government announced the participation in the Global Partnership for Healthy Cities, together with 70 cities. We're dealing with cancer and diabetes. And 33 years after the WHO initiative, the government started this initiative here in Hong Kong. I thank Mr. Tony Jay for moving this motion to expedite the achievement of Healthy City and all the other motions as amended, to urge the administration to expedite their efforts in the areas of healthcare, dining, living, and commuting. I don't think anybody would object to this, so I would support the original motion. Madam Deputy, health is not just about sickness, it's also about mental well-being and also being in harmony. People's health would be predicated on one's innate quality. It is also predicated on the external factors. I think we have to start with urban planning and management. We have to make sure that we are going to have the citizen-centric mindset and to improve the lifestyle and provide good healthcare system to safeguard public health. We're not trying to pursue a utopia, but at least we should be able to create an environment for the younger generation to grow up in. In April 2018, the NHC published a document regarding Healthy City. This is tied in with the objective of Healthy City, the healthcare services and Healthy City should be the objective. We have to make sure that city health and human health would be linked. There are 67 tier 1, 2, 3 objectives. It reflects the progress of various cities. Towards the end of 2019, the mainland authorities conducted an evaluation of various cities, 314 cities and municipalities filled in the information. The planning work is progressing smoothly, and the environmental service, they have achieved really tangible results. The cities that achieve the fastest progress were commended. Healthy City is all about management and administration. The WHO started the program 30 odd years ago. Are we achieving the tangible results? It is still up in the air. This is a consolidated and integrated concept. It is not confined to the healthcare sector, headed up by Professor Low. It has to do with transport, health, district affairs, transport. It takes the concerted efforts of everybody to achieve success. Honestly, this subject has been given a short shrift all along. I think the government can take a leaf out of the book of the mainland and come up with an evaluation system to put together some KPIs and yardsticks for Hong Kong to become a more livable and safer city. Thank you. Mr. Michael Look, Madam Deputy, I thank Mr. Tony Jay for moving this motion regarding healthy city. I'd like to respond to my colleague, Mr. Kwok Wai Keung, in relation to the standard working hours. Some members did have some misconception about standard working hours, and they are smearing this, and this is wholly unacceptable. I fully respect diverse views, but I don't think it's a good idea to say that standard working hours is a toxic pill laced with sugar. Now, Mr. Tommy Cheung is the member who said this. He didn't see the relationship between health and standard working hours, and you cannot ignore this fact. According to WHO, in 2016 study the world over, there are 745,000 people who died because of excessive working hours. They suffer from stroke, hypertension, cardiovascular diseases. There is a commonality among them. They work well over 55 hours per week. We don't need to look at these surveys to know that work hours and health go hand in hand. If you don't have the time to be with your family, to be relax, so how can you have health? I can't see how Mr. Toby Cheung would hold the view that he does. I think I'm obligated to refute at this point. As society and technology improve, even in absence of standard working hours, the number of hours will decline. We don't really have to go down the legislative path. Not necessarily, Madam Deputy, as technology is ripping ahead, the working population is bombarded by the technology, and they tend to work exceedingly long hours because people will tend to become slaves of technology. They don't have the bargaining power. The only thing they can do is to work excessively long hours, and in this kind of situation, they work long hours for less pay, and they're less likely to partake in the fruit of economic success. So in terms of working hours, in terms of pay, we do need to legislate for the protection of the workers. And these workers are working for the benefit of Hong Kong. Mr. Tommy Cheung said that benefits for the workers would turn us into Sri Lanka. I think this is wholly absurd, and this is really incensed me. If we want to achieve economic success at the expense of the working population, these short-term economic benefits would not only be unfair and unjust. The enterprises may achieve short-term gain at the expense of the sweat of the workers, and there is the underlying hidden social cost in terms of health, social creativity, social harmony. All these will have to be borne by society. Is it going to be fair? So if we count on long working hours to maintain our competitiveness, it is not going to be sustainable. Obviously, excessive working hours will deprive the workers of any opportunity to enjoy their life. They probably will lose their life. How can we have a good economy and good internal circulation? Madam Deputy, in areas where there are standard working hours, like the mainland of China, the US, Japan, or Korea. They have 40 hours as the standard working hours per week. In 10 of the countries with the highest GDP, 7 of them have the shortest working hours: Luxembourg, Norway, Switzerland, Netherlands, Denmark, Switzerland. So the length of the working hours doesn't have anything to do with the competitiveness. The FTU has proposed the standard working hours. I mean, we have proposed the working hours. This is not the standard working hours. We are advocating paying for overtime. And if one work overtime beyond a certain hours, that there should be a certain allowance in order to minimize the working hours. We're not arguing against any overtime work.
Mr. Yim Kong. Madam Deputy, the healthy city concept is closely linked to the sustainable developments of Hong Kong. I thank Mr. Tony Jie and other members for moving the motions and amendments. In year 1994, WHO has established a definition for healthy city. That is a developed and natural habitat with expansion in social resources, where people can enjoy a healthy and stable life, where human and the city will support each other. And also the government has set guidelines in terms of to gauge a healthy city. 4,000 cities have joined the Healthy City Partnership Network over the world, especially for the advanced economies in the US and the Europe. Healthy city has long been a concept. Now, Hong Kong also has joined the partnership. Healthy city is more than the physical and mental health of the people, but also the sustainable developments of Hong Kong in the future. According to the 10 specific measurements for a healthy city set by WHO, comparing with our actual situation, I strongly urge the governments to review the poverty line and the absolute poverty line to establish a more accurate poverty alleviation measures to eliminate subdivided flats and cage houses, as well as undertake a comprehensive urban renewal, and also enhance food safety to ensure that in terms of food, housing, work, and health, people are enjoying a high standard of living. So I hope the new term of government would review the absolute poverty line and set a target to eliminate poverty. Second, the government should unleash the potential from collaboration between governments and the business sector. Besides the regular collaboration mechanism, there should be mutual help groups to, and also school premises and sports venues that should be open during weekend, and also vacated or unused workshops should be turned into sports venues for people to use. There should be walking paths as well as cycling tracks nearby for people to do exercise. And also the government should create a favorable environment for harmony and healthy living. And also personal health should be a focus, and the government should attach more resources to conduct a census on the health of elderly people. For acute and serious disease, there should be more subsidies, especially for people who are emotionally troubled by the black violence and the epidemic. With the limitation of resources, more resources should be allocated to public hospitals to offer free or a low-fee psychological consultation. Now, for certain specialist services, the waiting time is 3 years. So the government should enhance the capacity of specialist services. Back in 2021, according to the Census and Statistics Department, in terms of healthcare and longevity, Hong Kong ranked among the first in the world. The life expectancy for male and females were 82.9 years old and 89 years old respectively. However, there is still a lot of room for improvement. So we should deal with all the existing issues, enhance the living standard of people to create a longer, happier, and more comfortable life for people. I speak in support of the original motion. Mr. Bill Tang. Thank you, Madam Deputy. Today's motion is on expediting the achievements of the healthy city target. Health is priceless. The hard objective or indicator is the longevity. However, there is a feeling that people are living longer but not healthily. People are enduring subpar health, and they are just trundling on. So we see two secretaries today. So this is a new arrangement. So I understand we have the Secretary for Health, but we also have the Secretary for Development here. Now, several FTU members have mentioned about employment. Mr. Yim Kong has also mentioned lots of practical issues. So these are the problems that are faced by the government as a whole. The point is we have to enhance the living quality of people. Our GDP ranked 23rd in the world, but I don't really feel that we are rich. So Bill and Mr. Doreen Kong are helping a case where a middle-class couple has procured a private residential unit in Cheung Wan. They are both office workers, but it is impossible for them to return home before 6:30. Well, they would be working until 8, so they would either buy takeaway or have the dinner cooked by a domestic helper. But they are always buying takeaway. So how can they lead a healthy life? Their family income is $80,000 to $90,000 per month, but they are living in a flat of 400 meters, 400 square feet. They have one child, but that's all. They don't dare get a second child. They want to do exercise, but because of the scalping issue under the LCSD venues, they can never get a place to exercise. Well, they are middle class because they have $80,000 to $90,000 income per month, but that's the actual life for an ordinary Hong Kong couple. They are living poorly, eating poorly, and working long hours. Back home, they have to feed the kids with a takeaway, and when the child sleeps at 10 o'clock, they have to check emails for the employers, and they can't sleep before 1 o'clock. So how can they talk about happy or unhealthy? Well, the operation of the city is taking a huge toll on the ordinary citizens mentally and physically. So I hope the council and the government can really work to improve the health of the people. I will not repeat the point about legislation for standard working hours. Well, that has been a new idea in Tin Shui Wai. We have a new wet market. The location, well, it's away from the center of Tin Shui Wai because it is densely populated. So they are putting a cover on the road and call it a wet market. So since we have the Secretary for Development here, can I ask you to review the HKPSG standard on leisure and culture facilities? For every 30,000 population, there should be an indoor sports center. It will alleviate the problem of scalping, and it will demonstrate a good governance. People can at last have a place to work out. Don't tell me there is no place, because you are just building a low-rise building structure on a road and use it as a wet market. So we are working long hours. We are calling for legislation for standard working hours. There are lots of controversy, but there is at least a consensus for more sports venues. So please work for the health of Hong Kong people. Thank you. Dr. Dennis Lam. Thank you, Madam Deputy. The WHO has laid down a clear definition on health. Health is not only the elimination of weakness and disease, but the overall well-being of physical and mental state. So in terms of prevention and control and elimination of communicable disease, it is very important. A key part towards a healthy city is the elimination of the great threat to humanity, that is communicable disease. The original motion and Dr. Stephen Wong's amendments mentioned one of the key targets under healthy city is the promotion and development of primary healthcare and enhancing the healthcare system's capability in dealing with public health crisis. I very much agree with them. So riding on the motion, I would like to urge the government to review the government's work in dealing with communicable diseases. I believe that the pandemic has reminded some people on how the government dealt with SARS. The government has entrusted a committee to formulate a report, and there was an investigation carried out by the electrical and the HA. Some findings and recommendations were formulated, and it was recommended that a urgency response system be set under the HA, and there should be more isolation facilities. Since the epidemic, especially the fifth wave, a lot of people were infected. There was a huge shortage of beds and manpower under the HA. The situation really made us question whether we have learned from the SARS lesson and implement the recommendations under the report. The epidemic has been raging on for 2 years. There have been a lot of variants. However, we have figured out a way to deal with the epidemic at the lowest cost possible. With the new term of the government coming into office, this is the right time to review how we are dealing with epidemics. In case of another major outbreak, we don't want to be caught off guard. Our situation, our epidemic peak in March with 70,000 cases per day. Now it is a far cry from the peak. It has been 4 months, according to different studies. The natural immunity after infection would dwindle in time. It would be strongest in the first 3 months after recovery, and it would begin to decrease. And after 6 months, the protection would be insufficient. Now we are entering with the winter and the weaker immunity. There may be more infection. Now, BA.5 and BA.4 have become the prevailing strains globally. They are very communicable, and they have entered our community. When autumn and winter come, there may be another major outbreak. So we can't forget the lessons. A few months ago, the hospitals were inundated and the death rate was high. I hope the government and the HA can start a review on testing, vaccinations, availability of beds in hospitals and quarantine centers, drugs, publicity, and so on. There should be a review as soon as possible for enhancement of measures so that before another major outbreak, more effective response measures can be formulated to tide us through the next wave. Thank you.
Mr. Stephen Ho. Thank you, Madam Deputy. I also want to thank Mr. Tony Xi's motion on expediting the achievement of the health city target. The wording of his motion is very simple. He talks about healthcare, dining, living in a community. When it comes to dining, the agriculture and fisheries sector is important. Mr. Tony Xi said that in places where there are public markets, food is cheaper. This is not necessarily the case. Now, 3 decades ago, do you know the amount of meat consumed by our mainland compatriots? And nowadays, do you know how much are they consuming? It's good that our country is saying no to TV programs that encourage bogus bulimic eating. Now, we have had suspension of food supply to Hong Kong for a while, and then in the mainland, because rail was affected by a snowstorm, there was also suspension of food supply. The people in Hong Kong only asked the SL to give them meat, pork. They never ask where does pork come from. So A&F is not about production only. We have to look at the whole supply chain. Now, Hong Kong is a shopper's paradise because our taxes are low here, and we're also a gourmet's paradise. But our country is developing rapidly. They have higher consumption power, so quality food produce may not be transported to Hong Kong as it was in the past, and even if they do, then prices are bound to be higher. So we have to position ourselves, and we have to set targets and standards for quality living in Hong Kong. A few years back, there was an audit report, the Ombudsman's office criticized the government for not taking samples far into a lorry of vegetables imported into Hong Kong from the mainland to test for pesticides, etc. So soon we have a by-produce wholesale market. We should not just rely on supply through Mercantile. We should have a wholesale market that operates around the clock so that the government can go and take samples to test for chemicals anytime they want. But the government said no. Direct sale veggie is cheaper. And I asked the Center for Food Safety how they check these samples. They said at markets. And I said, did you ever go into restaurants to check? The answer is no. So if direct marketed vegetables is directly delivered to catering premises, there can be food incidents. Do you know how many people in Hong Kong can afford strawberries from Japan or honeydew melons from Japan and quality prime beef from Japan? Now in Hong Kong, the farmers are coordinated by the government. The government is not duty bound to grade local produce, and so our local vegetables is sold or provided cheaply because there is no grading system for them. And then to protect the sector. Now, markets like to claim that they are selling organic vegetables. Are you sure? I think many consumers are being ripped off because we do not have a proper enforcement system to ensure their genuinity. And then the government doesn't take enough enforcement action. People are selling frozen pork and pass it as fresh pork in the markets. So we still have a lot of milestones to attain before we can have a healthy city. Rome cannot be built in a day. And then I hope these issues can be gradually brought out and resolved by the government. Thank you. Madam Kong, Mr. Rincon. I thank Mr. Tony C for moving this motion. Building a healthy city should not be a slogan. It should be a real target, and it should be implemented by different government measures. I am particularly concerned about the living aspect and how we can promote sports and recreation to build up a healthy city. Now, we have been affected by COVID-19 for the past 2 years or so. This has exposed flaws in town planning and also public space and also buildings. According to reports, a crowded city will facilitate the spreading of disease. In Hong Kong, we have densely built high rises and old buildings, and public housing are very crowded, and there are many problems associated with old buildings. So ventilation and illumination are being affected. Old buildings are not properly designed. When we have a pandemic, germs can spread very quickly in these buildings. Again, we do not have enough public space, and we must address this problem. The epidemic is easing, whether it be by our own observation or reports. Beaches, lawns, and touristy spots in Hong Kong are so crowded because there is a great demand for public open space in Hong Kong. And I think this has highlighted the inadequacy of recreational and sports facilities. And in open space, we frequently see signs asking people not to do this and that. We know that it's all because of a shortage of space, but we do not have compensatory areas so that people can use recreational facilities freely near their homes. Now, as the saying goes, health is wealth. Money can't buy you health. And that goes to show the importance of a good living environment. And then we must have safe buildings, enough greens and public spaces, and enough facilities. When we talk about healthy cities, we must learn lessons from the COVID-19 epidemic. So while the government is building a healthy city for us, we must reflect on our current town planning and urban planning. We must step up repair and maintenance and redevelopment of old buildings and enhance management of public hygiene. The relevant legislations on building management should be updated to provide a proper framework. We must have guidelines for building management so that we can really build up a healthy city in Hong Kong. Thank you. Mr. Dennis Leung. Madam Deputy, I'm most grateful to Mr. Tony C for his original motion and also the amendment by Mr. Kok Wai Keung. In Hong Kong, working hours are long and work is also stressful. And people in Hong Kong are persistently in a state of sub-health, and therefore we're prone to depression and also bad temper. There was a survey to show that about 97% of the respondents had one or two symptoms of subhealth, and stress level in Hong Kong is so high. In 2022, the report from WHO ranked different countries in terms of the happiness of the people. Hong Kong was ranked very low and much lower than Singapore and even our country. Well, Hong Kong is a busy city, and because people have to work very long hours, there is a lesser sense of well-being and happiness. Of course, there are a number of attributing factors, but unduly long work hours is one of the main cause of this situation. In 2018, there was a prices and income survey. On average, our employees were working 52 hours per week. For the catering and also security and services industries, they were even working longer hours. Unduly long working hours would take toll on our mental health. It would increase the risk of contracting cancer and also CADs. Now, there was a study to analyze the causal relationship of long working hours and death. So it was estimated that 745,000 persons died of a stroke or cardiovascular diseases because they work over 55 hours. And so the FTU urged the administration to legislate on standard working hours as soon as possible so that working persons can work reasonable number of hours. I believe if the government can regulate the number of working hours, then it will be able to achieve work-life balance. Then we can enhance work efficiency and enhance health. And this will, in the long run, pay off in raising our competitiveness. On achieving a healthy city target, the government should take the lead. According to a paper from the administration to the council, in 2006, the civil service started to launch 5-day working days, working weeks, but is not yet fully implemented in the civil service. 78% of our civil servants are working 5-day weeks, but there are thousands of workers in LCSD, amenities, assistants, and lifeguards. They are not really working 5-day weeks. And if they want to apply for a day of leave, then compared to their counterparts that have 5-day weeks, they have to have one more working day deducted from the leave entitlement. So this is unfair. So we must address this issue because it is most important for us to achieve work-life balance and to build a healthy city. A member said that by importation of labor, we can have a healthy city. This is not reasonable. Now, there are places where there is regulation for standard working hours. We don't know whether their workers are healthier, but then we know that, but they're saying that without standard working hours, then people don't have to pay OT allowance. I think that this is what presidency was saying. We must remove the barricades of vested interests. Now, as presidency, we must be bold initiative. We must dare to remove these barriers so that we can build a brighter future for Hong Kong. Thank you.
Dr. Junis Ho. Thank you, Madam Deputy. I'm really pleased to see Professor Lo Chung Mao as Secretary for Health here. To pin very high hope on Professor Lo. Professor Lo has rolled out the color-coded health code and also the Live from Safe app being on real name basis. All these perennial problems seem to be resolved in your hands. We really pin very high hope on you, Professor. Today's topic is healthy city. This is a motion raised by Mr. Tony Jay. He focuses on healthcare, dining, living, commuting, and the sense of well-being on the part of the members of the public. In terms of these 4 aspects, I think these cover many different areas, but we only have Professor Low here. Perhaps I'll focus my speech on healthcare. There are 2 key problems in Hong Kong right now, and that is if you fall sick, you run short of medical care, and the government has money and it doesn't really know how to hire the right people. Hong Kong is a place which is pretty affluent. Now we train the medical practitioner locally. The 2 medical schools are training up the medical talents, but we only have 2 doctors for 1,000 people. However, you compare with other jurisdictions, we are on the low side. How much lower? We're lower by 1 to 1.5. If you compare Australia and New Zealand, they have 4 per 1,000, Singapore 3 per 1,000, or 3.1 to be precise. So last year, we were seeking to change or amend the medical practitioners ordinance to broaden the path for us to accommodate and hire non-locally trained doctors to come and practice in Hong Kong to offer treatment. We've amended the legislation. We opened the big door, but there are so many hurdles that we still have so many small mini doors that remain shut. Now we have this special registration committee, and it is going round and round and round in circle. It is looking into the medical schools and that would be deemed acceptable. In the second list, there are 20 or 21 medical schools and 29 in the previous one, a total of 50 medical schools. And the aim is to incorporate 100. And you have to look at the teaching language. Definitely not Bangladesh, definitely not Indian language, definitely not Hakka. And you are looking at the teaching language being English. It's only with the teaching language being English that we can produce the wonderful doctors. Now, we have the official languages being Chinese and English in Hong Kong. This is the 25th anniversary. And we are looking to identify the right doctors to come and practice in Hong Kong. If they don't know how to say hello, then you have to say goodbye to them. What sort of attitude is this? So in terms of doctors, we have to prioritize the public concerns. We have to guarantee the public's opportunity to seek medical treatment. The 5th wave is still with us. The 6th wave is fast becoming the dominant wave. By the time the 6th wave is with us, we will be caught short in terms of medical care. I hope that in the new term administration, Professor, you will speed up the registration of non-locally trained doctors. You should have a KPI by such and such a date. You should be able to hire overseas trained or mainland trained doctors to be part of our healthcare system to serve the members of the public. Thank you. Mr. Dominic Lee, Madam Deputy. I'm glad to see Professor Low to be with us today. You haven't been in post for a long time, but you have been really proactive. I hope that you will be able to catch up with the lost time that we saw over the past couple of years. Back to the subject, Madam Deputy, I thank Mr. Tony J for moving this motion to expedite the achievement of healthy city. Hong Kong is a fast-paced city. Quite inevitably, people tend to disregard their health. Now, the pandemic has claimed many lives, and people are beginning to realize how important health is. So the government should take this opportunity to promote the development of healthy city in various districts in Hong Kong. We should be able to achieve the basic health level. Like we should harness IT, we should provide incentives to promote physical exercises. We have to promote the participation in the development of healthy city. The New People's Party is fully in agreement to encourage more exercises other than the suggestions alluded to earlier. We should provide more facilities and venues for exercises. WHO has the target, all the leisure and sports facilities are an important indicator. But in terms of venues in Hong Kong, there is a scarcity. 70,000 people are sharing one stadium. In terms of sports ground, 300,000 are sharing one, which is far higher than the Hong Kong planning standard and guidelines, 60,000 people for one stadium and 200,000 for a stadium. Many people find it really difficult to book the venue, and they cannot avail themselves of the facilities, and they lose the passion for exercising. Central and Western Yau Chin Bong, there is a scarcity of these facilities, and people tend to travel across the district for exercise. Prevention is always better than cure. In this healthcare system, the resources are tight. If more citizens can engage in more physical exercises, they certainly will be more healthy, and this will lessen the burden of the healthcare system. After the Tokyo Olympics, the government can take the opportunity to promote sports, and this will heighten the awareness of physical exercise, and this will be a catalyst for healthy city target. Other than the venues, we should also partner with various organizations. In Australia, they have a safe community program. They liaise with religious political organizations to join hands to improve the health problems. Specifically, they have workshops, they have town hall workshops, and engage more members of the public, and the results are really tangible. Injury has been reduced by 30%. More young people are taking part in the development of healthy cities. Madam Deputy, in Hong Kong, we have so many districts with the healthy city target, but pressure and stress are really building up. In the grip of the pandemic, I hope that the government should improve these targets and improve the facilities. They should liaise with district organizations so that people will have better life for themselves. I'm grateful to Mr. Tony J once again. Thank you. According to the ROP, this debate will end at 6:36. I'll be calling upon the mover of the motion to speak after Mr. Vincent Ching. Mr. Ching. Madam Deputy, I thank Mr. Tony J for moving this motion to urge the government to achieve the healthcare city target. This covers different elements like renewal of old buildings, more green space, and more better healthcare facilities, more recreational facilities. I am in agreement with all these targets. Now, what is a healthy city? I've seen the WHO concept and guidelines. I'd like to quote the 2016 mayoral conference in Shanghai. There is a declaration. They urge the global cities to have 10 initiatives. For a healthy city to be developed, we have to make sure that education, housing, safety will be met, and we have to eliminate the water pollution, air pollution. There should be a smokeless environment, clean environment to make sure education and other services will be able to cover all the young population, and we have to do something about the health, the quality of those in inadequate housing, those in subdivided units. We have to safeguard their quality of life there. And through urban planning, there should be a community which is conducive to exercises. There should be more leisure and recreational facilities. Mr. Dominic Lee talked a lot about sports. I don't really focus my attention on this, although I support that. I'd like to say a little bit more about housing because this is really dear to our heart. Old District redevelopment, Ms. Secretary Lin is here with us. The buildings in Hong Kong are fast aging. There are 4,000 buildings that are more than 50 years old. In 10 years' time, there will be 500 more every year. The Housing Society and various organizations are putting forward measures to engage in urban renewal and redevelopment. If the buildings are in a state of disrepair, their repair is really very, very slow. They don't have the fire facilities. The sewage piping is expediently connected. The size doesn't have any restriction. People are living in smaller and smaller housing units, and this is detrimental to their health. In old buildings, Kowloon West, Ao Chung Mong, Sam Shui Po, Kowloon City, the DAB has been urging for faster redevelopment. The URA cannot get on with this single-handedly. The URA came to us and explained to us the redevelopment of To Kwa Wan, the 13 streets, and they said that they have to save up the financial resources. We're not sure how soon this will happen. There are so many difficulties with regard to this. The Yau Mong district, we are concerned about the lack of financial resources, whether they can have any breakthrough in the financial aspect. And I hope that there will be more support for the Yau Mong redevelopment. People are really waiting with anticipation. They're not prepared to repair their buildings, and the pace is really excruciatingly slow, and the more resources will be devoted there. Also, in terms of redevelopment, we cannot have a situation where the wealthy people will be able to enjoy the decent living environment, and I hope that there should be more resources given to these redevelopments, and so the more people, everybody can enjoy the decent environment. The other area of concern to me is the subdivided flats. In a healthy city, it is unhealthy to live in these SDUs during pandemic. There are so many people who are cooped up in these SDUs that they never venture out for a couple of months. And how healthy can this kind of lifestyle be? So in this new term of administration, we should do something about the provision of proper rental housing supply. Earlier, we visited Guang Hawaii in Yuen Long. We saw a huge space where the kids are running around, they're cycling around, and hardly ever in their life would they dream of such a nice environment. So I support Mr. J's motion. We should build a healthy society for the benefit of the younger generation. I support the motion by Mr. J. Mr. J, you can speak to the amendments. Madam Deputy, thank you. I'll be responding to the 3 amendments. There have been 39 members who have spoken on this motion, and we have 2 secretaries here with us. That this motion covers a broad spectrum of areas. The other bureaus, I hope, will follow up on some of the areas, because a lot of the suggestions are well worth considering. Madam Deputy, as I said, the healthy city covers a broad area. Other than healthcare, dining, living, and commuting, is the working environment healthy? This is also important. Mr. Kwok Wai Keung's amendment suggests legislating for standard working hours so that people will enjoy work-life balance and better family life, and this is terribly important. I subscribe to this idea. In my sector, planning, surveying sector, people are working exceedingly long hours, and there is a lack of balance between working life, and people are leaving the job. People are reluctant to join these sectors, or they may quit after some years. And we should have a situation where the unnecessary administrative work can be reduced so that they will focus their attention on the professional aspect of their work and give full play to their potential. We should also change the tendering system so that the trade can expect a reasonable return. The more they work, the more they get paid, and young people will have upward mobility through legislation. If we limit the working hours through legislation, it may be counterproductive. We may not achieve the desired effect. There are so many jobs. Those who are engaging in professional services and creative work, their work, the results of their work may not be directly linked with the length of hours that they put in. Let's take the architectural design. The success of the design cannot be measured by the hours of work. It should be measured by the quality of work. So regarding the amendments, I find it hard to support. Dr. Johnny Ng's amendment proposes the use of innovation technology and promote physical activities and enhance the interest in and desire for participation in outdoor activities. I support this. In earlier debates, I urged the administration to take advantage of our professionalism to increase the public open space design and the play facilities for children in order to improve the physical and mental well-being. Other than that, in Hong Kong, we do need to have recreational facilities for people of different physical condition. People over the age of 80 should also engage in exercises. This will minimize sickness and promote mental health. For G19 members, Dr. Stephen Wong moved this motion to link public health and sense of well-being and factor this into a policy consideration. There should be population health surveys to enhance the public participation in the development of healthy city, and there should be an improvement to the medical and healthcare facilities to remove the inequity there. I also agree with that. Now, for the suggestions by the 39 members today, that they talk about the shortcomings in Hong Kong. I think the administration should really take these into consideration. I hope that the two secretaries will be taking back these suggestions to other bureaus for follow-up. As I said earlier, 22 bureaus and departments should come together and expedite the achievement of the healthiest city target.
Secretary for Health. Madam Deputy, once again, I thank Mr. Tony Chair and the 3 members for moving the motion and the amendments, and the 39 members for the invaluable views on the important topic of healthy city. The issue has a vast policy scope. In the following, I will respond to members' views on healthcare, dining, and commuting on behalf of the government. In a moment, the Secretary for Development will speak on the issues of town planning and urban renewal. On healthcare first, as I've explained in my opening remarks, I have introduced the government's work on developing primary healthcare and prevention and control of non-communicable diseases, that is chronic diseases, which I shall not repeat here. The government has been dedicated to building a healthy city and is a participant of the WHO's Partnership for Healthy Cities, a flagship program to promote urban public health. In terms of population health survey, As a commitment to the Partnership for Healthy Cities, the Department of Health regularly conducts the population health survey, which, together with the health behavior survey, collects data on the health of the local population, living habits in relation to health, and other health factors, so as to assess and formulate public health policies and programs in an evidence-based manner. In terms of dealing with public health crisis, in his amendments, Dr. Stephen Wong raised concerns over the government's overall strategy to deal with public health crisis. In order to deal with novel or re-emerging communicable diseases which pose a persistent threat to public health, we have taken a tally of the experience gained during the COVID epidemic. The Center for Health Protection has enhanced its disease surveillance system, its infection control testing and diagnostic capabilities, its risk communication system, and health promotion campaigns. In dealing with COVID, we will continue to review Hong Kong's emergency response capability with a view to maximizing the cost effectiveness of every segment in our prevention, control, and response measures. The focus of our future work include increasing the speed, capacity, and accuracy of our PCR tests, and stringent implementation and monitoring of home quarantine cases. In terms of the long-term plan, the government's policies and measures must be supported by hardware and proper planning. We have the first and second 10-year hospital development plans. In terms of meeting the future demand for healthcare services, we have announced the first and second 10-year hospital development plans in year 2016 and 18 respectively. Upon completion of all the works programs, there will be an additional 15,000 beds as well as other medical facilities. Upon the announcement of the Northern Metropolis Development Strategy by the previous term government, the Hospital Authority is actively reviewing and formulating the second 10-year hospital development plan to dovetail the government's vision. In terms of medical healthcare manpower, members have raised a lot of suggestions. It is to ensure the sustainable development of our healthcare system. The government has adopted a multi-pronged approach in enhancing the supply of medical talents. These include enhanced training of a locally trained medical staff, and also offering subsidies and financial support to universities. In the short run, we will import medical talents from other places, but in the long run, we will enhance the training of local talents. I've just attended the graduation ceremony of the medical faculty of the University of Hong Kong. I'm pleased to witness the graduation of more than 230 medical graduates in the University of Hong Kong, plus the same amount of graduates from the Chinese University of Hong Kong, and there will be 450 new doctors this year. In the past, we only had 250 new doctors each year. This is a significant increase. And also the number of new students recruited has been doubled to 350 with the two universities combined, or rather 550 new students combined. Starting year 2024, the new students recruited by the two medical schools will become 590. This is a significant improvement. This will ensure that we will have high quality talents to support our healthcare system. The government will continue to liaise with different stakeholders to explore how we can meet the manpower shortage. Mr. Kwok Wai-keung's amendments highlighted the importance of mental health. At present, the government adopts an integrated model in promoting mental health with prevention and early identification services aiming at timely intervention for persons with needs, as well as treatment and rehabilitation services. Besides promoting self-care and providing primary health care and community support, the government also offers specialist and inpatient services to patients. Through the collaboration between various departments, NGOs, and other stakeholders in the community, persons with mental health needs can have access to cross-professional and cross-sectoral services. In terms of a promotion of a work-life balance, Mr. Kwok Wai-keung's amendments mentioned the importance of work-life balance to employees. The government has from time to time reviewed labor legislations with a view to gradually improving labor rights. Recently, various leave benefits under the Employment Ordinance have seen improvement, with the statutory paternity leave increased from 3 to 5 days, the statutory maternity leave increased from 10 to 14 weeks, and the gradual increase of statutory holidays to 17 days by year 2030. Concerning the highly complicated and controversial issue of legislation for standard working hours, there is a lack of wider consensus and support. Through a tripartite working group consisting employees, employers, and government representatives, the government is formulating guidelines on working hours for certain trades, which will include trade-specific recommended working hours, overtime work compensation, and good practice on work hours management for the reference of employers and employees. On diet, many members were concerned about the public's eating habits and the government's work in this regard. As the saying goes, food is life. Hong Kongers have very high standard for food in terms of look and taste, but we mustn't neglect the importance of a healthy diet. The former Food and Health Bureau, the incumbent Environment and Ecology Bureau, and the Committee on Reduction of Salt and Sugar in Food have been promoting the reduction of salt and sugar through 5 directions, including starting from an early age, enhancing transparency of information, encouraging restaurants to reduce salt and sugar, reformulation of prepackaged food products, and strengthening publicity and education. For the public to embrace a low-salt, low-sugar diet, it takes time. There must be comprehensive dissemination of information, facilitation by the government, and the participation of different sectors. On air quality, besides food, air is also a sustenance of life. Good air quality is key to achieving a healthy city. Over the past decade, the government has implemented a series of measures to significantly reduce air pollutants and carbon emission from cars, vessels, power plants, and so on, with increasingly significant results. Hong Kong's general and roadside air quality has seen significant improvement. The Clean Air Plan for Hong Kong 2035, announced last June, set out the long-term goals and strategies for continuous improvements of air quality by year 2035, with a view to leading Hong Kong towards the vision of healthy living, low carbon transformation, and world class. On commuting, well, air quality brings us to the last area after healthcare, dining, and living, that is commuting. As mentioned by Mr. Tony Jie in his motion, in order to achieve the goal of a healthy city, it is vital to enhance transportation planning and encouraging green and low carbon transport. On green and low carbon transport, the government's facilitation measures have resulted in a record increase in the number of electric vehicles in recent years. In the first quarter of 2022, almost 1 in 2 newly registered private cars is electric. The ultimate policy objective of the government is the territory-wide application of zero-emission bus. In this regard, the government has requested franchised bus companies to actively consider zero-emission or the most eco-friendly bus models when replacement is due. The Environmental Protection Department is actively taking forward the trial scheme of electric public light buses and is exploring the trial use of electric taxis under the New Energy Transport Fund with the taxi industry. On the other hand, in order to develop Hong Kong into a walkable city, we formulated the overall walkability strategy for Hong Kong in year 2020, which places high priority on pedestrians in transport planning to foster a pedestrian-friendly environment and promotes walking as a form of sustainable urban mobility. The government is implementing walkability enhancement measures over the territory, as well as a comprehensive pedestrian planning framework in selected new development areas and urban locations. At the same time, the government has been promoting sports for all culture in the community by encouraging public participation in all kinds of sports activities. The Culture, Sports and Tourism Bureau collaborates with other departments and relevant bodies, including the Sports Federation and Olympic Committee of Hong Kong, China, national sports associations, district sports clubs and schools, to organize a diversified range of sports activities at all levels in society. These include the Sports for All Day. Besides, to encourage more sports activities organized by District Sports Club, the government has commenced in April 2022 a 5-year district sports programs funding scheme, under which a total subsidy amount of $20 million per year will be offered to district sports clubs, so that diversified sports activities can be organized through their community networks with a view to enhancing promotion of sports at districts and territory level. All in all, to achieve the goals of building a healthy community, creating a healthy living environment, and enhancing personal and public health awareness of the public, key stakeholders, including government bureaus and departments, the academia, NGOs, the private sector, and every individual, need to work together. As mentioned by President Xi, people's health must be given a strategic priority, and people's health must be safeguarded on all fronts and at all times. From a public health perspective, the Health Bureau will strive to promote a healthy lifestyle, continue to strengthen and reform our medical healthcare system, and shift people's mindset from treatment-oriented to prevention-focused. We will continue to formulate a series of policies on health through legislative measures and by making available suitable services and supporting facilities. We will promote the concept of healthy city in Hong Kong, integrating a healthy Hong Kong with the nation's vision of a healthy China. President, after my speech, the Secretary for Development will speak on the policy areas of town planning and urban renewal. President, I so submit. Thank you.
Okay.
Secretary for Development. President, I thank members for offering so many invaluable comments. I'll be making a brief conclusion. On promoting healthy buildings, back in 2011, we have formulated a whole series of guidelines to require new buildings to have the design elements like building distance, building setback, and green coverage. All these are intended to improve air circulation and to improve the living environment. The Buildings Department has promoted or promulgated some GFA concessions to encourage the developers to include some environmental amenities. In order to promote green buildings, the BD has started a review on the GFA concessions and will liaise with the sector. We seek to have this implemented as soon as possible. The pandemic has actually given us some insights, and the BD is looking to see how we can optimize the building design in order to create a more livable environment. The review covers different areas like the light well, sky garden, public open space, and also the ventilation requirements for bathrooms, The Buildings Department seeks to come up with preliminary suggestions in the first half of next year for exchanges and consultation with the professional bodies. In terms of repair of old building, we understand that this is very much the responsibility of the owners. However, the government is cognizant of the fact that for some buildings, in particular 3 new buildings, the owners require the government's assistance. So the government, together with the URA, has over the past 5 years earmarked $19 billion to help the needy owners to upkeep their properties. The pandemic in the past year or so has stalled some of the maintenance and repair work. The owners need to convene meetings for discussion, but we will try to catch up with make up for the lost time. Buildings will one day get old and decrepit, and they will inevitably have to be demolished for redevelopment. Yesterday, along with the ERA, I attended the development panel. The planning-led district-based strategy will be here to stay. We will take advantage of the redevelopment to improve the transport, the pedestrian facilities, and green open space to provide a people-centric environment. The URA will resort to planning measures to loosen up the restrictions so that the URA and the various parties can speed up the improvement. In relation to urban greening, we understand that in a densely populated city like Hong Kong, this is somewhat more important. We do reserve greening space in the planning stage, and we also optimize the landscape design and the management to try to incorporate the blue and green elements into our landscaping work. Talking about blue and green resources, some members talked about the Victoria Harbour, in particular the waterfronts on both sides of the harbour. Together with the Harbourfront Commission, we are adopting innovative mindset, and with considerable public involvement, we have been developing the waterfront promenades and open space so that people can get close to the Victoria Harbour and enjoy the water-friendly environment. In 2022, we will do more of the same and open up more waterfront areas. President, the government published last year Hong Kong 2030 Plus towards a planning vision and strategy transcending 2030. We will make Hong Kong an Asia world city which is livable and competitive. One of the strategies is precisely, like members said today, to turn Hong Kong into a healthy, dynamic city. In this strategy, there are 3 key points. First, in planning new projects, we will seek to increase the open space from 2.5 square meters in 2016 to no more than 3.5 square meters. And we will seek to improve the attractiveness, accessibility, and level of shared use for these POS. With these more ambitious targets, we will be more proactively identify land for the relevant departments to come up with their planning. Second, we have to take full advantage of opportunities to incorporate green and blue resources into new development areas. Third, through proper town planning, we're encouraging the members of the public to pursue dynamic, healthy, and decarbonized lifestyle, like we should have in the new development areas, pedestrian and cycle tracks to encourage a dynamic lifestyle. Like members said, to promote healthy city, covers more than one single bureau and department. If we can achieve policy innovation, there is no getting away from land. Members have been reminding us to be well prepared for emergency, for the availability of emergency land to cater for the emergency needs. So we have to abide by the Hong Kong 2030 plus strategy. We should make available 7,000 hectares of land, and we have to strive harder to identify more land. It's only with land availability that we can start talking about policy innovation. Going forward, we'll be cooperating with the policy bureaus to do more in developing Hong Kong as a healthy city. Thank you.
I now call upon Mr. Kwok Wai-keung to move an amendment. President, I move my amendment. I propose the question to you that Mr. Kwok Wai-keung's amendments be passed. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Mr. Tommy Cheung claims a division. The division bell will be rung for 5 minutes. Voting begins. Please check your votes. If there is no question, voting is closed. Please display the result. EC members, 31 present, 7 for, 6 against, 18 abstention. Functional constituencies and geographic constituencies, 41 present, 11 for, 8 against, 21 abstention. The question is not agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the amendments negative. Dr. Johnny Ng, you may move your amendment. President, I move my amendment. I propose the question to you that Dr. Johnny Ng's amendment be passed. With those in favor, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the amendment passed. Dr. Stephen Wong, as Dr. Johnny Ng's amendment has been passed, you may move your further amendment. President, I move my further amendment. I propose the question to you that Dr. Stephen Wong's further amendments be passed. With those in favor, please raise the hand. Those against, please raise the hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the amendment passed. Mr. Tony Jie, you still have 20 seconds to reply, then the debate will come to a close. Mr. Tony Jie.
President, thank you. I'm grateful to members for supporting the motion. I would expect the administration to follow up on members' recommendations in order to achieve the target of building a healthy city so that people will have a safe, happy city to live in. Thank you.
I now put the question to you that Mr. Tony Jie's motion as amended by Dr. Johnny Ng and Dr. Stephen Wong be passed. With those in favor, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the motion as amended passed. Members, after the adjournment of today's council, as usual, the council meeting will be suspended for a certain period of time, but if necessary, urgent meetings can be held. After confirming the days for the remaining council meetings for the session, you will be notified by the Secretariat. The meeting is now adjourned.